cultivation world, I begin by getting struck by lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 701. This kid is really a troublemaker. There are more and more cultivators in the square outside Baekyeongsancheong, most of whom are from the Loose Cultivator Alliance, and then there are disciples of Baekyeongsancheong. In addition, many disciples of the 10 super immortal sects are also mixed in the crowd. This group of people actually want to laugh at Baekyeongsancheong, thinking that without the help of the 10 super immortal sect disciples, how can you deal with the large number of loose cultivators of the Loose Cultivator Alliance? No one expected that Su Fan would do such a thing. He abolished the cultivation of dozens of Skyr Rift Valley loose cultivators who were making trouble, and hung them on the giant tree in public. This is a slap in the face of Skyr Rift Valley. The current situation has also quickly transformed the contradiction between Baekyeongsancheong and the Loose Cultivator Alliance into hatred with Skyr Rift Valley. Although many forces in the Loose Cultivator Alliance support Skyr Rift Valley in their hearts, they are at most waving flags and shouting. It is also unlikely that they will come forward to help Baekyeongsancheong. These loose cultivators are eager for Skyr Rift Valley and Baekyeongsancheong to fight to the death. Moreover, the attitudes of the 10 super immortal sects are very subtle. Who knows when the end will come? So when the Baekyeong Immortal sect and the Skyr Rift Valley tore their faces, everyone took a wait-and-see attitude and wanted to wait and see. Anyway, no matter what, the Skyr Rift Valley will definitely not give up. Dozens of Yuanying Realm casual cultivators have been harmed like this. If the Sky Rift Valley does not do something, how can they survive in the Loyan Mountains in the future? And the current situation is also deliberately done by Su Fan. There are too many people in the Loose Cultivator Alliance. It is obviously unrealistic for him to confront each force one by one, so he simply erected a target. Just kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and severely intimidate the people of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Now Su Fan's only worry is that the old monsters in the Loose Cultivator Alliance will not force him to kill him regardless of his face. Fortunately, the Baekyeong Immortal sect stands behind him, and there are also many big men in the Huashan realm and Liangsu realm. And don't look at the people of the 10 super immortal sects. At present, they are suspected of suppressing the Baekyeong Immortal sect, but the conflict between them and the Baekyeong Immortal sect was just an internal one, while the conflict between them and the Loose Cultivator Alliance was a naked enemy-enemy conflict. When the crisis came, the people of the 10 super immortal sects certainly could not stand idly by. At this time, a crack was seen in the sky in the distance, and one cultivator after another appeared out of thin air, suspended in the air with a murderous look. The loose cultivators around the square saw the people coming and immediately became excited. The people from Skyr Rift Valley are here, it's going to be exciting, am I seeing right? Several supreme beings from Skyr Rift Valley are here. It seems that Baekyeongsancheong has angered Skyr Rift Valley. I guess the two sides will definitely fight to the death. How can Skyr Rift Valley fight with Baekyeongsancheong? They have a Liangsu old monster, don't worry. The two families Nascent Soul and Liangsu cultivators will not give up easily. Besides, our Loose Cultivator Alliance also has Nascent Soul and Liangsu big men. The two families are now fighting in the Nascent Soul realm. Among the Nascent Soul cultivators of Baekyeongsancheong, is there anyone who can fight except this psychopath? Su Fan looked at the more than 100 cultivators floating in the air in the distance and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that this incident he caused has completely hurt them. Several supreme beings from Skyr Rift Valley have all come. Not only that, but behind these people, several huge phantoms also appeared. Liangsu old monster, Su Fan couldn't help but frown. Could it be that the Loose Cultivator Alliance is also ready to give up? Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly found that there were more than 100 powerful auras behind him. Several of them made his neck cold and the hair on his body stood up. It was no wonder that the big guys of Baekyeongsancheong also showed up. And even the few old monsters who had not shown up for many years came out. Hundreds of supreme masters of transformation and more than 10 masters of refining virtuality confronted each other in the air, which also made the monks in the square feel great pressure. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and the whole space was shaking. The indescribable powerful pressure made everyone's body tremble uncontrollably. A great sense of terror rose in their hearts, and they all wanted to escape from here quickly, but there was an invisible sense of restraint that made him unable to move at all. Especially those monks in the foundation building and golden elixir realms, they even had difficulty breathing, shivering and being suppressed there and panting violently. Fortunately, these old monsters were restraining their auras. If they had let go of their auras, the low-level cultivators on the ground square would have bled to death. Fellow Taoist Dongyin, I wonder what brings you to our Bikiang Xianzong. At this time, an old Liangsu monster from Bikiang Xianzong spoke first. A huge phantom on the opposite side laughed. Fellow Taoist Taiwai, how are you? Tell me, what do you old guys want to do by coming to our door today? I heard that there was a conflict between Xianli Valley and your sect. We, the Loose Cultivator Alliance, are of the same blood. Today, we came here just to watch the fun. As soon as the old monster Dongyin finished speaking, another old Liangsu monster from Bikiang Xianzong snorted coldly. HMPH. You guys are trying to stand up for them. Dongyin old monster laughed and said, fellow Taoist Gikiong, aren't we afraid that you old guys will bully the weak? Our Bikiang immortal sect is not as bad as you think. After hearing what Taiwai old monster said, Dongyin old monster laughed, and then he and the phantoms of several refining void supremas slowly disappeared. Taiwai Supreme, Gikiang Supreme and several other old monsters from Bikiang immortal sect also disappeared into the air. It was not until more than a dozen refining void bosses left that the monks watching in the square breathed a sigh of relief. The aura of these old guys just now was too strong, and it was difficult for them to even breathe. But everyone was also very disappointed. The appearance of the refining void supremas of both sides also meant that there would definitely be no fight today. At this time, a transformation immortal venerable from Xianli Valley stood up and asked loudly, why are you Bikiang immortal sect so cruel? After hearing what the other party said, the leader of Bikiang immortal sect, Jiang immortal venerable, was worried and his head hurt. He never expected that Su Fan's method would be so violent. Not only did he destroy the cultivation of dozens of Yuanying realm cultivators in Xianli Valley, but he also hung them on giant trees in public. Such a thing, let alone the immortal sect, even the demon sect might not be able to do it. The immortal sects in Chuxishan are more reasonable, and rarely tear each other apart over a disagreement. Even if the two sides are dirty, they will not bring it to the table. This kid is really a troublemaker. But now that things have come to this, the sect cannot back down and must support him no matter what. Dao Iao Changshan, they are creating trouble in our Bikiang immortal sect, and the sect's law enforcement hall enforces the law according to the law. What's wrong with that? The other party was furious when he heard it, and the more than 100 Yuanying realm casual cultivators behind him were also furious. Immortal Master Changshan let out a long breath and suppressed his anger. Today, they were at the doorstep of the Bikiang immortal sect. The Sky Rift Valley was clearly at a disadvantage, and both sides' old monsters had shown up, so they definitely couldn't fight. Changshan immortal venerable took a deep breath and said, hand over our people. I want to take them back. Jiang immortal venerable nodded, and then glanced at Su Fan in the square. Su Fan quickly asked Lu Yan, Luo Hu and others to put down the scattered cultivators on the giant trees one by one, and then handed them over to the people of the Sky Rift Valley. It was not until then that Changshan immortal venerable cast his eyes on Su Fan. He was high above, with an aura as deep as the sea, pressing down like a tidal wave. Feeling a chill of murderous aura spreading towards him, Su Fan felt that the blood in his body seemed to be solidified, as if he had fallen into an ice cave in the dead of winter. A chill surged from the soles of his feet, freezing him to the bone, and he couldn't move at all. At this time, the eyes of the little man in his body suddenly opened, and Su Fan felt a hot airflow flowing back and forth in his body, and then he recovered. He looked up at the sky, and then bowed to Changshan immortal venerable. Changshan immortal venerable's mouth twitched, and he didn't get angry but laughed, but when he laughed, the corners of his mouth still drooped, which looked indescribably gloomy and terrifying. Let's go. He was about to leave after he said that, but before leaving, he turned his head and looked at Su Fan, and then his figure slowly disappeared into the air. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. This wave of hatred he had caused was considered to have completely offended Xianli Valley, and these casual cultivators would probably hate him to death. However, this was exactly what he wanted to see. Seeing that the people of Xianli Valley had left, a group of Supreme Masters of the North Kaiyang Immortal Sect also disappeared in the air one after another. When Ziyang Immortal Venerable and other sect leaders left, although they didn't say anything, they didn't even look at Su Fan. This has already shown the attitude of the top leaders of the North Kaiyang Immortal Sect, that is, They were very dissatisfied. Su Fan smiled bitterly. He had done his best for the sect, but he never thought that he would end up in a situation that was not pleasing to everyone. At this time, the communication array disc on his waist began to vibrate slightly. Su Fan took off the communication array disc on his waist and took a look. He found that it was a message from his master, Rufang Xianzhen. You should return to the mountain gate immediately and come to my cave. The old man was afraid that something would happen to him. After all, he had been targeted by several old monsters in Xianli Valley. So the master wanted to imprison him to avoid retaliation from Xianli Valley. But Su Fan had spent a lot of effort to create such a situation. How could he give up all his efforts? Master, these things are all caused by me. How can I leave at this time? Are you stupid? I have already told senior brother Jiang that I want you to come to my cave and teach you the inheritance of the sect's secret hall. The old man was anxious and had already started to act like a rogue. If he spoke, it would be difficult for the old monsters in the sect's upper echelons to say anything. Master, please don't worry about my affairs. Su Fan cut off the communication array, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. It must be said that Master is still very good to him. At this time, only the old man in the whole sect is still worried about him. At this time, Lu Yan and Luo Hu came over. Brother, how should we deal with it next? After listening to Lu Yan's words, Su Fan smiled. From today on, the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall will be fully withdrawn and guard the various markets and resource points of the sect. No one is allowed to leave without permission. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the two and said, let everyone be patient for a few more days. No matter how the people of Xianli Valley provoke, they must not fight. To put it bluntly, it is to let the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall be turtles for a few days. The primary target of Xianli Valley must be Su Fan, and he doesn't want others to be implicated. The two are also smart people. After hearing his words, they immediately understood and turned to make arrangements. Brother, you have to be careful during this period, or I will follow you. You can't pull it. If you follow me at this time, you will be a burden. However, Shen Feng's thoughts still made him feel a little relieved. Help me keep an eye on Biqiang Immortal City. Nothing must happen in the city these days. Shen Feng hesitated after hearing what he was saying, but finally nodded heavily. Su Fan watched his back as he left, then used the close-up, worldwide void escape technique to tear open the space and return to the cave outside the city. As soon as he entered the portable secret realm, Sister Zhen floated over. Master, why haven't you come back for so long? During this period of time, Su Fan was running around with the people from the Law Enforcement Hall every day, and it was not convenient for him to enter the portable secret realm. Help me get some snacks, I want to drink today. After hearing what Su Fan said, Sister Zhen immediately came to life. She came over and hugged his arm. Master, what do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you, anything is fine. I love everything you cook, Sister Zhen chuckled and said, then wait, I'll cook for you. Su Fan walked into the thatched cottage, sat down cross-legged, and brewed a pot of spiritual tea and poured himself a cup. He took a sip from the teacup, then closed his eyes and silently felt the sweetness of the spiritual tea. Su Fan returned to the cave to stay for a few days, just to give the people of Xianli Valley enough time to prepare. Cultivation is the plane of the immortal sect. Even if the other party is a casual cultivator, he can't kill them easily. So Su Fan deliberately angered the people of Xianli Valley just to let them set up a killing trap to deal with him, otherwise he really couldn't let go. To be honest, it was too uncomfortable for Su Fan to only fight but not kill. Whether he can be comfortable in Biqiang Xianzong in the future depends on this time. Bloodbath Xianli Valley and kill them all. Let the people of the Loan Mountain Range Loose Cultivator Alliance be terrified whenever they think of him in the future, and dare not easily cause trouble within the sphere of influence of the Biqiang Immortal Sect. This is Su Fan's goal. It's just a pity that in a place like Cultivation, he can't easily use the means of the demon sect. If Su Fan activates the demon eye body and reaches the peak state of strength, he dares to fight even the Supreme God transformation. Master, the meal is ready. At this time, Sister Zhen's shout came from outside the thatched cottage. Su Fan stood up from the ground and came to the yard. The dining table in the yard outside was already filled with several side dishes, and Sister Zhen was floating over from the stove with a big pot. Master, this is the lamb spine stew last night. I stewed it all night. Su Fan was about to speak, but suddenly frowned. Sister Zhen, someone is outside, I'm going out to eat. Su Fan waved his hand after speaking, and his figure disappeared into the air along with the dining table in the yard. He placed the dining table beside the pond in the cave, then walked over to open the formation, and saw Chen Qing and Shen Fang. "You are really in a hurry. I just finished cooking. Come in and have a drink with me." Su Fan led the two to the dining table and sat them down. He took out a bottle of long-treasured spirit wine from his ring and poured a glass for each of them. "You are here today. I have treasured this bottle of spirit wine for many years. This is the first time I have taken it out." But neither of them spoke. Even Shen Fang, who was usually smiling, had a solemn look on his face. Su Fan laughed and said, "What's wrong with you two?" Chen Qing said with a face full of worry, "Senior brother, can you be more careful? You've become a thorn in the eyes of the loose cultivator alliance. With the temper of these loose cultivators, their high-level cultivators may very likely kill you." Shen Fang also said, "Brother, if those high-level loose cultivators keep an eye on you, you'll be in danger at any time. The old guys in the sect can't protect you all the time." Su Fan picked up the wine glass and took a sip, and said, "It's okay if I don't go out. They dare to kill us under the sect's nose." After he finished speaking, he laughed and said, "Don't worry, I've made up my mind a long time ago. From today on, I won't leave the cave." After hearing what Su Fan said, Shen Fang and Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Su Fan would wander around without knowing his own limits. "Brother, I think you should go back to the mountain gate. It's not that safe here. Those casual cultivators can do anything." "Brother, what the senior sister said makes sense. Let's go back to the mountain gate." If he went back to the mountain gate at this time, the sect would not know how to blame him. It's too bad to run away after causing trouble and leave a mess to others. "It's okay. I don't think they dare to come here to make trouble." Chen Qing hesitated for a moment, then took out a ring from his arms and handed it to Su Fan. "Brother, this is a set of immortal formations given to me by my ancestor. You set it outside the cave. Even if the supreme refining void comes, it can withstand half an hour." After she finished speaking, she said weakly, "When you are done, remember to return it to me, otherwise I will not be able to explain it if the ancestor at home asks." Fuck. This is an immortal formation refined by the combined master. How can this be given by her ancestor? It must be stolen by the girl from home. It is the most difficult to enjoy the favor of a beauty. But Su Fan did not refuse. If he did not accept it at this time, Chen Qing might be even more uncomfortable. Anyway, he had no use for this set of immortal formations, so he would just return it after the task was completed. Chapter 702, Things like Earthen Chickens and Clay Dogs. In the next few days, Su Fan stayed at home and stayed in his cave every day. He originally thought that the scattered cultivators in various parts of Biqiang Xianzong would cause chaos because of the Sky Rift Valley incident. But what no one expected was that since that day, the various markets and resource points within the sect's sphere of influence have become much calmer than before. Especially the scattered cultivators in Biqiang Xianzheng, they all became reasonable overnight. Especially when they saw the sect's law enforcement team, they were not as unruly as before, but rather well behaved. Seeing dozens of scattered cultivators whose cultivation was abolished and were hung on giant trees in public. Although this behavior made these scattered cultivators feel a sense of common hatred, it also made them see Su Fan's cruelty. At this time, a large number of scattered cultivators in the Scattered Cultivator Alliance did not want to cause trouble, for fear of falling into the hands of that mentally ill person. It must be said that Su Fan's reputation has spread throughout the Loyan Mountains. He used thundering means to discipline dozens of independent cultivators in the Sky Rift Valley, greatly frightening those who tried to create trouble in the Biqiang Immortal Sect. In the early morning, the pale golden rays of morning light in the east spread across the sky and earth, through the still grayish clouds. Su Fan was sitting in the small courtyard outside the thatched cottage eating breakfast, while Sister Zhen was sitting opposite him with her chin on her hands, looking at him with a smile. "By the way, where's this guy Zuxu? I haven't seen it for a while." I don't know what's wrong with it. It's been sleeping in its nest every day." Su Fan nodded, probably thinking that this guy is going to evolve again. During this period of time, he let it swallow the crystal core and part of the blood essence of the adult Su beast one by one. It is estimated that its strength will be further improved when it wakes up next time. After Su Fan finished his meal, Sister Zhen cleaned up the table quickly and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him. He took the teacup handed over by Sister Zhen, took a sip, then took off the communication array from his waist and sent a message to Luyan. During this period, All the markets and resource points of the sect were on alert. After a while, Lu Yan replied, "Brother, the sect is very peaceful now, and even ordinary disputes are rare. Where are those guys in Xianliugu? Have you found their traces? Since they withdrew from Beqiang Xianchang last time, they have not appeared again. They must be planning something. These people in Xianliugu must be holding back something bad. They are probably almost ready and waiting for him to show up." Su Fan put away the communication array and took a deep breath. He knew in his heart that the time was ripe. Thinking of this, Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip, then stood up and left the portable secret realm. He left the cave and performed the close-up of the world to come to the Kaiksha market, which is located in the northwest of Beqiang Xianzong and belongs to a relatively remote area of the sect. Su Fan was wearing a hooded cloak, covering his appearance and revealing his figure from the air. A few miles ahead was the Kaiksha market. He was about to use the escape technique to enter the market, but found that the whole sky suddenly darkened. At this moment, the originally cloudless and clear sky was like a curtain covering the sky and the sun, just like the night. Tianlai Valley really invested a lot of money, and actually used a high-level ceiling immortal formation to completely isolate this area from the outside world. This is because they are afraid that he will run away. Once this kind of ceiling immortal formation is successfully arranged, everyone in the area covered by the formation will be trapped in the formation. This is a good thing for Su Fan, so that he doesn't have to chase and kill these people when a fight breaks out. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space, and countless cultivators appeared in the air. Su Fan roughly counted them. Tianlai Valley really looked up to him. There were 200 or 300 Yuanying realm cultivators. At this time, the leader, a Yuanying late-stage cultivator in his 40s, bowed to him. "Fan Su, how are you?" All the Yuanying cultivators in the Sky Rift Valley laughed after hearing this. They didn't expect that this guy would dare to come out at this time. In order to set up this killing plan, they have been waiting for several days without sleep, just waiting for Su Fan to appear. Su Fan put down his hood, and then looked at the Tianlai Valley cultivators around him with a serious face. "Everyone, what do you mean by this?" The Yuanying late-stage great cultivator who is the leader of the opposite Tianlai Valley laughed. "Fan Su, your death is coming." After hearing the other party's words, Su Fan smiled. "Since you are looking for death, don't blame me." After hearing Su Fan's crazy words, all the cultivators in the Sky Rift Valley looked at each other. Was this guy scared silly? He could actually say such a thing at this time. "Okay, everyone, attack together." With a shout of the Yuanying late-stage great cultivator, the Tianlai Valley cultivators around him offered their attacking Taoist weapons and attacked Su Fan in an overwhelming manner. Su Fan sneered, his eyes fixed. A dark demonic smoke filled his whole body, and thick black veins like chopsticks on his neck suddenly overflowed from the cortex, wriggling like earthworms and spreading around his body. Su Fan's figure also began to expand rapidly, and in an instant he turned into a huge demonic body over 100 feet tall. This was the first time he launched a demonic body to fight, and he felt that his whole body was filled with endless power. The demonic body was definitely his peak state, and his strength increased by more than 10 times. "Ouch!" Su Fan excitedly roared to the sky, and the shrill voice whistled in everyone's ears. It seemed that a great terror and great ominousness had penetrated through the heavy space and descended into this area. The faces of the monks in the surrounding Sky Rift Valley changed suddenly, and they felt a vast and boundless sense of oppression that suddenly came to their hearts. It directly oppressed the hearts of these people, making them feel as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. "Evil demon, foreign evil demon, this kid is an evil cultivator, everyone be careful, this is the demon sect. Fellow Taoists, we will slay the demon today, let's kill him." Although Su Fan's demonized body made the cultivators of Xianli Valley look horrified, they all shouted loudly. Su Fan's demonized body was too fierce, and they were just trying to give themselves courage. At this time, all kinds of attacking Taoist weapons were whistling down, about to drown him. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the eyes of the little man in his body suddenly opened, and an extremely hot breath whistled out of his body. Yangsha Divine Fire Shield, there was a boom, and an extremely hot breath exploded, supporting a red flame shield around him. Bang! Bang! The red flame shield burned fiercely, blocking the countless whistling attacking Taoist weapons outside. Boom! Because there were too many attack weapons used by the cultivators of the Sky Rift Valley, although the Yangsha Divine Fire Shield blocked most of the weapons, the red flame shield still exploded. "Ouch!" Su Fan roared, swung his ferocious and sturdy demon arms, and smashed the remaining attack weapons. At this time, the powerful attack weapons could not withstand the destruction of his demon arms, and were smashed and flew everywhere. The cultivators of the Sky Rift Valley were all dumbfounded. This was too abnormal. The opponent's demon-eye body only relied on the strength of the flesh to knock away so many attack weapons, and judging from his state, nothing happened. The casual cultivators of Chixishan have all been to the Star Domain battlefield and have seen the ferocity of the foreign demons. But those fierce foreign demons on the Star Domain battlefield cannot be compared with this guy at all. Everyone be careful, keep attacking. The words of the late Yuanian great cultivator who led the opposite Xianli Valley had not yet been finished, and he felt that his eyes went dark, and Su Fan's huge demon body had already rushed to the front. Before he could react, a vertical eye on the huge head on the opposite side swept him, and he instantly sank into it, and the whole person fell into a state of confusion. With a snap, the soul protection device on his chest shattered, which made him recover from the state of confusion. But in just a blink of an eye, he found that the whole person was in the hands of a huge demon. Bang! The body and Yuanying of this late Yuanying great cultivator of Xianli Valley had been crushed by Su Fan. The formation plate of this high-level ceiling immortal formation must be in the hands of this guy, so Su Fan killed him first. Then, he began to use various magical powers, sweeping towards the surrounding Xianli Valley cultivators like a tsunami. Bone-eroding cold wind rolls, the air around them dropped sharply, and an extremely cold storm spread and raged everywhere, forming a terrifying eye of the storm in an instant. Dozens of nascent soul cultivators in the Sky Rift Valley felt a cold wind whistling past them. They felt a cold breath penetrate into their bodies, and their whole bodies suddenly felt like they were falling into an ice cave, and they felt as if their souls were frozen. Then, these people were horrified to find that their skin was shaved off, and their flesh began to fall off in large pieces, leaving only a skeleton. In the end, their bones gradually turned into powder and drifted into the air. In a short while, dozens of nascent soul cultivators in the Sky Rift Valley had turned into powder, as if they had never existed. 9 Nether yellow spring rain, a light blue breath whistled out of Su Fan's body, turning into a steaming water vapor that soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds had covered the entire sky. Then, drop after drop of rain fell from the sky. At first, it was sparse, but then it became more and more urgent, mixed with a strong wind, and turned into torrential rain. The heavy rain poured down, and the rain curtain covered the entire sky and earth. Although the raindrops seemed to be the size of rice grains, they were like huge rocks whistling down and fell into the crowd of cultivators in the Sky Rift Valley. Although the Yuanian cultivators of the Sky Rift Valley used all their skills, they were still smashed to pieces and instantly frozen into human-shaped ice sculptures. Moreover, the sudden drop in temperature and the rapid spread of frost also turned the entire world into a cold world. Netherworld poisonous fog. A dark fog suddenly formed and spread rapidly around, instantly covering the area within a radius of several miles. Not good. It's poisonous fog. Hearing someone shouting loudly, the cultivators in Xianli Valley took out various detoxification pills from their rings and stuffed them into their mouths like they were free. Some people even took out their trump cards at the bottom of the box to try to resist the erosion of the poisonous fog. But the intense toxins quickly spread over them, instantly corroding the various Taoist instruments and talismans they had sacrificed, and then invaded the bodies of these people to corrode the muscles and internal organs. Wherever the dark poisonous fog passed, it left behind a large number of cultivators who were no longer human, and in the end only a pool of sewage. Since Su Fan broke through the 6th level of the heavenly demon saint body art and swallowed the blood of the foreign combined demon, his strength has now undergone earth-shaking changes. Especially in the peak state of the demon eye body, the power of performing several magical powers is no longer the same. Moreover, the immortal formation set up by Xianli Valley completely sealed off the area dozens of miles, which also created an excellent environment for him. It was even more powerful against the Yuanian cultivators of the Sky Rift Valley. When these magical powers gradually subsided, there were not many Yuanian cultivators left in this immortal formation. Su Fan looked at these casual cultivators who had survived by chance coldly and sneered. They were just like chickens and dogs. You dared to set up such a killing situation to attack me. Who gave you the courage? At this moment, the eyes of dozens of Yuanian cultivators of the Sky Rift Valley who had survived by chance were red. When Su Fan activated the demon eye body, they knew that they had no way to survive. Moreover, They were in this high-level immortal formation, and they could not escape even if they wanted to. At this time, there was no other way except to fight desperately. In the immortal sect plane of Chixishan, how could Su Fan let these people walk out alive after exposing his own demon sex means? Demon. I will fight you, everyone, come together and kill this demon, kill. Kill him. Dozens of nascent soul cultivators from the Sky Rift Valley, with red eyes, roared loudly and launched a desperate attack on him. But in Su Fan's opinion, at the peak of his demonized body, these people were no different from ants. Take Suzani and Zuanayan, turning the heaven and earth seal, dead tree transformation blood seal. After a while, there was no living cultivator from the Sky Rift Valley in the dozens of miles covered by this immortal formation. Su Fan released his demonized body, then slapped the secret realm key on his waist, summoned Sister Zhen, and asked her to clean up the battlefield around. He came to the side of the late nascent soul cultivator from the Sky Rift Valley and picked up a stored ring. His eyes condensed, and his consciousness scanned the stored ring. As he expected, the formation plate of this high-level immortal formation was indeed in his hands. But before leaving, Su Fan had to clean up the battlefield. After all, he had just used a lot of magic skills of the demon sect, and the activation of the demon body would also leave the breath of evil demons. Purifying Red Lotus, with him as the center, a stream of scorching positive pole evil roared out from his body and rolled around. In a short while, the area within a radius of dozens of miles had turned into a scorching desert. All the breath in this area was also burned away by the positive pole evil. Su Fan was worried, and activated more than 10 6th-level talismans of various types to clean up the surroundings. Only after all the traces of fighting were cleared did he lift this high-level immortal sealing formation and leave here. Chapter 703 This kid is too murderous. Tianlai Valley is a valley in the mountains in the southern part of Loan Mountain Range. At first, it was a small group of independent cultivators, and later it gradually developed into its current size. In fact, the Independent Cultivator Alliance of the entire Loan Mountain Range is a loose alliance composed of such independent cultivator groups. Although Tianlai Valley is not as large as the Immortal Sect, after years of development, it also has its own Taoist traditions. Bang! Bang! In a monastery in Tianlai Valley, a foundation-building cultivator was sitting in a corner of the main hall and dozing off. He is a disciple of Tianlai Valley and is responsible for guarding the main hall today. The dozing foundation-building cultivator was awakened by a series of explosions. He looked around blankly, not knowing what happened. Bang! Bang! Then, another violent explosion sounded. He quickly got up from the ground and ran to the side hall next to the main hall. When he saw the side hall, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The soul tablets of the Yuanying seniors of the Sky Rift Valley, which were densely packed on the wall of the side hall, were broken into pieces. The young foundation-building cultivator was immediately confused. He didn't believe his eyes. He rubbed them hard and found that he was not mistaken. Bang! Bang! Just when he was confused, the soul tablets on the wall began to break again. The young foundation-building cultivator was immediately frightened and turned pale. He turned around and ran out, screaming in fear as he ran. His shrill screams also attracted other cultivators from the Sky Rift Valley. When they came to the side hall, they were also shocked by the scene in front of them. The soul tablets of more than 300 Yuanying cultivators in the Sky Rift Valley were broken into 278 pieces. In addition to the dozens of Yuanying cultivators who had their cultivation abolished a few days ago, the backbone of the Sky Rift Valley has been almost wiped out. It can even be said that the backbone of the Sky Rift Valley has been broken. Now, except for a few old monsters in the God Transformation realm, the rest of the Tianlai Valley are Jinden, foundation building, and even key training disciples. For example, there are only a few Yuanying cultivators left in Tianlai Valley. At this time, an old man in his 50s walked into the hall. Welcome to the immortal venerable Haoayu. The Tianlai Valley cultivators gathered in the hall saw him and hurriedly bowed to him. What are you all doing here? How can you be so rude? Looking at the large number of cultivators gathered here, the immortal venerable Haoayu frowned and shouted loudly. A giant cultivator walked in front of him and bowed. Master Haoayu, the soul tablet of the master uncle in the side hall just now, all broken. The giant cultivator's voice was choked up at the end. What? The immortal venerable Haoayu pushed the giant cultivator aside, walked into the side hall, and looked at the empty wall, and was stunned. His eyes went dark and he almost fainted. There are hundreds of nascent soul cultivators. How can they just disappear? Immortal Master Hayaoi walked out of the hall with a gloomy face, then took off the communication array from his waist, and after activating it with spiritual energy, 3 phantoms appeared in front of him. Everyone. The soul tablets of those who participated in the siege of Fansu are all broken. Hearing his words, the phantoms of the 3 old monsters in the Sky Rift Valley all exclaimed. What? Impossible, more than 200 nascent souls, how is it possible, all broken, you didn't see it wrong. Immortal Master Hayaoi smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I just came out of the side hall, I can't see it wrong. After hearing what he said, the 3 immortal masters in the Sky Rift Valley were silent. Because of the plan to kill Su Fan today, in order to avoid suspicion, they all went to other loose cultivator organizations deep in the Loyan Mountains. They thought it was a surefire siege, but they actually lost more than 200 nascent soul cultivators. Most of these people were trained by them since childhood. They were definitely the backbone of Xianli Valley and the cultivators who felt the most belonging to Xianli Valley. More than 200 people, just gone. They couldn't figure it out anyway. How could more than 200 Yuanying cultivators be wiped out against one person? This was too unreasonable. Immortal Master Hayaoi sighed and said, you should come back first. After he said that, his face twisted and he said in a deep voice, no matter what, we have to kill the kid. The phantoms of the 3 immortal masters of the Xianli Valley did not speak, but slowly disappeared into the air. After cleaning up the battlefield, Su Fan performed the void escape method and returned to his cave. He walked into the thatched cottage, sat cross-legged, and then took off the communication array from his waist and sent a message to his master. Master, I was ambushed by the people of Xianli Valley. The old man received his message and replied very quickly. What, are you okay? It's okay, I killed all the people who ambushed me. Well, Tianlai Valley is too bullying, these casual cultivators are just these despicable things. Su Fan hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell his master about this. After all, killing 200 Yuanying cultivators at once was definitely a shocking event in the entire Chixishan. In order to ambush me, Tianlai Valley not only set up a high-level immortal ceiling formation and trapped me in the formation, but also sent a full 200 Yuanying cultivators. They just don't want to give me a chance to live, humph. Don't worry, I will report to the sect master, and I must ask Tianlai Valley for an explanation this time. Just as this message came, the old man's next message also arrived. Wait? You said that there were more than 200 Yuanying cultivators in Tianlai Valley who ambushed you, the master finally reacted. Well, they sent more than 200 Yuanying, you just said that those who ambushed you were all killed by you. Well, I killed them all. You killed more than 200 Yuanying cultivators from Xianli Valley by yourself. Well, I counted, 278, maybe the master was a little confused. The old man didn't reply to his message. After a full half a minute, the master replied to the message. You kid didn't lie, did you? It's no wonder the old man didn't believe it. There were more than 200 Yuanying cultivators, and they also set up a ceiling formation. It was like catching a turtle in a jar, and there was no place to run. Why would I lie to you? I have 278 identity jade cards in my hand. All of them are from Xianli Valley. After a long silence, the old man replied to the message. I see. Did you use the high-level talismans of the 2 uncles? The master didn't reply to the message for such a long time. Maybe he was reviewing it for him, and finally came to this conclusion. The old man was also worried. No, that's my life-saving item. How can I use it easily? There was another long silence, and after a long while, the old man finally replied with another message. You kid, come here right now, right now. After seeing the message from his master, Su Fan sighed, stood up from the ground, and left the cave. An hour later, the 10 super immortal sects and all the immortal sects in the central region received a complaint message from the Bikyong immortal sect almost at the same time. The content of this message bitterly complained about the ugly behavior of the Sky Rift Valley in ambush Su Fan. The Sky Rift Valley gathered a large number of Yuanying cultivators and set up a high-level ceiling immortal formation in the Kaiksha market of the Bikyong immortal sect, attempting to kill the disciples of the Bikyong immortal sect. Now that there are witnesses and evidence, I hope that all the immortal sects in the central region of Chixishan will jointly denounce the atrocities of the Sky Rift Valley and ask for an explanation from the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Although this complaint message described the whole process of the incident, it did not mention the fact that Su Fan killed more than 200 Yuanying cultivators in the Sky Rift Valley alone. There was no other way. When the high-ranking officials of Baekhyang Xianzong learned the truth, they were all shocked by the explosive news. The leader of Baekhyang Xianzong made a prompt decision and ordered the release of a complaint message to all the major Xianzongs. It is better to occupy the public opinion first, confuse the information as much as possible, and try to downplay the fact that Su Fan killed 200 Yuanying alone. As soon as the complaint message of Baekhyang Xianzong was released, it immediately caused an uproar in the central region of Cultivation. It is not that there have been cases of casual cultivators setting up traps to ambush and kill Xianzong disciples, but most of them have no evidence and end up in vain. But this time is different. Not only are there witnesses and physical evidence, but the ambush location is also within the sphere of influence of Baekhyang Xianzong. The fact that Xianlu Valley set up a trap to ambush Su Fan has been hammered. After all, in the Xianzong plain of Cultivation, all the major Xianzongs have zero tolerance for such things, and no one wants their disciples to encounter such a situation in the future. Therefore, including the 10 super-immortal sects, all the immortal sects in the central region of Cultivation have made solemn representations to the Loose Cultivator Alliance and demanded that Xianlu Valley give an explanation within 3 days. Faced with the overwhelming solemn representations from the major immortal sects, the various loose cultivator organizations of the Loose Cultivator Alliance also looked helpless. Everyone knows that Xianlu Valley must have been caught by others in setting up an ambush to attack the disciples of the immortal sect, otherwise the major immortal sects would not be so excited. The people of the Loose Cultivator Alliance are secretly complaining that Xianlu Valley is useless and can't even do a simple thing like setting up an ambush to attack a person. This matter has been making a fuss for several days, and instead of a calming down, it has become more and more intense. This also puts Xianlu Valley under great pressure, and the 4 immortal masters of the transformation of gods are also unable to say anything. Not only did more than 200 Yuanying realm cultivators under their sects die in one day, but they also had to bear the pressure of public opinion from various immortal sects. The main reason is that they are not right, and public opinion is also very unfavorable to Xianlu Valley. Even if they lost 200 Yuanying cultivators, it was their own fault, because they were asked to ambush other people's disciples in the sphere of influence of Baekhyang Xianzong. As for the fact that Su Fan killed 200 Yuanying cultivators in Xianlu Valley alone, no one paid attention to it because the information released by Baekhyang Xianzong did not mention it at all. The attitude of the Loose Cultivator Alliance was even worse. Until now, no Loose Cultivator organization has supported Xianlu Valley. Although they contacted the high-level monsters of several major forces in the Loose Cultivator Alliance, the replies they received were all false and there was no intention to support them at all. Loose cultivators are all people who would rather die than die with their friends. If the situation is favorable, it is the credit of the entire Loose Cultivator Alliance. If the situation is unfavorable, it is the responsibility of your Xianlu Valley. According to the current situation, the meaning of the Loose Cultivator Alliance is already very clear, and Xianlu Valley has been abandoned. Several immortal masters of the Xianlu Valley sat together for a few days to study, but they could not think of any good solution. In the end, they had no choice but to release a message. The ambush of the disciples of Baekhyang Xianzong was not the intention of Xianlu organization, but the personal behavior of the disciples. Xianlu will make a certain amount of compensation to Baekhyang Xianzong, and will close the mountain for 50 years to reflect on their mistakes. This is like swallowing one's own anger. Seeing Xianlu admit his mistakes and close the mountain for 50 years, the major Xianzong in the central region of Cultivation finally stopped. Killing is not enough. The style of Cultivation Xianzong often leaves some room for maneuver. For a loose cultivation organization, closing the mountain for 50 years is already a very serious punishment. The high-level officials of Baekhyang Xianzong also breathed a sigh of relief, and finally fooled the matter over. He killed more than 200 Yuanying cultivators alone. If this matter spreads, the whole Cultivation will explode. Cultivation is the plain of the Xianzong. Killing 200 Yuanying cultivators at once without leaving a single one alive is definitely a manifestation of cruelty and murder in the eyes of the Xianzong disciples. Even many high-level officials of Baekhyang Xianzong have a sharp decline in their impression of Su Fan. This kid is too murderous. This is not a disciple of the immortal sect. There are no such cruel people in the demon sect because the art of formation is profound. Most of the disciples of the Baekhyang immortal sect are nerds. And the combat effectiveness of the disciples in the Foundation Establishment realm and the Golden Core realm can be almost ignored. Even the fighting ability of the union cultivators in the sect is scum compared with other disciples of the immortal sect. Only when the formation cultivator breaks through to the spiritual transformation realm, masters the ability to draw talismans in the void, and reaches the realm of formation with a law, will the combat effectiveness rise significantly. The sect suddenly came up with such a thing, and many senior officials in the sect are quite disgusted. In the evening, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the master's cave, holding a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put the jade slip down, then closed his eyes and concentrated on it. These days, he has been living in the master's cave, learning the art of formation from the old man. Su Fan knew very well that this was a kind of protection from the master. Now the old guys in the sect's upper echelons have mixed attitudes towards him, so it's better not to show up. Although the sect master is quite supportive of him, the Baekhyang Immortal sect is not a one-man show, and the opinions of other old monsters must be considered. At this time, Rufang Immortal Venerable came in from outside and sat cross-legged opposite him. Seeing that his master had returned, Su Fan hurriedly got up from the ground and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for the old man. He poured a cup of spiritual tea for his master, and then laughed and said, "Master, what does the sect think?" Rufang Immortal Venerable glared at him fiercely and scolded him, "Why don't you study the art of formation well? Why do you care about so many things?" After he finished speaking, he pointed to the opposite side and said, "Come and sit down." Then, the old man began to test Su Fan's study in the past few days, and he was so angry that he scolded him. Su Fan suffered a lot, and there were a lot of big bumps on his head. Chapter 704 This kid is a disaster. In the next few days, Su Fan was almost tortured to death by his master. Immortal Rufang also stayed at home and stayed by his side every day to teach him the inheritance of the formation. This kind of life was worse than death for Su Fan. But it also greatly stimulated his potential and forced him to use all his energy to study the formation. At noon that day, Su Fan sat cross-legged in his master's cave, holding a jade slip and thinking hard. Master Rufang sat opposite him, drinking spiritual tea leisurely while reading an ancient book with relish. At this time, the communication array disc on the old man's waist vibrated slightly. Immortal Rufang took off the communication array disc from his waist and looked at the message on it. He put away the communication array disc, then glanced at Su Fan opposite him and snorted coldly. HMPH. Can't you worry less, kid? Look at what happened this time. After hearing the master's scolding, Su Fan immediately looked bitter. Master, what you said is not right. I don't want to do it either, but the Sky Rift Valley has gathered so many people to ambush me. What can I do? Do I have to wait for death? Then you can't kill them all. Rufang Xianzhen knew that this statement was a bit untenable, so he didn't say it so confidently. At that time, how can you ask me to stop? Rufang Xianzhen couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. You caused trouble and thought that there was no trace left at the scene, but can you hide it from those people in the sect? Someone has already sensed the breath of the demon sect at the scene. This is so fucking. Su Fan got scared when he heard it. Could it be that some of the top masters in the sect smelled something? No wonder some of the sect's high-level people were dissatisfied with him. In fact, it was because he came from the demon sect after all. Cultivation is a pure immortal sect plane, and Baekhyang Xianzong is also a pure formation sect. If a demon cultivator suddenly sneaked in, how would other immortal sects in Cultivation view Baekhyang Xianzong if this got out? Before I joined the sect, I had already reported my situation to the sect master, and he knew it too. Immortal Master Rufang sneered and said, "Do you think he has the final say in Baekhyang Immortal sect?" He sighed again after he finished speaking. "I'm afraid even he didn't expect that you can be so troublesome." Although the sect master knew his origin, he had no choice at the time. After all, Baekhyang Immortal sect moved to Loin Mountain Range, and the situation was very embarrassing, so how could they care about those things? But he never expected that this kid would be a disaster. Since Su Fan entered the sect's law enforcement hall, he has never stopped. His style of doing things is cruel and domineering. There is no trace of the shadow of the immortal sect. Even the demon sect is not as cruel as him. At worst, I will leave Baekhyang Immortal sect and not give up the sect. Su Fan hadn't finished speaking when he was hit on the head, and he was so painful that he twitched. What nonsense are you talking about? You are my disciple. You have nothing to fear with me here. Su Fan rubbed his head with a grin. Although it hurt him to the bone, he felt warm in his heart. It must be said that although this old man harmed him every day, he was really protective of him. Su Fan had joined so many sects, but this was the first time he felt someone backing him up. Okay, come here every 10 days from now on, and you can get out of here. After hearing what the master said, Su Fan felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly got up and kowtowed to the old man, and turned to leave. Don't leave the mountain gate during this period. Those old guys in Cheyenne Valley will not let it go, master. I know. After Su Fan finished speaking, he bowed to the old man again, then turned and left the master's cave. He came to the outside of the cave and let out a long breath. Finally escaped from the old man's devil's cave. What kind of life have I been living these days? It's just in dire straits. The master really doesn't tolerate his bad habits. Of course, Su Fan was not ungrateful, knowing that the old man was doing him a favor. No matter what happened in the future, he would accept this master. As for the dirty things among the high-ranking members of the sect, Su Fan didn't care at all. He joined the Baekhyun Immortal sect to get the wool. Even if the sect was destroyed, it would have nothing to do with him. Su Fan returned to his cave at the mountain gate, and then entered the portable secret realm. He sat cross-legged in the thatched cottage, and Sister Zhen quickly brewed a pot of spiritual tea, and then poured him a cup. Su Fan took the teacup and took a sip, then asked, "Have you collected the body and soul of the 200 yuan infant?" "Well, I gave them all to Yaksha. It asked me yesterday whether to refine them all into the White Bone King and the Evil Spirit, or something." Su Fan thought for a while and said, "Let's keep them all for now, and talk about it later." In the Juan secret realm in his hand, there were already a lot of ghost materials stored, but they had not been refined. Now, most of the sects of his demon sect come from the King Star region, and the sects of the demon sect are simply incomparable to here. When he has mastered the art of formation, he will find a way to go to demon sect plane. Su Fan was stranded in Chuxishan alone. He was very satisfied to be able to obtain the complete inheritance of the art of formation in Baekhyun Xianzong. Unfortunately, the art of formation is profound and he has been studying it for several years, but there is no movement on the game panel until now. There is not even a shadow of the art of formation on the skill interface, which can only mean that many basic knowledge of the art of formation has not been mastered, and even the conditions for entry are not met. It was not until he joined the family as a sacrifice that Su Fan came into contact with a real inheritance of the art of formation, and finally understood what the art of formation was. In the world of cultivation, the four arts of elixir, formation, talisman, and instrument, the cultivators of the art of formation are definitely the most precious. The cultivators of the art of formation have systematically learned the basic knowledge of the art of formation since they were a few years old. If there is no systematic inheritance and no diligent teaching from the elders of the sect or family, I am afraid that they will not even be able to touch the threshold of the art of formation. Moreover, the inheritance of the formation is profound and extensive, and this profession requires too much talent. Many formation practitioners have studied the formation for decades, but in the end they can only become an engineer-type formation practitioner. After all, there are very few formation geniuses like Chen Qing. At this time, Su Fan frowned, stood up from the ground, left the portable secret realm, and came to the cave outside. He opened the formation of the cave, and saw Chen Qing standing there, smiling at him. Su Fan was stunned for a moment and said, "Junior sister, please come in. How do you know I'm back?" "I won't tell you." After hearing Chen Qing's words, Su Fan laughed and led her into the cave. The sister came at the right time. The master assigned him a lot of homework these days, and he was worried about this. It must be said that with the help of this academic bully, many difficult problems that had troubled him for a long time were solved with just a few words. If it weren't for Chen Qing's tireless answering of his questions in the past few months, Su Fan would not know how much suffering he would have suffered. The two entered the thatched cottage and sat cross-legged. Su Fan brewed a pot of spiritual tea and poured her a cup. Chen Qing took a sip of the teacup, then stared at Su Fan intently, her bright red lips slightly smiling, her eyebrows and eyes full of charm. Su Fan was so shocked by her gaze that he felt uncomfortable all over. "Junior sister, why are you looking at me like that?" Chen Qing laughed. Her eyes as clear as mountain springs were black and white, lively and cold, and rippling. "You really killed more than 200 Yuanying's engines in Cheyenne Valley." Su Fan couldn't help but shudder after hearing his words. The master told him that the sect had deliberately concealed this matter. Could it be that the news had leaked out? "Who did you hear this from? How is it possible?" Chen Qing snorted and said, "Look how scared you are. Apart from me, few people know about this. Su Fan was relieved. As long as the news didn't spread out, it would be fine. In fact, as long as the limelight of this matter passed, the more outrageous it was, the less people would believe it. Because this has exceeded people's imagination, it is just like a fairy tale. Facing Chen Qing's fiery eyes, Su Fan subconsciously panicked, and he quickly took out a jade slip from his ring. Junior sister, you came at the right time, please save my brother, the master is trying to force me to death, puff. Chen Qing covered her mouth and laughed, and suddenly a bright smile appeared, as if all things were revived and full of vitality. Next, Su Fan began to ask her about the parts of the homework assigned by the master that he had not figured out, and Chen Qing also patiently answered his questions. For the questions raised by a poor student like him, Chen Qing thought it was simply child's play. If it were a student with excellent talent in formation, he would probably have been impatient long ago, but Chen Qing did not have a trace of impatience. Until the evening, Chen Qing still had no intention of leaving. People helped him answer questions and solve doubts for an entire afternoon, and they didn't even have a bite of food. Of course, Su Fan couldn't play dumb. It's just that it's not a solution for a single man and a single woman to be in the same room. But at this time, it was a bit too deliberate for him to call Shen Fang over. At this time, the communication array disc on Su Fan's waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and found that it was a message from Shen Fang. Brother, what are you doing? I'm in the cave in the mountain gate. I haven't seen you for a long time. Let's have a drink. Sister Chen Qing is here too. After knowing Shen Fang for so long, this was the most enthusiastic time for Su Fan. Haha, wait for me, I'll be there in a while. Su Fan's enthusiasm also infected Shen Fang, who was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Bring some spiritual food from Xiancheng. I haven't prepared anything here, haha. Then I'll go to Liu Xianju to order a table of spiritual food first. I just happen to have a few bottles of spiritual wine here. Su Fan lived in seclusion in the mountain gate for more than a month, staying in the cave every day to study and ponder the array. He went to the master's cave every 10 days to accept the old man's test and teaching. The rest of the time he stayed at home, and the disciples of the sect couldn't even see his shadow in the mountain gate. Su Fan is now very famous in Biqiang Xianzong. He has become an idol-like existence for the disciples of the sect, especially many female disciples of the sect want to meet him. Except for Chen Qing and Shen Fang who often go there, many disciples of the sect don't even know that he is at the mountain gate. It may be because the ambush of Su Fan by Xianli Valley has caused too much trouble. Now the scattered cultivators gathered in the sphere of influence of Biqiang Xianzong are also very well behaved. At least before the limelight of this matter has passed, the scattered cultivator alliance will not cause any trouble. As expected, the news that Su Fan killed more than 200 Yuanying cultivators in Xianli Valley alone has been spread. This news is not related to Biqiang Xianzong, but leaked from Xianli Valley. But this incident did not cause any waves. Many people sneered and didn't believe it at all. What a joke, bragging is not like this. Even the sword cultivators of Xianai sword sect, although they have seen his true strength, feel that this news is a bit nonsense. So this news has become a joke in Chixishan. This kind of thing is not uncommon in Chixishan. Many famous monks also rely on everyone to blow up their deeds. This also made the high-level officials of Biqiang Xianzong all relieved. If this matter spread out, Chixishan would definitely explode. Su Fan was of course happy to see it happen. What he feared most was being burdened by his reputation. Of course, although this matter has been settled, he still dared not leave the sect's sphere of influence easily, and even dared not leave the mountain gate. How could those old monsters in Xianli Valley give up? Once they were on their minds, Su Fan's head was like a sword hanging, and his life was in danger at any time. So this hidden danger must be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise he couldn't even sleep well. As for when to solve this hidden danger, Su Fan already had an idea and was now waiting for the opportunity. In the evening, the sunset was all over the sky. The bright red light emitted by the setting sun seemed to sprinkle a layer of gold on the entire valley. Su Fan sat cross-legged in the thatched cottage. Although his face was very calm, he had an unconcealed surprise in his heart. Just now, the 6th level of Heavenly Demon Sacred Body Art finally made him complete his practice. Su Fan clenched his fists and deeply felt the endless power. After the 6th level of Heavenly Demon Sacred Body Art was completed, his physical strength increased several times compared to when he just broke through. If measured purely by physical body, Su Fan's strength is no different from that of a divine transformation cultivator. Of course, if you were to face the divine transformation supreme, he would still be unsure, as his soul alone was much worse. But if you were to take advantage of the time and place and wait for an opportunity to sneak attack a divine transformation cultivator, there would be no problem, basically one kill and one accurate. This is already very against the sky. After all, the two sides are one major realm apart, and the strength is definitely a world of difference. It is said that some elite disciples of the sects in the superplane can cross the level to kill the divine transformation old monster in the nascent soul realm. But that depends on who they are against, and they are mainly aimed at the divine transformation old monsters among the evil cultivators or casual cultivators. If it was a true divine transformation supreme from a true immortal sect or demon sect, an ordinary nascent soul cultivator would have no chance at all. At this time, Su Fan suddenly remembered something. He took out a jade slip from his ring and placed it on his forehead. After the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint body art was fully cultivated, the technique would have 2 magical powers, which made him very much looking forward to it. Chapter 705, Can't You Be More Careful? Heavenly Demon Sacred body art was completed. Su Fan had been looking forward to the 2 magical powers that came with the art. Legend has it that the netherworld yin fire comes from the netherworld realm, and it is very rare in other places. This rare flame can only be born under various extremely special conditions. The netherworld yin fire is known for its powerful destructive power, and because it has the characteristics of the netherworld realm, it is also very corrosive. Moreover, this eerie and strange flame is very harmful to both the human race and the demon race. Su Fan was also lucky enough to fall into the demon realm of Hei Songling, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise and broke through the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Sacred body art. These 2 magical powers are Yin Fire Entanglement and Netherworld Fire Domain. Yin Fire Entanglement, as the name suggests, can turn Yin Fire into flame thorns, which can be whipped, entangled, and can also hide underground to sneak attack opponents, which is very eerie and vicious. As long as you are hid or entangled by the thorns composed of Netherworld Yin Fire, the consequences can be imagined. Netherworld Fire Domain is even more powerful. It is a kind of domain-type magical power. Once it is activated, it can form a domain. This is a domain composed of. Even if the most powerful opponent is in this domain, he will have to endure the burning and corrosion of Netherworld Yin Fire. After reading the overview of these 2 magical powers, Su Fan suddenly became excited. With the 2 heaven-defying magical powers of Yin Fire Entanglement and Netherworld Fire Domain, he has 2 trump cards at the bottom of the box. If he uses the game panel to brush these 2 magical powers to the realm of law, he will not be afraid even if he encounters the Supreme God of Transformation in the future. Su Fan has already thought about it. In the near future, he must put all his energy on these 2 magical powers. Don't think that the sphere of influence of Baekhyang Xianzong is calm now, but this is just a half-time break. In the future, whether it is the top 10 super immortal sects or the loose cultivator alliance, they will not let Baekhyang Xianzong easily take root in Loyan Mountains. Moreover, Su Fan almost slaughtered all the Yuanying cultivators in Xianli Valley, and several of the other side's Huishan cultivators wanted to eat him alive. If this hidden danger is not solved, Su Fan dare not even go out of the mountain gate. He can't hide in the mountain gate forever, so if he wants to solve this hidden danger, he has to kill several Huishan old monsters in Xianli Valley once and for all. Although he is facing several Huishan old monsters, if he makes a careful layout, he is not without a chance of winning. In any case, Su Fan's mentality has changed unconsciously. If it were in the past, when he faced Huishan cultivators, his first feeling would be to run as far away as possible. How dare he be like this now, actually boldly thinking about how to solve this hidden danger, and the one he solved was not a Huishan old monster. If others knew about Su Fan's idea, they would definitely say that he was ignorant of the world. But since he broke through the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint body art, coupled with swallowing the blood of the foreign combined demon, his strength has increased significantly. So Su Fan now has a bit of the mentality of a strong man. In addition to studying the art of formation in the mountain gate, he has been practicing the 6th level of Heavenly Demon Saint body art for the rest of the time, actually waiting for these 2 magical powers. Unless he has no choice, Su Fan never fights a battle without confidence. And in order to solve this hidden danger, he doesn't know how long he has been thinking about it in his heart, taking various factors into consideration. Next, He will use the game panel to update the data of the two magical powers Yin Fire Entanglement and Netherworld Fire Domain as soon as possible. Anyway, the more trump cards in hand, the better. After all, no casual cultivator can break through the God Transformation realm. In the early morning, Su Fan had breakfast and came to the Master's cave. Today is the day for the old man to test him on the art of formation. He took out a formation talisman and walked into the cave. Rufang Immortal Venerable was sitting cross-legged in the fine house in the cave. Seeing Su Fan coming, he didn't pay attention to him and drank tea there. Disciple greets Master. Su Fan bowed deeply, and then sat cross-legged in front of the Master. Because of the help of Chen Qing, the Master of Formation, Su Fan's life has been much better recently, and he has hardly been scolded by the old man. He took out an ancient wooden box from his ring and placed it in front of his master. Master, please try this spiritual tea. This is the top-grade spiritual tea that Chen Qing got from her elders. The quality is quite good. Su Fan took some today to honor his master. Rufang Xianzhen glanced at him, then took the wooden box and opened it to smell it. Well, you are thoughtful. After he said that, he put the wooden box into his ring, and then glanced at Su Fan with a smile. I heard that Chen Qing has been very close to you recently. After hearing what his master said, Su Fan smiled guiltily. Junior sister Chen Qing and I are both in the Sex Law Enforcement Hall, and we have always had a good relationship. What's the matter? Do you have any thoughts about that girl? Su Fan almost spit out the tea leaves in his mouth after hearing this, and quickly put down the teacup and waved his hand. Master, what are you thinking? Don't say such things. How can I be worthy of her? Besides, every time we meet, it's not just the two of us. Immortal Rufang snorted coldly and said, it's good that you know, but you should have a good relationship with her. He pointed at Su Fan and said, you are good in everything, but you are too unsociable. How long have you been in the sect? Can you name a few of your fellow disciples? Su Fan spread his hands and said helplessly, there is no way. I am not good at socializing, Immortal Rufang said angrily, forget about the others. Do you know who your fellow disciples are? He really didn't know. When he became a disciple of the old man, several of his fellow disciples were not in the sect. Master, why don't you introduce them to me? The old man was drinking tea with a cup in his hand. After hearing what he said, he almost threw the cup on his face. You bastard, do I need to introduce you to this? Can't you go and find out for yourself? He sighed and said, can't you be more careful? I think there is no hope for further progress. I only have a few hundred years to live. When my time comes, you won't even have anyone to help you in the sect. After hearing what his master said, Su Fan felt very uncomfortable. If a mortal can live to be 100 or 80 years old, he is already considered an old man, but for a cultivator, a few hundred years is nothing. Especially when you reach the realm of the God Transformation Immortal Venerable, it is not an exaggeration to say that your time is coming. The Immortal Venerable Rufang can say this because he is considering his future. After all, in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, it is impossible for a person like Su Fan who has no roots and no wings to break through the God Transformation realm without support. Thinking of this, Su Fan smiled bitterly. Master, I know, I will pay attention in the future. Hearing Su Fan say this, the Immortal Venerable Rufang's face looked better. You kid, your talent in formation is so poor. Even if I teach you step by step, you can forget about making a name for yourself in the sect. When the sect has established itself in Loyan Mountain Range, what's the use of you being a good fighter? The old man was right. Now he was just trying to force him to do it despite his disgust. In the entire Biqiang Immortal sect, there was no disciple of the Immortal Master Huishan who had such a poor talent in formation as Su Fan. However, Immortal Master Rufang was really worrying too much. As Su Fan thought about it, a light curtain appeared in front of him. Skill, Formation, Beginner, 1/1000. Just a few days ago, the skill column on Su Fan's game panel finally showed the item of Formation. It was too difficult. Just getting started was so difficult. It took him several years just to consolidate the foundation of Formation. This was Immortal Master Rufang, who was at the level of Huishan, and he taught him step by step. If he relied on himself, he probably wouldn't be able to get started in his lifetime. And the most terrifying thing is that the experience value for just getting started has reached 1000. Let alone let him reach the realm of law and the realm of the Great Way, it would take tens of thousands of experience points to reach the realm of evolution. The profoundness of the art of formation can be seen from this. But no matter what, At least the art of formation has appeared on the game panel. As long as you get started, there's hope. Anyway, you have to work hard, and one day you will reach the realm of law and the realm of the Great Way. Su Fan didn't believe it. How could he not reach it after hundreds of years of hard work? It is estimated that in a few hundred years, the glasses of the old man Rufang's Ianzan will definitely be broken to the ground. Thinking of this, Su Fan dismissed the game panel in front of him, and then knelt down in front of the master and kowtowed. Master, I know that I am not talented enough, but I will never let you down in the future, he kowtowed willingly. If it weren't for the old man's hard feeding, it would be hard to say whether he could get started in the art of formation. Immortal Rufang was so angry that he laughed and said, "Silly child, the art of formation requires talent. If you don't have that talent, no matter how much effort you put in, it will be in vain." At this point, the old man couldn't help but sigh. "I teach you the art of formation step by step because I don't want you to fall too far behind. Don't think about making a name for yourself in the art of formation in the future, and don't spend all your energy on it." Master's words made Su Fan laugh and cry, but he couldn't explain it to the old man. No matter what, Master will live for another few hundred years. When I use the game panel in the future to brush the art of formation to the realm of law, I will give the old man a surprise. When Su Fan first came to Chixishan, he had thought about learning all the 4 arts of Immortal Sect, namely, pill, formation, talisman, and instrument cultivation. But since he systematically studied the art of formation, it seems like a fantasy now. He was lucky to be able to understand the art of formation in his life. In addition to the art of formation, Su Fan could only spare some time to work hard on the art of talismans and the art of weapons. After all, the foundation of the art of talismans and the art of weapons is good, and these 2 skills are relatively easy, and there is no need to have a deep attainment. Anyway, I don't rely on the art of alchemy and the art of talismans to make a living, as long as I can meet my needs. As for the art of alchemy, forget it. In the next few months, the sphere of influence of the Baekhyang Immortal Sect was still calm. After all, Su Fan had just been ambushed by the Sky Rift Valley, so neither the 10 super immortal sects nor the Loose Cultivator Alliance had any more trouble. This also gave Su Fan plenty of time every day to use the game panel to brush the 2 magical powers of Yin Fire Entanglement and Netherworld Fire Domain. He was also racing against time, hoping to increase the gold content of his trump card as much as possible before the Loose Cultivator Alliance launched again. At noon that day, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the cave, holding a jade slip and thinking hard. After a while, he put the jade slip into the ring and sighed. It's no wonder that the master said that his talent in the art of formation is really scum. Although Chen Qing would come over every now and then to help him answer questions and solve doubts, he still learned with difficulty. Of course, it was mainly because of the cramming teaching method of the immortal Rufang, which was indeed difficult for him. Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip, then thought for a while and took out the communication array of the demon house from the ring. He activated the array and browsed on the light screen. Su Fan browsed for a long time and did not find any unusual movements of the evil cultivators in the Loyan Mountains, so he was relieved. As for the Loose Cultivator Alliance, Su Fan took the opportunity of the Loose Cultivators going south to let Luo Hu and the Loose Cultivator disciples of the Outer Door Law Enforcement Hall to buy off the Loose Cultivators from all over the place. You know what? This trick is really effective. After all, the Loose Cultivator Alliance is composed of various loose organizations, the management agency is non-existent, and their intelligence system is like a sieve. In order to earn more spirit stones, these loose cultivators can even sell their Taoist partners. So in the past few months, Su Fan went to the platform of the Demon House every 2 days to browse and keep an eye on the dynamics of the evil cultivators in Loyan Mountain Range. Luo Hu would also often report to him the intelligence from the Loose Cultivator Alliance, and now Shen Fang has taken over his patrol work. Su Fan released him and asked him to be responsible for the intelligence work of the Outer Gate Law Enforcement Hall. According to the recent reports from Luo Hu, there have been no unusual movements in the various forces of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Su Fan put the communication array disk of the Demon House into the ring, then stood up from the ground and wanted to go outside to brush up on the proficiency of the 2 magical powers. But as soon as he walked outside the thatched cottage, the communication array disk on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan took off the communication array disk from his waist and found that it was a message from Luo Hu, which immediately made him frown. Luo, who usually came to his cave to report to him in person in the morning. Since he took over the intelligence work of the Outer Gate Law Enforcement Hall, this was the first time he sent him a message at this time. Su Fan had a bad feeling in his heart. Brother, I just received intelligence that the Loose Cultivator Alliance may make a move. It seems that the Loose Cultivator Alliance can no longer sit still and is ready to make a move again. Is the intelligence accurate? This intelligence should be quite reliable. Several spies I arranged in the Loose Cultivator Alliance gave me the news almost at the same time. After listening to Luo Hu's words, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. He was not afraid of the Loose Cultivator Alliance making a fuss. This was also something he had expected a long time ago. The main reason was that the two new magical powers, Yin Fire Entanglement and Netherworld Fire Domain, required a lot of experience points. After a few months, he had mastered these two magical powers to the subtle realm. In this case, it was time for Su Fan to leave the mountain gate. At least before the Loose Cultivator Alliance took action, he must completely solve his hidden dangers. Thinking of this, Su Fan left the cave and flew out of the mountain gate with his magic weapon. The Loose Cultivator Alliance also arranged a large number of spies in various places of Biqiang Xianzong, always paying attention to the movements of Biqiang Xianzong. In particular, Su Fan's whereabouts were definitely the most concerned by the spies of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. As soon as Su Fan left the mountain gate, he used the void escape technique and came to the cave outside Biqiang Immortal City. This was also the first time he returned to this cave in the past year. 2 days later, Su Fan left the cave outside Biqiang Immortal City and then inspected various markets and resource points within the sphere of influence of Biqiang Immortal Sect. Chapter 706. Is this kid stupid? It has been raining for the past few days. As soon as Su Fan arrived outside the Kaiksha market, it was drizzling. The sky was dark and the drizzle was cold. The dead leaves rustled and the whole mountain was desolate. The mountains in the distance were hazy, as if rendered with light ink. When he came out of the Kaiksha market, the sky, which was originally covered with dark clouds, was covered with dark clouds, like a galloping army, rolling and passing by from the top of the sky. The wind was blowing, the thunder was rolling, and the rain was pouring down. The rain curtain covered the entire sky and the earth. In the heavy rain, a series of lightning-like fire chains flashed in the sky, and the sound of thunder like the collapse of the sky and the earth rang out. Su Fan looked up at the dark sky and was about to use the Zhi Qian Ya void escape method to return to the cave. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of lightning flashed across the sky. Boom! Then, there was a deafening explosion. Suddenly, Su Fan turned around abruptly, staring at the dark sky in the distance. A dazzling light emerged from the void, as if it came from the sky. This dazzling light instantly tore through the darkness, sweeping up a mighty force, sweeping across like an overwhelming force. This is the Yin-Yang 2 Yin Yuan magnetic divine light. The dazzling light instantly swept across the sky and the earth, and wherever the light passed, entire areas of mountains and forests were annihilated. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and a flash of blood flashed all over his body, and he had disappeared from the spot. But his figure only appeared a few thousand meters away, and the blood escape technique completely lost its effect, and he was instantly submerged in the dazzling light. In fact, when Su Fan left the cave, the immortal Master Hushan of Xianli Valley had already received the news. Ever since Su Fan almost killed all the Yuanying cultivators in Xianli Valley, they have been waiting outside the mountain gate of Biqiang Xianzong, waiting for him to show up. Who knew that after several months, this kid didn't even step out of the mountain gate? Xianli Valley had just been closed, and several immortal masters couldn't stay here every day, but they were afraid that Su Fan would show up, so they divided into two groups to keep an eye on Su Fan's movements at any time. Finally, hard work paid off, and Su Fan, who was hiding in the mountain gate of Biqiang Xianzong, finally came out. Two immortal masters from Xianli Valley set up a domain outside when he entered the Kaiksha market. As soon as Su Fan came out of the market, they launched the Yin-Yang 2 Yin Yuan magnetic light without hesitation. At this time, the figures of the two immortal masters appeared from the air and came to the place where Su Fan had just been. At this time, the ground was in a mess, as if the end of the world had come. A huge gully several miles wide appeared on the ground, extending for dozens of miles. On both sides of this deep ravine, the forests had long since disappeared, leaving only the dark scorched earth. The boy's breath has disappeared, probably turned into ashes. Let's investigate carefully. This boy is extremely cunning. Don't let him take advantage of the loopholes. The two old monsters of the Cheyenne Valley completely released their spiritual senses and swept all the areas within a radius of dozens of miles. Only then did they feel relieved. Finally, this boy was killed, and the more than 200 Yuan disciples of Cheyenne Valley could rest in peace. Although this ambush was a bit too easy, the two old monsters of the Cheyenne Valley did not think there was anything wrong. After all, Su Fan was only a mid-Yuan cultivator, facing the full force of the Huashan cultivator, and it was a deliberate sneak attack. Not to mention a Yuan cultivator, even a Huashan cultivator would be seriously injured if he didn't die. This kid is lucky. I want to catch him alive and give him a good beating. Forget it, let's go quickly. This is the sphere of influence of the Baekhyang Immortal sect. Although the two old monsters in the God Transformation realm of the Sky Rift Valley have already set up a domain of law here, the movement just now was not small, and they were afraid of alarming the high-level monks of the Baekhyang Immortal sect. They were about to leave here, but they felt a strong breath almost at the same time. The two raised their heads and saw a little fire in the dark sky. Boom, there was a deafening roar, and a shocking section force broke out in an instant, forming a huge spiritual energy vortex. The spiritual energy within a radius of dozens of miles was instantly integrated into this little fire. The little fire in the middle of the spiritual energy vortex instantly turned into a sea of fire that covered the sky and the sun, completely covering the domain of law within a radius of dozens of miles. Oh no, it's the 8th level treasure talisman. Seeing the boundless sea of fire covering their heads, the two old monsters in the God Transformation realm of the Sky Rift Valley were immediately filled with horror and shouted in surprise. Run! With a shout, the figures of the two immortal masters disappeared from the air in an instant. Boom boom, as soon as their figures disappeared, the sea of fire covering the air suddenly exploded, turning into millions of flames that fell all over the sky. Although the two old monsters in the God Transformation realm of the Sky Rift Valley fled quickly, it was too late and they were instantly submerged in the sea of fire. After more than 10 breaths, the sea of fire that covered the sky and the sun gradually disappeared. At this moment, everything within the law domain of dozens of miles has been reduced to ashes. This vast area is left with only a charred lava ground, emitting an extremely hot breath. After all, it is a monster in the God Transformation realm. Under the attack of the 8th level Tai Zuinging Divine Fire Treasure Talisman, it has not fallen. However, although the two Divine Transformation cultivators used their best trump cards at the critical moment and survived by chance, they were also at the end of their rope. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above this area. The person who came was Su Fan, who was just submerged in the Taoist magic Yin Yang Liang Yuan magnetic light. He used the incarnation witch doll to condense his external clone. In fact, before he left Baekhyang Immortal City, he put on the 9-pattern Spirit Hidden Mist Fantasy Immortal Robe and a Hidden Shadow and Traceless Infinite Cloak on the outside. He avoided the detection of the two Divine Transformation monsters in Cheyenne Valley and placed the Taizhuan Gang Divine Fire Treasure Talisman outside the Kaiksha Market. When the two Divine Transformation cultivators of Cheyenne Valley appeared, he used the Mother-Child Talisman to activate this 8th level treasure talisman dozens of miles away without thinking. As soon as Su Fan thought about it, a dark magic sword appeared in his hand. His whole body flashed with blood, and he appeared beside the two old monsters in the God Transformation realm, swinging the demon-slaying sword in his hand to cut them. Infinite Slash, Void Slash. Su Fan used two big moves containing the power of the law in succession, and easily killed the two old monsters in the God Transformation realm. The two old monsters in the God Transformation realm had just survived the destruction of the Taizhuinging Divine Fire Treasure Talisman and were already dying. How could they resist Su Fan's full-strength attack? In fact, their fall was ultimately due to being too careless. In the eyes of these two old monsters in the God Transformation realm, how could a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm escape from their palms? Moreover, Su Fan's external incarnation was submerged in the dazzling light of the Yin Yang Lianga Yuanzi Divine Light, which also made them relax their vigilance. The main reason was that he was very decisive. Who would have thought that this kid would activate an 8th level Taizhuinging Divine Fire Treasure Talisman as soon as he came up? This was an attack equivalent to 30% to 40% of the power of the Supreme Refining Void. It was already very good that the two old monsters in the God Transformation realm survived. Anyway, the death of these two old monsters in the God Transformation realm was quite unjust. Now that the two old monsters in the God Transformation realm have fallen, The domain of law covering nearly 100 miles has completely dissipated. Su Fan collected the corpses of the two old monsters in the God transformation realm and their residual souls. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the mountain gate, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Taizuinging Divine Fire Treasure Talisman was just activated in the domain of the two old monsters. Otherwise, it would have caused such a big commotion that half of the red cloud sky would probably have felt it. Su Fan was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful breath whistling in this direction. He took out the invisible shadow and absolute traceless cloak from the ring and covered it with the 9-pattern spirit hidden mist fantasy immortal robe, and then his figure slowly disappeared into the air. These two robes and cloaks that conceal the breath can easily avoid the spiritual sense detection of the divine transformation cultivators when used together. Su Fan's figure just disappeared, and the figure has already rushed over. Immortal Master Haoi was suspended in the air, looking at the ground that had turned into lava for more than 100 miles, and frowned immediately. When he received the news of Su Fan's appearance, he was doing business in the east region of Chixishan. He finally got here after rushing, but found that the battle was over. Immortal Master Haoi could of course feel the residual breath of the 8th level treasure talisman, and he immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. He knew in his heart that the ambush of the two junior brothers might have failed. The old guys of the Bikyong Immortal sect were really willing to give this kid an 8th level treasure talisman. Facing the attack of the 8th level treasure talisman, let alone the two junior brothers in the early stage of divine transformation, even he couldn't bear it. Even if he survived, he would suffer a lot of damage. Suddenly, Immortal Master Haoi felt that the sky darkened in an instant, and a dark sky curtain with a radius of more than 10 miles covered him. He sneered. Is this kid stupid? A mere nascent soul cultivator actually activated the Dharma domain in front of him. Is he tired of living? Immortal Master Haoi could easily blow up this kid's Dharma domain with a casual blow. Suddenly, the environment in the Dharma domain suddenly changed, and thousands of pale white flames appeared out of thin air in the Dharma domain. Moreover, these pale white flames became more and more, and in the end they were connected into one, forming a raging sea of fire in the Dharma domain. Netherworld Yin Fire. Immortal Master Haoi recognized the sea of fire in this Dharma domain at a glance, and quickly activated the body protection treasure. Buzz, with a dull humming sound, a small umbrella opened above his head, forming an aura shield that enveloped him. Zizzy. Zizzy, the raging sea of fire composed of netherworld yin fire swarmed towards him, burning the aura shield supported by the treasure crazily, making a creepy sizzling sound. It was not until then that Immortal Master Haoi realized the seriousness of the problem. This domain is too outrageous, and it is filled with endless ghost fire. If you are in this domain, you will have to spend a lot of energy every moment to resist the burning of wave after wave of ghost fire. Ghost fire is extremely vicious, even the protective treasure of the Immortal Master that I have sacrificed cannot resist it for long. In just a few breaths, the spirituality of my protective treasure has been greatly lost, and it may collapse at any time. I can't stay here for long, I must escape from this domain. But before the Immortal Master Haoi made a move, a figure rushed towards him. The most terrifying thing is that this person, when he rushed to his side, had turned into a ferocious demon body over 100 feet tall. Dragon Elephant Step, the huge demon master over 100 feet tall suddenly raised his leg and smashed it down fiercely. With a bang, the protective treasure of the Immortal Master Haoi was crushed to pieces by Su Fan. Fortunately, a protective magic weapon on his body was activated passively, and a spiritual shield rose in front of the Immortal Master Haoi, so that he was not trampled into pulp by Su Fan. Swoosh, swoosh, Su Fan succeeded in his move and did not give the Immortal Master Haoi a chance to counterattack. He instantly activated the magical power Yin Fire Entanglement. The Yin Fires were like thorns, and like ferocious poisonous snakes, they wrapped around the Immortal Master Haoi in circles. Zizzy. Zizzy, in a flash, the spiritual shield of the Immortal Master Haoi was burned by the netherworld Yin Fire. It only lasted for a while, and then it exploded with a bang. How could Su Fan miss this opportunity? He smashed down with all kinds of killer moves as if they were free. Life-demanding curse technique, 9 strength bone transforming hand, deadwood blood transforming seal, extinction seal, Vajra demon destroying seal, the huge demon, which was more than 100 feet tall. Faced the short Immortal Master Haoi, and every attack was like destroying the heaven and earth. After breaking through the 6th level of the heavenly demon Saint body art, and swallowing the blood of the foreign combined demon, Su Fan's strength has increased by at least 10 times. Especially after activating the demon body, his physical strength is even more incomparable. Anyway, even if he sneak attacks the divine transformation cultivator now, as long as he lets him get close, he will definitely kill him. Su Fan attacked for a whole moment, using all his secret methods and magical powers. He almost used all means, and finally even took out the demon-slaying sword to chop fiercely. Fortunately, at the last moment, he still killed the immortal Master Haoyu. Su Fan looked at the immortal Master Haoyu, who was about to be torn to pieces, and panted heavily. The divine transformation immortal master was too difficult to kill. Su Fan released his demonic body, then put the corpse of the immortal Master Haoyu into his storage ring and imprisoned his remaining soul. Boom boom, suddenly, a giant axe several dozen feet in size fell from the sky, and the netherworld yin fire domain activated by Su Fan was smashed. Oh no, the last old monster in the god transformation realm of the Sky Rift Valley is here. Chapter 707. What the hell is this? Seeing that the netherworld yin fire domain he had launched was blown up, Su Fan used the blood escape technique without thinking. Boom, just as his figure disappeared from the spot, the huge axe had already fallen with a bang. The lava ground that had been scorched by the 8th level treasure talisman was suddenly smashed into a huge deep pit, and the sintered ground collapsed into countless gravels. When Su Fan's figure appeared again, he was already dozens of miles away. But the old monster in the incarnation realm of Xianli Valley behind him had already caught up with him like a shadow. According to Luohu's information, the old monster in the incarnation realm who was chasing him was Changshan Xianzhen, and his cultivation was already in the late stage of the incarnation realm. Changshan Xianzhen was actually the actual helmsman of the Xianli Valley, a loose cultivator force, and his strength was much stronger than the other 3 incarnation immortals. Su Fan was now in an extremely passive situation. If he took the initiative to sneak attack, it would be fine, but it would be nonsense for him to fight with Changshan Xianzhen. So he didn't even have time to breathe, and he launched the blood escape again, and disappeared in an instant. Boom, with a loud noise that shook the earth, the huge axe fell from the sky, and instantly smashed a huge pit dozens of feet deep where Su Fan had just been. Fortunately, Su Fan moved very quickly, and he barely escaped the attack of Changshan Xianzhen's treasure. But such good luck can't always be on Su Fan's side. If the opponent hits him a few more times, he will definitely not be able to escape. Moreover, Kaiksifeng City is very far away from the mountain gate of Biqiang Xianzong, and it is the most remote place in the sect's sphere of influence. Even if the high-level monsters of the sect come to rescue now, it is estimated that it is too late. Fortunately, Su Fan had already kept a backup plan. When his figure appeared again, he quickly took out a formation plate from the ring. Boom, a spiritual shield rose into the air, completely covering the area within a radius of several miles. This was the set of the 8th level defense immortal formation that Chen Qing had lent him. It was also Su Fan's backup plan, which was arranged here in advance. Facts have proved that his worries were not unnecessary at all. Boom boom, the 8th level defense immortal formation had just propped up the spiritual shield, and the treasure of Changshan Immortal Venerable had already crashed down. Although the defense of the 8th level immortal formation was very strong, it was also shaken violently by the huge axe. Next, Changshan Immortal Venerable began to use various terrifying big moves and attacked the 8th level defense immortal formation fiercely. If this continues, even the 8th level immortal formation will probably not be able to resist for a while. Su Fan glanced at the violently shaking spiritual shield, and then took a deep breath. He took out the corpses of 3 transformation realm cultivators from the ring, and threw more than 200 broken limbs of the Yuanying cultivators of Xianli Valley in front of him. More than 200 corpses were piled up in front of Su Fan like a small mountain. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the blood-colored runes all over his body suddenly emerged, and boundless blood energy rose into the air. Buzz! The boundless blood mist turned into a roaring blood-colored storm, and then formed a blood-colored witch formation with a radius of several miles with him as the center. Transform into blood mist, bloodlines like little snakes rose from the mountain of corpses in front of him, and then slowly gathered towards Su Fan. If it weren't for the last resort, Su Fan would never use this evil secret method. But at this time, how could he care so much? Seeing his aura constantly growing, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now his realm has already broken through to the late stage of the nascent soul, and he has become a great cultivator of the same level. Although Su Fan's realm has long reached the peak of the middle stage of the nascent soul, he has been deliberately suppressing his cultivation. Because now his state of mind is a little behind his realm. If he breaks through rashly, his Dao heart will definitely not be perfect, leaving a trace of flaws. In these years, he hardly practiced his fundamental method Hununhuiki's Henjing, for fear of accidentally breaking through to the late stage of Yuanying. Because he often performed the evil method Blood Mist, Su Fan always felt that his cultivation progress was too fast. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment today, he still performed Blood Mist for blood sacrifice. Moreover, the tribute of the blood sacrifice was the corpses of 3 old monsters in the God Transformation realm and the blood and flesh essence of more than 200 Yuanying cultivators. If this were to be spread, Su Fan would definitely be wanted by the major immortal sects in Chixishan and be hunted down until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble. At this moment, the boundless blood-colored storm surrounded Su Fan and rolled up, swallowing up the dense bloodlines. In an instant, more than 200 corpses turned into a pile of pale bones. Almost at the same time, Su Fan took out a jade bottle from the ring and stuffed several blood-red pills into his mouth. The pill melted in the instant it entered his throat, and the blood in his body seemed to boil, exploding in his body. Su Fan swallowed several scorching sun blood explosion pills at once, which also made his strength soar instantly. But these alone were not enough, so he activated the demon body again and turned into a demon body over 100 feet tall. Ouch! The boiling blood in his body made him roar uncontrollably to the sky. At this time, because of the crazy attack of Changshan Immortal Venerable, the 8th level defense Immortal formation was already in danger and on the verge of collapse at any time. Su Fan took a deep breath, took out the 8th level 9 Dragon's Red Sky Armor Immortal Talisman from the ring, and then slapped it on himself. Boom! With a violent roar, a red breath rushed into the sky, and then turned into 9 red dragons, circling around the demon body over 100 feet tall. The 9 red dragons circled around him for a few times and then disappeared, flashing a few red lights from time to time. In order to defeat the immortal Lord Changshan, who was in the late stage of the spiritualization realm, Su Fan also fought hard. There was no other way. The immortal Lord Changshan appeared too suddenly, which put him in an extremely dangerous situation. Although his luck was a little bad, this situation was also within Su Fan's plan, but it was also the worst-case scenario he expected. After all, he had to be fully prepared to face 4 old monsters in the spiritualization realm of the Sky Rift Valley. A mere Yuanying realm cultivator actually dared to plot against 4 old monsters in the spiritualization realm. If others knew Su Fan's idea, they would definitely think he was crazy. Boom boom, with a thunderous roar, the 8th level defense immortal formation covering several miles was finally broken by the immortal Lord Changshan. Boy, I wonder where you can escape, the immortal Lord Changshan shouted with a grim smile on his face, but when the spiritual energy shield disappeared, he saw a huge demon body over 100 feet tall rushing towards him. He was dumbfounded at the time. What on earth was this? The immortal Lord Changshan never thought that Su Fan was actually a demon cultivator. Moreover, Su Fan not only devoured the blood of 3 immortal masters and 200 Yuanying, but also took several Linyang Zubao pills. At this moment, his cultivation and strength have skyrocketed, and with the activation of the demon body, he is now at his peak. Su Fan feels that his current strength is absolutely unprecedentedly strong. Xiaongshan, seeing the huge demon body over 100 feet high, crashing towards him like a towering mountain, Changshan Immortal was suddenly a little confused. In such a moment of distraction, Su Fan had already rushed to his side. In a hurry, Changshan Immortal quickly controlled his own life treasure, facing Su Fan's huge demon body, and chopped it fiercely. Boom! The huge axe smashed down and chopped Su Fan fiercely. A red light flashed in front of Su Fan, and 9 red dragons suddenly appeared, blocking the blow of the treasure axe. Not only that, Changshan Immortal's treasure axe was also bounced back by a huge force. According to Luohu's intelligence, the most powerful attacking method of Changshan Immortal Venerable is his natal treasure demon, subduing Zhengjin's Hunshan axe. Su Fan couldn't help but secretly rejoice. If it weren't for this 8th level defensive treasure, no matter how strong his body was, he couldn't withstand the full force of the natal treasure of the late-stage spiritualization cultivator. 8th level protective treasure talisman. Seeing the 9 red dragons hovering around Su Fan's demonic body, Changshan Immortal Venerable was stunned. Although he was already a great cultivator in the late stage of the spiritualization realm, it was not until today that he saw the abnormal protective power of the 8th level defensive treasure talisman for the first time. Changshan Immortal Venerable never thought that the old monsters of the Biqiang Immortal sect would be so willing to give it up. That was an 8th level protective treasure talisman. Even he didn't have a treasure, but it appeared in the hands of a Yuanying cultivator. What frightened him the most was that in just a short while, the aura on this kid had skyrocketed so much. Although cultivators in life and death crisis will use various means such as secret methods and blood-exploding pills to increase their strength in a short period of time. But there is no such abnormal increase. Changshan Immortal Venerable clearly remembered that this kid was only in the middle stage of the nascent soul just now, but now he is infinitely close to the God transformation realm. Moreover, this kid's strength has improved too much compared to just now. But at this moment, he has no time to think about these. The huge demon body of Su Fan on the opposite side has knocked away the giant axe treasure, and the speed has not slowed down at all, still rushing towards him. Boom! With a violent humming sound, a huge tortoise shield appeared in front of Changshan Immortal Venerable. Boom! Changshan Immortal Venerable had just sacrificed his defensive treasure, and Su Fan's huge demon body had already hit him. He only felt an extremely huge force, as if two planes collided with each other, and the huge tortoise shield had been knocked away. Changshan Immortal Venerable was also knocked away and retreated hundreds of feet away. If other people saw this, they would be shocked. That was a God Transformation Realm Immortal Venerable, who was actually knocked away by a Yuanying Realm cultivator. Changshan Immortal Venerable also felt extremely humiliated, and he was immediately enraged. He must kill this kid today, and it would be best if he could capture him alive, so that he would be unable to live or die. Unfortunately, until this time, Changshan Immortal Venerable had not realized the seriousness of the situation. What he didn't know was that Su Fan had used several means to increase his realm in strength, and with the addition of the demonized body, his strength was now extremely powerful. Changshan Immortal Venerable made a huge mistake, that is, he let Su Fan bully him. In any case, physical cultivators must not be allowed to get close to you. This is actually the consensus of the entire cultivation world. Once these physical cultivators are bullied in front of you, it will be difficult to get rid of them. Changshan Immortal Venerable did not realize this at this time, and in fact, he made an experience error. In her opinion, no matter how strong a Yuanying Realm cultivator can be, how strong can he be? Even if this guy got close to him, he could get rid of him quickly and then counterattack to kill Su Fan. In fact, he was not the only one who thought so. All the cultivators in the entire cultivation world held this concept. After all, there was a big realm difference. It was also his bad luck to meet Su Fan, who was so powerful. Changshan Immortal Venerable could never have thought that since he broke through the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint body art and swallowed the blood of the foreign combined demon, if only the strength of the physical body was considered, Su Fan had already surpassed the Immortal Venerable of transformation. It can even be said that Su Fan has already stepped into the threshold of the Immortal Venerable of transformation. Changshan Immortal Venerable flew backwards for hundreds of feet before he could barely stabilize his body. But before he could counterattack, Su Fan's demon body of more than 100 feet had already followed him like a shadow, raised his thick demon arm, and slapped it fiercely. The Vajra demon slaying handprint, then an unimaginable huge hand that covered the sky suddenly fell from the sky. At this moment, the world was in a state of desolation. The terrifying giant hand that appeared in the sky almost covered the entire sky. It was mighty and powerful, suppressing the heaven and earth. The entire sky seemed to be suppressed by this giant hand, and there seemed to be a mysterious chaotic aura surrounding the boundless fingers and palms. As the giant hand covering the sky fell, the space collapsed and all things were shattered. Facing this terrifying giant hand that almost suppressed the entire sky, Changshan Immortal Venerable, who was already in the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm, was stunned by the shock. His intuition told him that this terrifying giant hand covering the sky would definitely smash him to pieces. Although Changshan Immortal Venerable was very reluctant to believe that this was true and thought it was his own illusion, he still instinctively played his trump card. Boom! With a violent buzzing sound, an inch-sized finger ring soared into the sky, and grew in the wind and turned into a shining golden giant ring. This was Changshan Immortal Venerable's biggest trump card, a semi-immortal weapon taking Kyankan locking immortal ring. Although it was only a semi-immortal weapon, it could attack and defend, and its power was boundless. This was the first time he had used it since he had broken through the transformation realm. The taking Kyankan locking immortal ring instantly turned into a golden giant ring of hundreds of feet, blocking the head of Changshan immortal venerable. Boom boom, the terrifying giant hand that covered the sky fell down with a bang, smashing the golden giant ring fiercely, and the giant palm instantly shattered. Seeing that his Vajra-destroying demon seal that he had used all his strength to attack instantly collapsed and shattered, Su Fan frowned immediately. This is fucking. I didn't expect that this old monster in the transformation realm actually had a powerful semi-immortal weapon in his hand. Just as he was about to take advantage of the situation to continue attacking, the giant ring of hundreds of feet suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. Before Su Fan could react, he found that he had been trapped by this golden giant ring. Fuck. This semi-immortal weapon could actually attack and defend, and it trapped me if I wasn't careful. Not only that, this golden giant ring was constantly shrinking, tightly clamping him. Fortunately, Su Fan activated the 8th level 9 Dragon's Crimson Sky Armor Immortal Talisman, otherwise he would have been strangled by the giant golden ring of the semi-immortal weapon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708, Su Fan also suffered from lack of education. The taking Kyankan locking immortal ring, which was originally several dozen feet in size, has now become smaller and smaller. Although the 8th level 9 Dragon's Chixio Armor Immortal Talisman protecting Su Fan turned into 9 red dragons circling and flying wildly, holding the taking Kyankan locking immortal ring tightly. But a semi-immortal weapon is also an immortal weapon. Although the 8th level protective treasure talisman has an unparalleled defensive power, it can't last long. Su Fan glanced at the Changshan immortal venerable opposite him. At this time, the other party was also desperately mobilizing his spiritual consciousness and mana to control the taking Kyankan locking immortal ring. Although he is already a great cultivator in the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm, it is not so easy to cross the level to control this semi-immortal weapon, taking Kyankan locking immortal ring. All the mana and spiritual consciousness must be mobilized. Su Fan knew in his heart that he must get rid of the other party before the 8th level 9 Dragon's Chixio Armor Immortal Talisman collapsed, otherwise he would definitely die without a burial place. However, the semi-immortal weapon taking Kyankan locking immortal ring has already tightly bound his body, and he can't move at all now. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the eyes of the little man in his body suddenly opened. Zhang, a sword chant that penetrated the sky and the earth resounded through the void. Then, a dazzling lightning flashed out of his body and rushed to the Changshan immortal venerable opposite. Boom, the thunder sword cut through the sky in the blink of an eye, with a violent roar that pierced the air. Changshan immortal venerable, who was trying his best to activate the golden giant ring, saw a dazzling lightning flash that had already shot in front of him and was immediately panicked. He felt an extreme sharpness rising from his whole body, and his body felt an inexplicable tingling sensation, as if it was about to be pierced. Changshan immortal venerable waved his hand and set up a Taoist barrier in front of him. Bang! The late-stage great cultivator of the spiritualization realm casually performed a defensive Taoist spell, easily blocking the attack of the thunder sword, and the flying sword was blasted away. But when he performed the defensive Taoist spell, he was bound to be distracted, so the semi-immortal weapon taking Kyankan locking immortal ring that was shrinking suddenly expanded a lot. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Fan's whole body flashed with blood, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant, successfully breaking free from the confinement of the taking Kyankan locking immortal ring. When his figure appeared again, he had already arrived at the side of Changshan immortal venerable. Su Fan's huge demonic body collapsed tightly, like a giant bow being pulled open, and his bones all over his body were creaking. Behind him, the phantom of a demonized ancient violent tiger instantly rose into the air. Violent tiger collapse, Changshan immortal venerable only felt the sky darken, and a huge fist had already hit him. Boom! With a loud noise, Su Fan's fist had already smashed the barrier in front of the opponent. In Su Fan's current state, the power of a full-strength attack can be imagined. Although Changshan Xianzhen's protective Taoist magic blocked most of the attack power of Bao Hubang, the huge aftermath of the collapse of the Taoist magic still caused him to fly. Su Fan, who took the initiative again, How could he let the other party recover? As soon as he thought of it, a dark magic sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and then he slashed it fiercely. Wu Jizan, although Su Fan's sword was silent and ordinary. But Changshan Xianzan was a cultivator in the late stage of the transformation realm after all, and he felt the crisis instantly, and hurriedly controlled the taking Kyankan locking immortal ring to block himself. Swish, a faint sword light crossed the sky and the earth, as if the stars were moving and the years were changing. Endless cycle, endless and endless. Boom boom, with a Wuji slash containing a trace of the power of the law, it fiercely slashed on the taking Kyankan locking immortal ring, and a loud noise like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth instantly erupted. The collision of the two terrifying forces caused an extremely gorgeous explosion, and the overwhelming impact force made the whole world vibrate violently. Within a radius of 100 miles, all were impacted by this vast force, and a shocking sea storm was set off, almost covering the entire sky. The two people on the edge of this terrifying storm were also shocked and retreated several miles away. Changshan Immortal Venerable barely stabilized his body, with a trace of horror in his eyes. It is nothing for a Yuanying realm cultivator to comprehend the power of the law, but the sword that contained the power of the law just now actually made him feel afraid. This kid must not be kept. He is so abnormal at the Yuanying realm. If he breaks through the Shenhua realm in the future, it will be terrible. Thinking of this, Changshan Immortal Venerable was about to control the semi-immortal weapon taking Kyankan locking immortal ring again to imprison Su Fan on the opposite side. But before he could start, he saw a silent sword light flashing through the void again. Changshan Immortal Venerable secretly cried out that it was not good. This kid had performed another terrifying sword move containing the power of the law. He was just a cultivator in the nascent soul realm. He was not afraid that his body could not withstand such frequent cross-level casting. But at this time, Changshan Immortal Venerable had no mind to care about that. He hurriedly controlled the semi-immortal weapon, taking Kyankan, locking immortal ring again to block in front of himself. Swish, Su Fan performed a void slash containing the power of the law, whistling across the dark sky. The sword light carried a silent and sharp edge, as if the whole world was split in half, and the void was shaking violently. Boom boom, the two vast and boundless auras collided again, as if an unimaginable and terrifying annihilation had occurred. The aftermath of the explosion overturned the entire world like a tide, rolling in all directions. Changshan Immortal Venerable, who was blown away again, showed a trace of horror on his face. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the power of the sword just now seemed to be even greater, which also gave him a sense of absurdity. Changshan Immortal Venerable, who was in the late stage of the spiritualization realm, had been controlling the semi-immortal weapon taking Kyankan locking immortal ring for so long, and he was already a little powerless. But Su Fan, who was also a cross-level spellcaster, was actually getting more and more powerful with his sword moves. Just when he was stunned, a ripple vibrated in the void in the distance, and a silent sword light appeared again. Changshan Immortal Venerable only felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet, and his whole body became cold and stiff. This kid actually performed another sword move containing the power of the law, and it was 3 consecutive swords, without even a moment to catch his breath in between. At this moment, Changshan Immortal Venerable even had a slight illusion in his heart. This kid is too abnormal. If he continues to fight, he may not be able to stop him. A great cultivator in the late stage of the spiritualization realm was forced to this point by a mid-stage nascent soul realm. It was really rare. But even if he wanted to fight back now, he had to resist this sword first. At this moment, this sword light had already whistled in, and the surrounding space was on the verge of breaking like a broken mirror, and then it fiercely slashed on the taking Kyankan locking immortal ring. Next, sword lights containing the power of laws continued to fall from the sky. Changshan Immortal Venerable was almost crazy. It took so long, and the kid on the opposite side had already slashed more than 10 swords in a row, and each sword contained the power of laws. Finally, Su Fan performed another void slash, and Changshan Immortal Venerable, who was controlling the semi-immortal weapon taking Kyankan locking immortal ring across levels, could no longer hold on. Although he was a cultivator in the late stage of the spiritualization realm, the immortal weapon was a magic weapon that could be easily used by a powerful person in the combined body. Even if the taking Kyankan locking immortal ring was just a repaired semi-immortal weapon, it was not something that a cultivator in the god transformation realm could easily control. Immortal Master Changshan could only put away the taking Kyankin, locking Immortal Ring, and sacrificed a defensive treasure to block in front of him. Although the defensive ability of the protective treasure could not be compared with a golden giant ring of the semi-immortal weapon, he could easily control it, and the defensive effect was not much worse. Not only that, while controlling the protective treasure, he could still sacrifice the demon subduing Zhengjin's Hunshan axe to launch a counterattack. In fact, Immortal Master Changshan's original purpose was to use the golden giant ring to launch a counterattack and strangle Su Fan in half in one fell swoop. But the kid on the opposite side slashed more than 10 swords in one breath, with almost no pause in the middle, and each sword was more powerful than the other. Who the hell can withstand this? Only Immortal Master Changshan is a cultivator in the late stage of the God Transformation realm. If it were another situation, hundreds of Yuanying realm cultivators would not be enough for Su Fan to kill. If he had known this, Changshan Immortal Venerable would have put away the golden giant ring long ago. Why would he waste so much mana and consciousness? Actually, it's not his fault. Who would have thought that a cultivator in the nascent soul realm could slash more than a dozen sword moves containing the power of the law without stopping? If someone else was so crazy, his body would have been torn into pieces long ago. There is no way. In terms of the strength of the body, Su Fan is so powerful that even those demons who boast of their strong bodies would cry in the toilet. Without the threat of the taking Kyankin locking Immortal Ring, Su Fan no longer has any worries and slashes out with a Wuji slash. Although Changshan Immortal Venerable controlled the protective treasure to resist the sword, his defense ability was not as good as that of the semi-immortal weapon after all. He was shot by a huge aftermath and retreated more than 10 miles. He had just stabilized his body when Su Fan's huge demon body appeared in front of him. Netherworld Yin Fire Domain, Yin Fire Entanglement. Su Fan bullied the opponent and launched 2 magical powers in succession without thinking. Because he found that the 2 magical powers of the 6th level of Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art were very powerful, especially the Netherworld Yin Fire was extremely threatening to the cultivators in the God Transformation realm. In fact, Su Fan also suffered from his lack of education. Since he traveled to this world of cultivation, that is, when he was in the Yinluo sect, his master helped him consolidate the foundation of the physical way. In addition, over the years, his cultivation in the physical way has been a one-man show. If Su Fan came from an immortal sect with a long tradition of physical way, with his current strength, and a powerful master to train him well, he would have no problem dealing with ordinary cultivators in the God Transformation realm. This is the disadvantage of not having a systematic inheritance. He has survived to this day with only a set of magic sect's physical way skills, which is also a good fortune. At least in terms of physical way, he has broken through the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art. In fact, strictly speaking, he can already be regarded as a physical cultivator in the God Transformation realm. Therefore, the 2 magical powers of the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body Art Netherworld Yin Fire Domain and Yin Fire Entanglement can definitely hurt the cultivators in the God Transformation realm. Although it cannot hurt the Changshan Immortal Venerable who is in the late stage of the God Transformation realm, it will also pose a considerable threat to the other party. Unfortunately, Su Fan has no other system of physical cultivation except for the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body Art of the Demon Sect, and he has no master's hand-in-hand training. This also makes him unable to exert his full strength when facing the cultivators in the God Transformation realm. Changshan Immortal Venerable is in the domain full of Netherworld Yin Fire, and with the entanglement of thorny fire snakes, he immediately became nervous. Of course, he recognized the Netherworld Yin Fire and knew that this kind of perverted evil fire, even he had to be careful to deal with it. Therefore, Changshan Immortal Venerable not only sacrificed the protective treasure, but also activated 2 7th level immortal talismans, which barely resisted the erosion of the raging Yin Fire. Moreover, the Netherworld Yin Fire specifically counters treasures and spiritual shields. The pale white Yin Fire, like a tidal tsunami, surged from all directions. Hiss, hiss, the protective treasures offered by Changshan Immortal Venerable and the spiritual shield supported by 2 7th level immortal talismans were constantly eroded by the Netherworld Yin Fire, making waves of hissing sounds. Crack, crack, not only that, even the land of more than 10 miles covered by the law domain, all the mountains and forests had long been gone. On the lava-like land, cracks like spider webs appeared. He couldn't figure out how the Yuanying realm cultivator who could be easily crushed to death in the past could pose such a great threat to him. This also made Changshan Immortal Venerable furious. If he continued to be passive like this, he might really capsize in the ditch. Until this time, Changshan Immortal Venerable did not think that he would be defeated by a Yuanying realm cultivator. From the beginning of the fight between the two, although Changshan Immortal Venerable fell into passive position several times, it was because Su Fan's strength was beyond his expectations and this kid took advantage of it. In his opinion, the worst result is that Su Fan escaped his pursuit by luck. Not only him, I am afraid that the cultivators of the entire Chixishan will have the same idea as him. Any cultivator with normal IQ would not think that a late-stage old monster in the transformation realm would be defeated by a cultivator in the nascent soul realm. Changshan Immortal Venerable would never dream that Su Fan's idea was to kill him. Such a misjudgment is absolutely fatal. In fact, it is not so easy for Su Fan to kill Changshan Immortal Venerable in the late stage of the transformation realm. If the other party wants to run, he can't catch up with him at all. But Changshan Immortal Venerable has no idea of escaping at all, which also gives him a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing that the other party was trapped in the law domain, the netherworld yin fire like a tidal tsunami surged. Su Fan certainly would not miss this opportunity. He took out a stack of 7th level attack talismans from his ring and threw them out without counting. Changshan Immortal Venerable, who was trying his best to resist the netherworld yin fire, was caught off guard by the overwhelming 7th level talismans. Although the 7th level attack talismans can only exert 30% to 40% of the power of a full strength attack by a cultivator in the spiritual transformation realm, they are too many. There are at least a dozen 7th level talismans that Su Fan threw out, and the threat brought together should not be underestimated. Changshan Immortal Venerable was immediately forced into panic, and quickly sacrificed 2 protective treasures to block himself. He activated a few more 7th level protective talismans, and only then was he able to resist this wave of crazy attacks. Changshan Immortal Venerable was so angry that his teeth were itching. This kid was too abominable. Don't 7th level talismans cost money? Just as he was thinking about it, Su Fan on the opposite side once again threw out a 7th level attack fairy talisman, which smashed over like an overwhelming force. Changshan Immortal Venerable was almost going crazy. Where did this kid get so many 7th level attack fairy talismans? At this time, he not only had to resist the surging netherworld yin fire, but also had to free up his hands to deal with dozens of 7th level attack fairy talismans. Although Changshan Immortal Venerable was already a great cultivator in the late stage of the transformation realm, he was also tossed around in a panic. Fortunately, he had rich experience in fighting and various means emerged one after another. Although he was forced into a very embarrassing situation, he still resisted Su Fan's crazy attack. It was not until the last 7th level attack fairy talisman dissipated that Changshan Immortal Venerable breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't know that these attacks launched by Su Fan were actually smoke bombs to confuse the opponent, and his real killer move was actually close range attack. Just when Changshan Immortal Venerable was preparing to counterattack, Su Fan was filled with blood all over his body, and he had disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already bullied Changshan Immortal Venerable. Chapter 709, The Things of the Witch Sect Are Too Weird. Immortal Changshan had just freed himself from the attacks of more than a dozen 7th level immortal talismans when he felt the sky suddenly darken. Su Fan's huge demonic body had already approached him. He swung the Demon Slayer sword fiercely and swung it in a full circle. Whirlwind slash, boom, the whole sky suddenly darkened. Suddenly, a terrifying hurricane arose, sweeping up the gravel and dust within a radius of dozens of miles and flying everywhere in the air. The fair storm roared madly, and the whole world seemed to be doomsday. Swish, with a flash of sword light, the hurricane that was originally raging came to an abrupt end. The Demon Slayer sword, which was more than 10 feet long, slashed fiercely on the protective treasure of Immortal Changshan, making a deafening sound. Although Su Fan's whirlwind slash had not yet comprehended the power of the law, because he was close to the opponent, he could give full play to the advantages of his physical body. Moreover, attacking Immortal Changshan at close range would also take advantage of the physical cultivation. The opponent was in a panic and had no chance to use the semi-immortal weapon, taking Kyankin, locking Immortal Ring. There was no way. The power of the semi-immortal weapon taking Kyankin locking Immortal Ring was too abnormal. If he hadn't taken the opportunity to launch the Thunder Sword just now, he might not even be able to control the flying sword in a few breaths. So no matter what, He couldn't let Changshan Xianzhen use the taking Kaiankan locking immortal ring. Although Changshan Xianzhen's protective treasure resisted Su Fan's sword, this kid's physical strength was too strong. Even if he was a cultivator in the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm, if he only talked about physical strength, he might not be able to catch up with this kid. Especially now that Su Fan's huge demon body had bullied him in front of him, he was slashing at him with sword after sword from a high position. Now Su Fan's physical strength is so strong that if it is a simple competition of strength, a cultivator in the spiritual transformation realm is also a scum in front of him. Each of whose swords carried an extremely huge force, and with just a few swords, Changshan Xianzhen's protective treasure was chopped off. Immortal Changshan was forced to constantly use his magic weapons or activate his defense talismans. But under Su Fan's powerful and heavy sword, he couldn't hold on for much longer. And since he got in front of the opponent, he chopped him down fiercely, and Immortal Changshan didn't even have the chance to catch his breath. Although Su Fan had devoured the flesh and blood of hundreds of cultivators and taken the scorching sun blood pill, he had greatly increased his strength. But in front of Immortal Changshan, who was in the late stage of the transformation of the spirit, he had a certain crushing advantage in terms of physical strength. Even if the infinite slash and void slash that contained the power of the law were at most comparable in power, the opponent could use various means to defend. And just now he had slashed so many sword moves that contained the power of the law in one breath. Even if his physical body was strong, he couldn't hold on. So the only chance to defeat Immortal Changshan was to fight in close combat. Facing Su Fan's crazy attack, Immortal Changshan was also miserable. This kid is simply not a human. His physical strength is so abnormal that people would believe that he is a foreign demon. No, even foreign demons don't have such strength and stamina. It's only been a while, and this kid has been slashing dozens of times continuously. He used all his strength in every sword, and he never stopped. Changshan Immortal Venerable didn't even have the chance to breathe, and could only use various means to resolve it. Since Changshan Immortal Venerable broke through the realm of transformation, this is the first time that he has been forced into such an embarrassing situation. It's even dangerous. If he hadn't tried his best to resolve it, he would have been cut in half. This can't go on. Such a thought suddenly popped up in Changshan Immortal Venerable's mind, which also made him shudder. Under Su Fan's crazy attack, he has fallen into extreme danger. Now he doesn't even have the chance to escape. Even if he is distracted for a moment, he may be killed by a sword. When has Changshan Immortal Venerable been so frustrated? Now Su Fan has taken all the advantages, of course he will not let go of this opportunity. Moreover, since he broke through the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art, coupled with the blood and ki of the foreign combined demon, his body has now reached an extremely abnormal state. Now his power seems to be endless. According to this crazy fighting style, he can chop continuously for a day and a night without taking a breath. Anyway, just rush. Great force makes miracles happen, and a few random chops. You know what, such a mindless fighting style is quite effective. At least the current situation of Changshan Immortal Venerable is not very good. If he continues like this, he will not be able to hold on for long. The protective treasures and defensive fairy talismans in his hands have almost been exhausted. Facing such a mental patient, who can stand it? After all, Changshan Immortal Venerable is already a cultivator in the late stage of the God transformation realm. He has lived for thousands of years and has extremely rich experience in fighting. And his methods are endless. So he quickly thought of a countermeasure and had a plan to counterattack. If the plan succeeds, it will definitely kill with one blow. Changshan Immortal Venerable once again controlled the protective treasure to resist Su Fan's powerful sword. His eyes condensed, and a majestic and terrifying aura rose to the sky. A great cultivator in the late stage of the spiritualization realm was forced by a cultivator in the nascent soul realm to perform the secret method of blood explosion. Can you believe such a thing? Changshan Immortal Venerable waved his hand, controlled his own life treasure demon subduing Zhengjin's Hunshan axe, and slashed at the whistling demon slaying sword. Boom boom, with a loud sound that shook the earth, it seemed that an extremely huge destruction had descended, and the whole world changed color, and sand and rocks flew. The sky was shattered, and the dark sky was torn apart. Under the unparalleled impact, the trembling space shook violently, and the soil on the ground broke into layers of cracks that crisscrossed dozens of miles, as if the end of the world had come. Caught off guard, Su Fan was also shaken upside down by an extremely huge and mighty force. Not good, Although he had realized the crisis, it was too late. How could immortal Master Changshan, a great cultivator in the late stage of the spiritualization realm, who had even used the secret method of blood explosion, give him a chance? A dazzling golden light flashed, and an inch-sized finger ring rose into the air, instantly turning into a golden giant ring several dozen feet in size. Before Su Fan could react, he had already been tightly imprisoned by the semi-immortal weapon-taking Kayankin-locking immortal ring. Puff! In order to make a fatal blow, immortal Master Changshan bit his tongue directly and violently spurted out a mouthful of blood. A vast and boundless aura rose from his body again, sweeping across the entire void like a tsunami. The semi-immortal weapon-taking Kayankin-locking immortal ring of several dozen feet in size began to shrink rapidly, tightly clamping Su Fan's demonic body. 9 red dragons roared shrilly, circling and dancing around him, frantically resisting the imprisonment of the taking Kayankin-locking immortal ring. But a semi-immortal weapon is also an immortal weapon, and it is not something that the 8th level 9 dragons Chixio armor immortal talisman can resist. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he controlled the thunder sword to whistle and slash at the immortal Master Changshan. But this time, the opponent had already prepared, and activated several protective fairy talismans in one breath, propping up several spiritual shields to block in front of him. Although the attack power of the thunder sword is very strong, it is simply impossible to break the protection of several protective fairy talismans in a short period of time. Ouch! Su Fan roared to the sky, and boundless blood rose up, and his demon body suddenly swelled by 3 points. Then, dense blood runes appeared all over his body. Boom! With Su Fan as the center, the Wuxiang Pagoda formation of the Witch Dao was formed in an instant, which barely resisted the confinement of the semi-immortal weapon-taking Kayankin-locking immortal ring. But it was barely able to delay the tightening of the golden giant ring, and it couldn't last long. Seeing that Su Fan was on the verge of crisis, the immortal Master Changshan made up his mind and bit his tongue again to spit out a mouthful of blood. In order to kill Su Fan with one blow, he also fought hard. He even overdrawn a lot of his own blood and ki in order to strangle Su Fan into 2 pieces and kill him completely. Especially seeing that Su Fan was already at the end of his strength, he once again spurted out his blood from the tip of his tongue. Bang! The Wudao Wuxiang Futa formation protecting Su Fan was the first to collapse and turned into blood mist. Then, the 8th level 9 Dragon's Chixio armor immortal talisman also completed its mission and was strangled to ashes by the semi-immortal weapon-taking Kayankin locking immortal ring. Without the 2 protective shields in front of him, Su Fan's huge demon body could no longer support it and instantly restored his human body. Puff! He was also strangled into 2 pieces by the taking Kayankin locking immortal ring. Seeing Su Fan's body turned into 2 pieces and fell to the ground, Changshan Immortal Venerable breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this kid was killed, and he was already at the end of his rope. If it were a little later, it would be uncertain who would win. However, the final result was not bad, and the scourge was finally completely destroyed. If he escapes this time, it will be difficult to kill him in the future. When Changshan Xianzhen was thinking about it, he suddenly found that Su Fan's body was gone, and only a broken wooden doll was left on the ground. No, this is a magic weapon for death? Impossible. Even if it is a high-level magic weapon for death, it is impossible to succeed in death under the attack of a semi-immortal weapon. Unless this kid has a magic weapon for death, he can escape death. Changshan Xianzhen hurriedly sacrificed a protective treasure and blocked it in front of him. Just now, in order to kill Su Fan, he overdrew his mana and blood several times in succession, and now he has reached a state of exhaustion. The blood and mana are almost exhausted, and he has no ability to perform escape techniques to escape from here. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Changshan Xianzhen. At this moment, Su Fan was soaked in cold sweat all over his body. The magic weapon of the Witch Clan was very strange. Although the woman's incarnation Wu puppet was successfully activated, it made him experience the entire process of reincarnation from death. This is too scary. Su Fan once thought that the incarnation Wu puppet had failed. At that moment, he was scared to death. This was the closest he had ever been to death in his 2 lives. Su Fan never wanted to experience that feeling again. It was still creepy to think about it now. The things of the woman were too evil. I would try not to use them in the future. Su Fan took a deep breath and looked at the Changshan Immortal Venerable opposite him. He clearly felt the other party's aura was scattered, and the effects of his scorching sun blood explosion pill had not completely dissipated. Endless thick magic smoke overflowed from Su Fan's body, and his body instantly turned into a demon-eye body of more than 100 feet. Although Changshan Immortal Venerable was already at the end of his life, he still did not dare to be careless. No matter when, he would go all out when fighting, and did not dare to give his opponent a chance to turn over. Ouch! He roared loudly towards the sky, and then rushed towards the Immortal Master Changshan on the opposite side. Stone Ape Axe, a shadow of a demonized ancient stone ape instantly rose behind Su Fan, and then swung up a thick and ferocious demon arm and smashed it down fiercely. The thick demon arm, with a terrifying momentum that rolled across the sky like a tsunami, smashed hard on the protective treasure of the Immortal Master Changshan. Boom boom, with a terrifying loud explosion, the space shook violently, and the visible shock waves rolled around. At this moment, it seemed that some great horror was about to cross the boundary and fall, giving people a feeling that the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The protective treasure of the Immortal Master Changshan was immediately smashed away, and his body was hit like a heavy hammer. The whole person flew out like a rag doll, tumbling and falling not far away, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. Bang! Su Fan kicked the ground with his right foot, and his demonic body of more than 100 feet jumped up, and he swung his arms and slapped down fiercely. Heaven-shattering seal, behind him, golden light shone everywhere, and waves of Buddhist Sanskrit sounds came faintly. At this time, the sky was dark, and a huge palm that covered the sky and the sun fell down with a bang. And the incomparable majestic momentum suppressed the entire world. The surrounding space was like a mirror that was about to break, and cracks appeared one after another, as if it would collapse at any time. Boom boom, the terrifying giant palm hit the ground, and countless cracks spread around like a spider web, leaving a huge palm print. But the next moment it was dissipated by the terrifying annihilation energy, and the chaotic storm swept the entire sky. Wherever he looked, the sky seemed to be upside down and twisted, and the invisible ripples vibrated towards the surroundings, sweeping away everything within a radius of dozens of miles. At this moment, Su Fan had completely gone crazy and used all kinds of big moves unscrupulously. The seal of extinction and lifelessness, the 9-power bone transforming hand, the dragon elephant tread, the seal of withered wood transforming blood, the ink dragon swinging, the Vajra demon slaying seal. Su Fan used dozens of powerful moves without hesitation, and the area within a radius of dozens of miles was in ruins. He did not stop attacking until the entire area was shattered. Su Fan's eyes focused, and his spiritual sense was completely released, taking in everything within 100 miles. After scanning for a long time, he finally found the corpse of Changshan Immortal Venerable in a corner. The other party's corpse was already in pieces, and the miserable appearance was even a little bit unbearable for Su Fan to see. After all, Changshan Immortal Venerable was a great cultivator in the late stage of the spiritualization realm, and he did not dare to hold back at all. Su Fan sighed, and then released his demonic body. He collected the broken corpse of Changshan Immortal Venerable, and put it into his ring together with several magic weapons he left on the battlefield. Su Fan came to a place and picked up the broken incarnation witch doll. It was a pity to waste such a good thing, which was equivalent to an extra life. At this time, Su Fan turned his head suddenly and looked at the sky in the distance. He saw several huge phantoms appearing from the air, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly rolled over. What the hell? These huge phantoms turned out to be old monsters in the refining void realm. Chapter 710 I won't admit it even if I'm beaten to death. Seeing several huge phantoms in the sky in the distance, Su Fan immediately got scared. What the hell? Su Fan knew that these old monsters must have witnessed the whole process of his battle with Changshan Immortal Venerable. Then, wouldn't they have also seen his demonic body being activated? You are a demon cultivator. At this time, a voice that seemed to carry the charm of heaven and earth suddenly came from the distant sky and echoed between heaven and earth. The voice was not loud, but it resounded in every corner of the void and was clearly reflected in Su Fan's ears. He did not answer immediately, but bowed to several refining void realm masters. Disciple, I pay my respects to all the heavenly venerables. The reason why Su Fan did not answer immediately was because he could not figure out where the other party came from. But it is certain that these refining void heavenly venerables are not from the Baekhyang Immortal sect, because the high-level leaders of the sect know his origins very well. So he guessed that these refining void masters should be from the top 10 super immortal sects. After all, Kaiksifeng City is located in a relatively remote location within the sect's sphere of influence, and the people from the top 10 super immortal sects will arrive earlier. The several immortal masters of the Sky Rift Valley ambushed him, and they would definitely not tell the old monsters of the refining void of the loose cultivator alliance. HMPH, at this moment, a cold snort came from the air in the distance, and the void and the world trembled at this moment. Su Fan only felt a buzz in his mind, and his eyes went dark, and the whole person seemed to fall into an endless abyss. Just when he was about to sink into the endless abyss, the eyes of the little man in his body suddenly opened. Su Fan shuddered, and he also woke up from his confused state. At this time, he was sweating all over. Facing the powerful refining void heavenly master, Su Fan felt like an ant. He almost passed by with a cold snort, and he showed mercy because he was a disciple of the Baekhyang immortal sect, or he could blow him to pieces with just a breath. Brother Dongji, why are you competing with a junior? At this moment, a hearty voice came from the void in the distance. Then, 3 huge shadows appeared in the air, and several Liangsu Xianzans from Baekhyang Xianzong arrived in time. You Baekhyang Xianzong is amazing. You actually produced such a ruthless person who killed the 4 gods of Xianli Valley alone. The other party's words were not a compliment, but a mockery of Baekhyang Xianzong. You, an immortal sect that focuses on formations, actually accepted a demon cultivator as a thug. After hearing the words of Dongji Xianzan, Taiwei Xianzan of Baekhyang Xianzong sneered and looked at Su Fan. You go back to the mountain gate first. After hearing the words of Taiwei Xianzan, Su Fan felt as if he had been pardoned. He bowed to several Liangsu Xianzans respectively, and then used the close-up of the world to disappear into the air. It was not until Su Fan returned to the outside of the mountain gate that he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he came back. In front of this group of Liangsu old monsters, the pressure was not ordinary. Su Fan entered the mountain gate, went all the way back to the cave, and then went in and completely sealed the cave with the immortal array. He also deliberately hung a sign outside the cave, saying that he was going to retreat and heal his injuries, and would not receive visitors in the near future. The purpose of doing this was to avoid disturbances outside, and to let others know that he was seriously injured. Su Fan killed 4 immortal masters alone. If others knew that he was fine, how would they feel? Today's incident must be hidden. If it gets out, the whole Cultivation will probably explode. And his identity as a demon cultivator can't be hidden. Cultivation is the purest immortal sect plane. Now a demon cultivator suddenly appeared, he must be like a monkey. So Su Fan decided not to go out and hang out recently. Not only that, he threw all the communication arrays into the ring, and now no one can contact him. Anyway, whoever loves who, he won't read anyone's message. He was right in his prediction. The next day, the news spread all over Cultivation at lightning speed. Although a Yuanying realm cultivator killed 4 Huishan immortal venerables alone, including a late-stage Huishan realm cultivator. In the eyes of the cultivators of Cultivation, this was just like a myth in the previous life. However, several consecutive Xianzans from the 10 super immortal sects witnessed the entire process of this fight. Even if the high-level officials of Baekhyang immortal sect wanted to cover it up for him, they couldn't do it. Not only that, the fact that 200 Yuanying cultivators from Xianli Valley ambushed Su Fan and were killed by him was also brought up by some people. Moreover, Su Fan's identity as a demon cultivator was finally exposed to the public. In any case, he is now popular, and his popularity is equivalent to the level of occupying several hot searches by one person in the previous life. To be honest, in a pure immortal sect plane like Cultivation, it is also a very embarrassing existence for Su Fan, a demon cultivator. Fortunately, he is now in seclusion to heal his wounds and does not even show his face, like an ostrich with its head stuck in the sand, turning a deaf ear to the news from the outside world. But Su Fan can hide, but Baekhyang Xianzong cannot. You are a pure formation sect. Not only did you secretly accept a demon cultivator, but you also let him cause such a big thing. This kid is a disaster. It is said that this matter even alarmed the top leaders of the top 10 super sects, and they all have complaints about Baekhyang Xianzong. Because of the rich spiritual vein resources and the lack of cultivation resources, there are few such brutal cultivators in Cultivation. Even if there is a conflict between the sects, most of them will be mediated by a third party. Even if the conflict cannot be mediated, both sides will send elite disciples to fight on the stage under the arbitration of many sects. For the cultivators of Cultivation, the most dangerous place may be the Starfield battlefield. This is the responsibility of all human cultivators in the entire star field, and no one can refuse the forced recruitment. Su Fan specifically asked Luo Hu and others. According to their description, the Starfield battlefield that the Cultivation cultivator went to was far less cruel than the several Starfield wars he had experienced. So his recent killings were a bit too brutal in the eyes of the Cultivation cultivators. After all, since he became the deacon of the law enforcement hall of the Bekyong Xianzong, hundreds of evil cultivators and independent cultivators have died in his hands, including 4 divine transformation realm cultivators from the Xianli Valley of the Independent Cultivator Alliance. This is unprecedented in the history of the entire Cultivation. Fortunately, Su Fan returned to the mountain gate and used the excuse of retreating to heal his wounds. He stayed in the cave every day without even showing his face. This also allowed him to avoid a lot of troubles, and he stayed in the cave every day comfortably. In the afternoon, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the thatched hut in the portable secret realm, holding the broken incarnation witch doll in both hands. He frowned and looked at the doll in his hand. Now it was full of cracks, and the originally oily wood had become dry. If I hadn't had this incarnation witch doll in this fight with Changshan Immortal Venerable, I would have died. This incarnation witch doll can not only perform an incarnation, but also has the function of a substitute for death. It's like having an extra life. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity to waste such a good thing. At this time, a whimsical idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Should I try to imitate one? Once this idea came into his mind, it kept growing in his mind like a weed. Su Fan couldn't sit still anymore. At least try it. What if it succeeded? Thinking of this, his eyes condensed, and his consciousness scanned back and forth on this broken incarnation witch doll. What made Su Fan more relieved was that the witch magic patterns on the incarnation witch doll were basically preserved. What was even more surprising was that he had seen many of the witch magic patterns on it. Some of them came from him. The witch god Ag transferred all the witch magic patterns on the divine tower to him. In addition, when she parted with the witch god Ag last time, she forced a lot of witch gate array knowledge into his mind through secret methods. This part of the witch gate array knowledge has not disappeared until today, but he has never had the time to study it. Su Fan did not expect that a whimsical idea that came up with him casually would actually be feasible. At least many prerequisites are in place, enough for him to try to imitate it. In the following days, Su Fan studied this incarnation witch doll with all his heart, almost staying up all night. 2 months later, he walked out of the thatched cottage. After dozens of days of sleepless tinkering, he finally succeeded in imitating an incarnation witch doll. Su Fan took this imitation incarnation witch doll and came to the mountains in the portable secret realm. After some testing, this imitation incarnation witch doll was still a lot worse than the original one. However, Su Fan was already very satisfied. After all, it was just a replica. This imitation incarnation witch doll can also transform into an incarnation, but it can only have 10% of its own combat power. As for the most important function of death substitution, Su Fan specially tested it on a monster beast and it did die for the monster once. As for whether it can die in the full force of a great cultivator in the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm, that is hard to say. In fact, over the past 2 months, Su Fan has thoroughly studied the divine patterns on this incarnation witch doll. The reason why it cannot achieve the function of the original version is that it is still lacking in materials. Su Fan has never seen the material of the original incarnation witch doll, let alone heard of it. Although Su Fan has accumulated a lot of rare materials for making instruments in these years, they are all spoils of war obtained in the Kingkwang Star region and the Yaogu Star region, as well as from the Sulan people. These places are all remote star regions, and the cultivation resources are relatively barren, and nothing good can be produced. Su Fan planned to wait until the incident was over, then go to the shops in Bekyong Immortal City to see if he could find a suitable replacement. His requirements were not high, as long as he could imitate the incarnation witch puppet that was the same as the original, as long as he could die in the attack of the late-stage great monk of the spiritual transformation realm. Moreover, this replica had the ability of an external incarnation. Although the ability was a little worse, it was enough to meet his requirements. Su Fan put the broken replica into the ring, and then returned to the thatched cottage in the cave. He sat cross-legged in the thatched cottage, and Sister Jin next to him skillfully brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him, and then poured him a cup. Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip gently. By the way, that guy Zuxo hasn't woken up yet. Sister Jin came over after hearing this, took his arm, and leaned her head against him. That guy hasn't woken up yet. Master, you ignore me every day. I'm almost bored to death. There's no one to talk to, Su Fan laughed. He had been shutting himself up in the thatched cottage every day to think about transforming into a witch puppet. He didn't even have time to eat, let alone talk to Sister Jen. He really ignored her. Okay, you cook some good dishes today. I'll take a sip. Sister Jen was immediately excited when she heard it. She was bored for a while, and then she went to prepare it excitedly. Su Fan picked up the teacup and took another sip. Then he thought about it and took out the communication array from the ring. Now more than 2 months have passed. The heat of this matter has passed. Thinking of this, Su Fan activated the communication array in his hand. As soon as the communication array was activated, hundreds of messages were sent from it. Su Fan smiled bitterly, then checked them one by one, and then sent a message to the master first. Master, I'm out of seclusion. After a while, the old man replied with a message. Just heal your wounds, why don't you reply to the message? I thought you died in the cave. Hearing the tone of the master, it was obvious that he was very unhappy. The injury this time was too serious. I used a secret method of the demon sect. I need to pretend to be dead when healing, Su Fan lied without hesitation. He used it once on Dogming Demon Lord last time. However, this reason is indeed very powerful. After all, there are various secret methods in the world of cultivation, especially the various secret methods of the demon sect, which are extremely gloomy and strange. So the secret method of healing by faking death is not surprising at all. How is your injury recovery? It has almost recovered, and the injury has been controlled. Why did I hear from my uncle that you were fine at that time? Hearing the master's words, Su Fan immediately got scared. He remembered that several refining masters of the sect were present at that time, and he could not hide whether he was injured or not from them. But at this time, he couldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. Master, at that time, I used the blood explosion technique to forcibly improve my realm, and my soul was damaged during the battle. Hearing Su Fan say this, Immortal Rufang did not continue to dwell on this matter. You are really capable. Do you know how much trouble you have caused to the sect? Su Fan got anxious when he heard it. It was obviously Yanlai Valley that provoked him first, and assembled 200 Yuanying monks to set up a trap to kill him. He was just defending himself. Later, those old monsters who had transformed into gods shamelessly attacked him, so how could it be his fault now? Master, I almost couldn't see you. Chapter 711, Su Fan is too abnormal. Seeing the message left by Su Fan, Rufang Xianzhen couldn't help but snorted coldly. You know that those old guys in Xianli Valley will definitely not give up, so why did you rashly leave the mountain gate? The old man has been thinking about it these days, thinking that there is something fishy about this matter, so he specially did some investigation for this. As a result, he discovered an astonishing fact, that is, those old guys in Xianli Valley were clearly deliberately attracted by this kid. Although Rufang Xianzhen couldn't believe it was true, he thought hard for a long time, and finally had to believe this fact. A mere Yuanying realm cultivator actually set up a killing game for several old monsters in Huishan realm. To be honest, even if this matter is told out, no one will believe it. This kid is really too bold. Su Fan saw that his master restored the truth of the matter, and he could only smile bitterly. These old guys have lived for thousands of years and are really not easy to fool. Although he was able to deceive several old monsters in Huishan and Xianli Valley, he secretly arranged an external incarnation and an 8th-level defensive fairy formation near Cakexiafang City in advance. But when he left the sect, the records of leaving the sect could not be faked, and the Mountain Gate formation would automatically record his identity jade card. And the 8th-level immortal formation he set up in advance could not leave no traces. If these old foxes were to find out something based on the situation at the scene of the fight, it would be too easy. Of course, Su Fan didn't care. Anyway, no one would believe it if he told it to others. Master, I had to do it. Although Rufang Xianzhen guessed that this was the case, he was still shocked when he heard Su Fan admit it himself. You are too brave, aren't you afraid of death? Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw the message sent by his master. Since he was a child, he traveled to this world of cultivation. If it weren't for his good luck, he would have died countless times. If the threat is not completely resolved, Su Fan can't even sleep well. Master, I was born as a casual cultivator, and I have struggled to get to where I am today. Every step I take is made with blood. Seeing the message sent by Su Fan, Rufang Xianzhen was silent for a long time before replying. Master, I don't know your past, But now you have come to Cultivation and joined the Baekhyang Immortal Sect. You have your own sect and master to protect you. You should be quiet in the future. I also want to, even in my dreams. But now that the Baekhyang Immortal Sect is in this situation, can he be asked to reason with those people in the loose cultivator alliance? If you want to live a comfortable life, you can only kill your way out of a pure land. Disciple knows. Seeing Su Fan's message, Rufang Immortal Venerable was relieved. He knew that this kid was not only a loose cultivator, but also joined the demon sect later. He used to be wild. Now he has suddenly joined the immortal sect, and the rules of doing things are still based on killing. This is definitely not okay. It is completely incompatible with the way of doing things in the Cultivation Immortal Sect. He must not be allowed to make trouble again. In fact, many people in the upper echelons of the sect don't like him now, and some even propose to expel him from the sect. Fortunately, the sect master and several masters in the refining void realm have not expressed their opinions, which made those people quiet down. But even the sect master is not as supportive of Su Fan as before, and his current attitude is quite intriguing. Of course, at least for now, the Baekhyang Xianzong will definitely not expel Su Fan from the sect. After all, this kid has made a lot of contributions to the sect. First, he defeated the sword cultivators of the Xianai sword sect and cut off the tentacles of the 10 super immortal sects. In a very short time, he also wiped out the evil cultivators and crushed the conspiracy of the loose cultivator alliance. Finally, he faced the Skyr Rift Valley alone and almost slaughtered all the high-level cultivators in the Skyr Rift Valley. It can be said that Su Fan alone reversed the embarrassing situation of the Baekhyang Xianzong in the Loyan Mountains. Because the Sky Rift Valley ambushed disciples in the Baekhyang Xianzong sphere of influence several times, several refining uncles and many gods of transformation brothers in the sect have now occupied the dojo of the Sky Rift Valley. This has also greatly stimulated many forces of the loose cultivator alliance, because the location of the Sky Rift Valley is too sensitive and has penetrated into the edge of the sphere of influence of the loose cultivator alliance. Therefore, a large number of high-level cultivators from the loose cultivator alliance are now gathering at the outskirts of the Sky Rift Valley, confronting the high-level cultivators from the sect. Although the 10 super immortal sects still want to infiltrate the Baekhyang Immortal Sect and try to make the sect their vassal. But at this time, of course, they have to unite to face the outside world. Moreover, the 10 super immortal sects also hope to occupy the Sky Rift Valley. If they succeed in gaining a foothold here, it will be equivalent to inserting a nail into the loose cultivator alliance. It happened that the Baekhyang Immortal Sect was in the right, so they sent a large number of elites to gather in the Sky Rift Valley. In fact, when several refining masters from the Baekhyang Immortal Sect arrived at the scene of the fight, they already had the idea of occupying the Sky Rift Valley. In this way, they can divert the trouble to the east and attract the energy of the 10 super immortal sects to the Sky Rift Valley. Even if the 10 super immortal sects knew the intention of the Baekhyang Immortal Sect, they would still jump in, because this was an unsolvable conspiracy. During the time when Su Fan pretended to be healing in the cave, a large number of high-level cultivators from the Baekhyang Xianzong and the 10 super Xianzong had been confronting the loose cultivator alliance for more than 2 months. Although the loose cultivator alliance acted as if a large army was approaching, the Baekhyang Xianzong had evidence and they felt guilty. After all, Cultivation was the Xianzong that had the final say, and the 10 super Xianzong controlled the direction of public opinion, and now they occupied the commanding heights of public opinion. Therefore, the loose cultivator alliance could only contact the high-level officials of the Baekhyang Xianzong in secret, and the two sides had talked privately for several rounds. But the differences between the two sides were too great, and they were just arguing with each other anyway. The bottom line of the loose cultivator alliance was that the Baekhyang Xianzong would withdraw from the Sky Rift Valley, and compensation could be made in other ways. Of course, the 10 super Xianzong did not want to give up the key position of the Sky Rift Valley, so they also made a lot of promises to the Baekhyang Xianzong. They hoped that the Baekhyang Xianzong would withstand the pressure of the loose cultivator alliance and completely occupy the Sky Rift Valley, and the 10 super Xianzong would fully support it. In this way, the dilemma of the Baekhyang Xianzong was greatly alleviated. Because it was the Baekhyang Immortal Sect that was in the right, the top 10 super immortal sects could not stand in the front no matter how shameless they were. They could only wave the banner of justice and cheer behind. Thinking of this, Rufang Immortal Venerable could not help but smile bitterly. Although this kid had a stronger desire to kill, if it were not for his interference, It would not be so easy for Baekjeong immortal sect to gain a foothold in Loyan mountain range. What the old man is worried about now is that once the sect has completely gained a foothold in Loyan mountain range, this kid will definitely be neglected in the sect in the future. Your injuries have stabilized. Shouldn't you continue to study the Dao of Formation? After my injury stabilized, I have never slacked off. Come to my cave in 10 days. If I find that you are slacking off, I will break your legs. Seeing the message from the master, Su Fan's scalp was numb. In the matter of learning the Dao of Formation, the master really didn't tolerate his faults at all. Once his homework did not meet the old man's requirements, he would really punish him. Master, please rest assured. I will study the Dao of Formation diligently. Su Fan ended the contact with his master and put away the communication array. He took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put it down, and his head hurt from worry. For more than 2 months, he had been thinking about imitating the incarnation witch doll, and he had not read the Dao of Formation homework left by his master. What should he do? Su Fan thought for a while, took out the communication array from the ring, and sent a message to Chen Qing and Shen Fang respectively. Shen Fang's message was the fastest to reply. Brother-in-law, you finally replied. I was almost dying of anxiety. How is your injury? This guy sent him dozens of messages. It is estimated that he came to his door many times. Maybe he saw the sign outside and didn't disturb him. Come over, let's have a meal, I'll be there soon. Wait for me for a while. I'll go to the Niamweiju in the city to buy a table of spiritual food. Su Fan had just finished sending the message when Chen Qing's message came. Brother, how is your injury? Shen Fang and I have come to you many times. We are all very worried about you. In Chen Qing's message, there was a sense of worry between the lines. I'm fine. Shen Fang will be here soon. You can come too, I'll be there soon. It just so happens that I got a few bottles of spiritual wine from home a few days ago. Not long after, Chen Qing and Shen Fang came to his cave one after another. Shen Fang ordered a spiritual feast at the Niamweiju in Baekjeong Xiancheng. There were dozens of exquisite spiritual foods, which were definitely worth a lot of money. Chen Qing was even more awesome. He took out a few bottles of spiritual wine he got from home. As soon as the mud seal was opened, the whole room was filled with fragrance. It was not ordinary at first glance. Although they hadn't seen each other for so long, when they first met, Su Fan found that these two people were a little restrained when facing him. Even Shen Fang, who usually laughed and joked when he saw him, no longer looked heartless, and even looked at his eyes. Su Fan couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with these two people? What happened to you two? It's been a while since we last met. How come you are like this? In fact, Su Fan had no idea that the news that he had killed 4 transformation realm cultivators by himself had now spread throughout the entire Chiksha heaven. If this matter had not come from the inside of the 10 super immortal sects, most people would definitely not believe it. Everyone sneered when they heard it. What a joke, how could it be so illogical? Even if you brag, you have to follow the basic principles. Until later, news came out that this matter was confirmed by several super immortal sects in the refining void realm, which made everyone believe this fact. Once this explosive news was confirmed, the entire Chiksha heaven exploded, and everyone was shocked by Su Fan's feat. In the past, in Chiksha heaven, it was not uncommon for Yuanying realm cultivators to cross levels and defeat the old monsters in the transformation realm. But most of them were elite disciples of super immortal sects, and their realms were all Yuanying late great cultivators, who were only one step away from breaking through the transformation realm. The ones they defeated were all old monsters in the early stage of the God transformation realm, that is, people who had just broken through to the God transformation realm not long ago, and in the end, the opponents escaped, and there was no precedent for successfully killing them. After all, the cultivators in the God transformation realm are not easy to kill, and various means emerge one after another. It is already very awesome to be able to defeat them in the end. But Su Fan, this pervert, is too amazing. Not only did he kill 4 cultivators in the God transformation realm alone, but one of them was a great cultivator in the late stage of the God transformation realm. This is a bit beyond people's imagination. I will make up one chapter first, and there will be more in the evening. Chapter 712 Brother, you are now notorious. The cultivators of Chiksha were all puzzled. Su Fan was so powerful, why had they never heard of him before? The most surprising thing was that this guy was actually a casual cultivator who had just joined the Baekjeong Xianzong. Although the combat power of casual cultivators was relatively stronger than that of sect disciples, it was also limited. Moreover, in the early stage of cultivation, casual cultivators did not have a complete Taoist inheritance, nor did they receive systematic education like sect disciples, so the foundation of casual cultivators was often scattered. To put it bluntly, they cultivated whatever they had. Just like Su Fan was like this at the beginning, he couldn't even find a set of formal magic jade slips. But it was not easy for casual cultivators to survive, and the competition between them was also fierce, so they paid great attention to the ability to fight. At least under the Jinden realm, the fighting experience and combat ability of sect disciples were obviously much worse than those of casual cultivators. But as the realm of cultivators became higher and higher, especially after breaking through the Yuanying realm, the advantages of sect disciples would be revealed. At this time, the combat ability advantage of casual cultivators was already negligible, and sect disciples were wealthy, and they would have more trump cards than casual cultivators. When the cultivators break through to the spiritualization realm, the combat effectiveness of the independent cultivators begins to fall behind in all aspects. If this was done by a genius elite disciple of a certain immortal sect, it would be understandable, but the person who created this feat was actually an independent cultivator, which made many disciples of the immortal sect unhappy. Until a few days later, another explosive news came that Su Fan was just a cultivator who accidentally drifted to Chixishan. After hearing this news, the cultivators of the entire Chixishan fell into reflection. Is Chixishan in decline, or have other planes become stronger? Any cultivator in the nascent soul realm from other planes can beat the 4 old monsters of the spiritualization realm in Chixishan. However, as long as the cultivators of Chixishan break through to the nascent soul realm, they will be forcibly recruited to the star domain battlefield, and the cultivators of other planes are not necessarily much stronger than them. As the pressure on the Baekhyang immortal sect increased, Su Fan's roots were slowly known to everyone. During this period, the cultivators of Chixishan were asking each other where the Kingquan star domain was. After searching for a long time, they finally found the location of the Kingquan star domain, and found that it was an extremely inconspicuous and remote plane. At the same time, Su Fan's identity as a demon cultivator was also exposed. The name Fansu became popular again, and the cultivators of the entire Chixishan were talking about him after dinner. Su Fan never thought that he would occupy the hot search in Chixishan for more than a month without spending any money. Chixishan is a pure immortal sect plane, and it does not know much about demon cultivators. Even those who have participated in the Starfield battlefield mostly teamed up with immortal sect disciples from various planes. Only a few people have seen demon cultivators, but they have not had in-depth exchanges. Their stereotype of demon cultivators is that they are violent, cruel and murderous, and they practice all kinds of gloomy and strange skills and secrets. Even in the eyes of many immortal sect disciples, demon disciples are no different from evil cultivators. Even many senior members of the Baekhyang immortal sect have complaints about the sect accepting a demon cultivator, and believe that Su Fan should be expelled from the mountain gate. Of course, at least he is fine now. The leader of the Baekhyang immortal sect and several old monsters of the Liangsu sect will definitely not kill the donkey at this time. After all, as long as this guy is still there, he can greatly deter the small and medium-sized forces of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Although there are many cultivators in the Loose Cultivator Alliance, they are all composed of many loose cultivator forces like Xianli Valley. Xianli Valley is considered to be a medium to high strength in the Loose Cultivator Alliance. The bodies of more than 200 Yuanying cultivators in Xianli Valley are still warm, and the voices and faces of several old monsters of the Huashan are still there. The Taoist temple of Xianli Valley has also been occupied by the Baekhyang immortal sect at this time, which force in the Loose Cultivator Alliance dares to show up. Not only the Loose Cultivator Alliance, but also the existence of Su Fan, a brutal and violent demon cultivator. Even the 10 super immortal sects have to think twice before doing anything. This is also the reason why Chen Qing and Shen Fang became restrained after seeing him. Even Shen Fang, who is so heartless, was a little nervous before coming. He never thought that Su Fan was actually a legendary brutal demon cultivator. And judging from the style and means of this old man, he is exactly the same as the legendary demon cultivator. No matter how naughty Shen Fang is, he is still scared. Chen Qing didn't care about Su Fan's identity as a demon cultivator. Not only did she not care, but she became more interested in him. Not only her, But many female cultivators of the immortal sect and Cultivation are very interested in Su Fan. This mentality is easy to understand. In fact, it was the same in the previous life. Vampires are so evil, but there are so many boys and girls who are obsessed with vampire novels and TV dramas. There are also many readers of Qing Dynasty female novels who fantasize that one day they will travel through time and be favored by a Qing prince or brother. So the restraint shown by Chen Qing is completely different from Shen Fang. Shen Fang is really scared, while Chen Qing is more nervous and shy, because every night when she is alone, she has been thinking about it a lot. Fortunately, the two of them and Su Fan were drinking and found that Su Fan had not changed much from before, so they let go after chatting for a while. Because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Shen Fang was so excited that he drank a lot. Brother, you are too powerful. You actually killed 4 old monsters in the Sky Rift Valley. Su Fan picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then looked at him. I was also lucky. I used up the 2 8th-level treasure talismans awarded to me by the sect master. At this point, he looked at Chen Qing again, took out the set of 8th-level defensive fairy formation from the ring, and then placed it in front of her. Junior sister. It's also thanks to you that you lend me the 8th-level fairy formation, otherwise I might not be able to come back. Shen Fang was not happy when he heard it, and said, Senior brother, you only have 2 8th-level treasure talismans, but you killed 4 old monsters in the god transformation stage, not to mention the Changshan immortal venerable in the late stage of the god transformation. Chen Qing put away the 8th-level fairy formation, which she stole from home. Brother, I heard from the old ancestor of my family that your body is much stronger than that of a cultivator in the spiritual transformation realm. If we use the standard of physical cultivation, although your realm has not yet broken through the spiritual transformation realm, your strength is at least not weaker than that of an early spiritual transformation realm cultivator. Chen Qing's words made Su Fan look confused. The old ancestor of this girl's family is an old monster in the void refinement realm, so of course he would not speak nonsense. Several old monsters in the void refinement realm of the sect saw him that day. With the ability of these big guys, they would probably be able to see through his strength at a glance. Is his strength really that strong? Anyway, in Su Fan's opinion, with his current strength, he would definitely have no chance of winning against a cultivator in the early stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Su Fan thought for a moment and said, What else did your ancestor say? I only heard this sentence, and then they drove me away. Su Fan raised his glass and said, Junior sister, this glass is for you. Thank you for lending me the set of the 8th-level fairy formation. I owe you a favor. Chen Qing's face turned red and her heart beat faster. Senior brother, you don't need it. Su Fan laughed and said, In the future, if you have anything, just let me know. After he finished speaking, he picked up the glass and drank it. Shen Fang, who was next to him, also joined in and drank a glass. Senior brother, you don't know. Now everyone in the whole Cultivation knows you. Su Fan laughed and said, It's all about the bad reputation of me as a demon cultivator. Oh, what's wrong with being a demon cultivator? Don't listen to those guys' nonsense. They are just jealous of you. Hearing Shen Fang say this, Su Fan knew that someone in the sect must be dissatisfied with him. But he didn't take it seriously. At least he still had some value to the Baekhyang Immortal sect, and the sect wouldn't do anything to him at this time. Even if the Baekhyang Immortal sect had a firm foothold in the Loan Mountains in the future, at most they would just ignore him. Anyway, by that time, he would have almost digested the sect's secret hall inheritance, so at worst he could just leave. By the way, is there anyone causing trouble around the sect now? After hearing Su Fan's words, Shen Fang became energetic again. Brother, you are already notorious. Who would dare to cause trouble in our Baekhyang Xianzong? Su Fan smiled bitterly and said, When the sect has established a firm foothold here, I will be a nuisance as a gatekeeper. Shen Fang was not happy when he heard this, and said anxiously, Why? Isn't this killing the donkey after it has done its work? If the sect targets you, who will fight for the sect in the future? Chen Qing also advised, Brother, don't worry. You have made so many contributions to the Baekhyang Xianzong, the sect will not treat you unfairly. You can't just talk about it. The sect is similar to the company in the previous life. It is impossible to expect the senior leaders in the sect to remember your contributions. Su Fan smiled slightly, then picked up the wine glass. Okay, let's not talk about this. Come, drink. The three of them clinked glasses and drank up the spiritual wine in the glass. Su Fan put down the wine glass, then picked up the wine jar and poured another glass for Chen Qing. "Junior sister, I toast you with this cup. Thank you for helping me answer questions and solve problems. With my talent, I don't know when I can understand the array lessons assigned by my master." Chen Qing laughed and said, "Brother, you are being too polite. If you don't understand something in the future, just come to me. I was waiting for you to say this." If it weren't for this, how could Su Fan have contact with this famous girl? He couldn't hide from her. The three of them drank in Su Fan's cave until midnight, and then they dispersed. In the following days, Su Fan still stayed at home, and spent most of his time studying the array lessons assigned by his master. Chen Qing and Shen Fang came over every now and then to have a small gathering with him. Every 10 days, he would go to his master's cave to accept the old man's test. Of course, his identity is more sensitive now, and every time he goes out, he will change his appearance and breath, for fear of being recognized. Thanks to Chen Qing's help, he was able to pass the master's test every time, but he was scolded. Since he came out of retreat, Rufang Immortal Venerable has been more and more strict with him. Every time he assigns more homework than before, he is more attentive when teaching him. For some reason, Su Fan felt a hint of urgency from his master's attitude. Could it be that the sect wants to say something to him? But he didn't dare to ask, so he could only devote all his time and energy to studying the art of formation. The sect's top leaders didn't meet Su Fan again, and their attitude towards him was to ignore him, not to mention any rewards. This also made Su Fan unhappy. He thought that he would be rewarded by the sect after the limelight of this incident passed. After all, the rewards from several refining masters in the sect last time were too powerful. He received 2 8th-level treasure talismans alone. As the old saying goes, it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Now ordinary things are no longer in his eyes. Even the spoil seized from several old monsters in the Sky Rift Valley did not make him feel a little disturbed. A few days ago, Senior Brother Li Fen came to his cave and told him that he would no longer serve as a deacon of the Law Enforcement Hall and let him concentrate on studying the art of formation with his master. Su Fan finally understood his master's painstaking efforts. The old man was also worried about his future. Although there were no changes in the sect for the time being, he also hoped that he could master the sect's secret hall inheritance as soon as possible. It is better to be safe than sorry. Su Fan's identity as a demon cultivator made him feel awkward in the Bekyong Immortal sect. He didn't know when the sect would find a reason to transfer him away from the mountain gate. Chapter 713 I want a complete set of body Dao inheritance. Although Su Fan's situation in the sect may change in the future, he didn't think it was a big deal. Bekyong Xianzong was nothing more than a temporary place for him to stay. After he got rid of all the wool, there was nothing worth staying here. Su Fan now just wanted to master the secret inheritance of Bekyong Xianzong as soon as possible, and then rely on the game panel to brush the data. However, the formation is really difficult. Since the entry of the formation appeared on the game panel, so much time has passed, and the current progress has only brushed dozens of experience points. Su Fan is not in a hurry, anyway. He still has more than 1,000 years of life. Just take it slowly. In this world of cultivation, the formation cultivator is the most precious. Even if you just brush the data of the formation to be proficient, no matter where you go in the future, you will not have to worry about food and drink. Whether it is the immortal sect, the demon sect, or the cultivation family, there is a great demand for the formation cultivator. Among the 4 arts of cultivation, the formation inheritance is the scarcest Taoist tradition. Many super sects may be able to support weapon makers and alchemists, but they may not be able to train a master of formation. For the next 2 years, everything was calm. Except for going to the master's cave every 10 days to accept the old man's test, Su Fan stayed in the cave comfortably. Then Shen Fang and Chen Qing came every now and then, and the 3 of them had a small gathering. Chen Qing has left the law enforcement hall. When she went there, she actually went there for Su Fan. Now that Su Fan has left the law enforcement hall, there is no need for her to stay there. Chen Qing has hinted to Su Fan more than once, but this guy is like a stone and just won't open his mind. Although she was angry, she wanted to stay with Su Fan, so the relationship between the two has always maintained the same state as before. Shen Fang did not leave the law enforcement hall, but unfortunately since Su Fan created a great reputation in the sphere of influence of the Bekyong Xianzong, the law enforcement hall has nothing to do now. This also made him very depressed, and he felt that his swordsmanship had no place to use. In fact, The reason why Su Fan tolerated this funny guy was not to entertain him. As his realm became higher and higher, Su Fan felt that he was becoming less and less human. This is also a common problem for all cultivators. Some ascetics have even gone on a fast and stopped eating worldly food. Su Fan doesn't want to become that kind of person. What's the point of living then? What worries him is that he also has this tendency, which is inevitable for every cultivator. Although Shen Fang is heartless, Su Fan only feels like a human being when he's with him. In the early morning, Su Fan came to the cave of the master again to accept the old man's test. Because of the help of junior sister Chen Qing, and his gradual enlightenment in the art of formation, he is no longer as stumbling as before. After testing Su Fan, the immortal master Rufang looked at him. The Loose Cultivator Alliance has reached a compromise with this sect in the future. The Loose Cultivator Alliance and the Beqiang Immortal Sect will establish a market in the Sky Rift Valley, which will be jointly managed by both parties. Damn, that was taken down by me. If the Beqiang Immortal Sect didn't show any sign at all, it would be too shameless. Seeing Su Fan's bad face, Rufang Immortal Venerable smiled. Don't worry, you will definitely get your share. You are my disciple after all. Su Fan immediately became energetic after hearing this. He still needs a master, otherwise who will support him? In fact, the sect is similar to the company in his previous life, with all kinds of complicated connections. If he hadn't become a disciple of Rufang Immortal Venerable, after his identity as a demon cultivator was exposed, he might have been sent to the Star Domain battlefield by the sect to fend for himself. He got up from the ground, knelt down and kowtowed to his master. Disciple thanks the master. Rufang Immortal Venerable laughed and waved his hand. Okay, get up. Su Fan stood up from the ground, and then happily poured a cup of tea for his master. Rufang Immortal Venerable picked up the teacup and took a sip. My master's time is coming to an end, and I don't have much say in the sect although I helped you fight for some things. It's not much. At this point, the old man smiled sadly. The sect has given 2 ways of compensation. Let you choose. The first of the 2 conditions given by Beqiang Xianzong is to give Su Fan a lump sum of spirit crystals. The other is to extract a certain percentage of dividends from the Xianli Valley market every year. Although the share is small, it is better in the long run. Su Fan chose the second method without thinking. In fact, in the past, he would definitely choose the first one. After all, he didn't know when he would leave Beqiang Xianzong. Directly cash in a sum of money, and leave when the time comes. But now it's different. The old man, master, is so good to him. He is grateful for just the grace of preaching. Moreover, master is a true teacher. He wants to break the inheritance of the sect's secret hall and put it all into his head. He has seen many immortal masters, but none of them is as human as master. Su Fan will leave Beqiang Xianzong sooner or later. He patted his butt and left. How can he repay master's kindness? Master's time is coming, and his descendants also need the help of his disciples. Su Fan didn't lack spirit crystals anyway, so he planned to leave the bonus from the Sky Rift Valley market to his master's descendants. Master, I choose the second one. After hearing Su Fan's words, Rufang Xianzong frowned. I advise you to choose the first one, master. The second way of getting bonuses is more. The old man wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and didn't say it in the end. Now the sect has mixed opinions on this kid, and the sect master and several refining masters have not made a final conclusion. Although Su Fan has his protection, once the sect's top leaders make a decision, his protection alone will be useless. Okay, you choose. Su Fan nodded, and then suddenly remembered something. Master, there is something I don't understand, you say? Seeing the master nodded, Su Fan repeated the words of the ancestor of the Chen Qing family. In fact, he has been thinking about these words in his spare time these days. The old monster in the refining realm will definitely not speak nonsense. Moreover, when he was fighting with several people in the transformation realm in the Sky Rift Valley, he felt the advantages of his physical body. But how to fully exert the advantages of his physical body in the fight, he didn't know how to implement it. Although Su Fan is a physical cultivator, except for the heavenly demon saint body art of the demon sect, he almost crossed the river by feeling the stones. Su Fan felt that he seemed to have missed something, and he felt more and more that the physical way was definitely not as simple as he thought. After listening to Su Fan's retelling, Rufang Immortal Venerable sighed secretly. It seems that this kid really can't be kept. Rufang Immortal Venerable knew in his heart that Su Fan's identity as a demon cultivator had been exposed, and he couldn't stay in Baekhyang Immortal Sect for long. Now the sect is under a lot of pressure, and some people inside the sect have expressed dissatisfaction. If it weren't for him to argue with reason, Su Fan would have been sent away long ago. In fact, even Rufang Immortal Venerable felt that Su Fan was not suitable for Baekhyang Immortal Sect. It's not that this kid is not worthy of the sect, but that he has no place to use his skills in this small broken place. With his kid's strength, he should go to the top 10 super immortal sects, only there's the place for him to stay. As for the identity of a demon cultivator, it is a hot potato for the Baekhyang Immortal Sect, but it is not a big deal for the top 10 super immortal sects. Not to mention a demon cultivator, even if this kid is an evil cultivator, they can clear him. A few days ago, a good friend of Rufang Immortal Venerable from this Henshin Dao Palace visited him for this kid. Although he also hopes that Su Fan can go to a better place, he is a member of the Baekhyang Immortal Sect after all, and he can't do things that dig into his own sect. And it is said that the people of this Henshin Dao Palace also met with the sect's top leaders. Although they don't know what they talked about, it must be related to this kid. Although Su Fan was born in the demon sect, even he can see that this kid has unlimited future. Are the old guys in the top 10 super immortal sects blind? To be honest, the sect has treated this kid a little bit slowly. The great achievements he has made are really chilling to many of the top leaders in the sect. Now, Immortal Rufang didn't want to care about so much anymore. He just wanted to pass on the inheritance of the sect's secret hall to this kid as soon as possible. It was also considered as fulfilling the responsibility of a master, and it was considered as making up for the sect. Although I focus on the Dao of formation and don't understand the Dao of body, there are thousands of great ways, and they all lead to the same destination. After he said that, he looked at Su Fan and then tapped him with his hand. Although you are strong, your biggest shortcoming is that you learn too many things, and you lack the word focus. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. What the old man said was so damn right. Since he traveled to this world of cultivation, he has been practicing here and there. Although he has a bug in the game panel, he has practiced well in everything, but it is not systematic after all, and it seems messy. There is no way. He was born as a casual cultivator, and the several sects he joined later were all halfway monks, and he couldn't get the core Dao of the sect at all. Su Fan joined the Baekhyang Immortal Sect and became a disciple of Rufang Immortal Venerable. This was the first time he received a complete Taoist inheritance. But even so, because Su Fan missed the process of laying the foundation of the Dao of formation, it was difficult for him to learn the Dao of formation. Fortunately, Rufang Immortal Venerable did not hide his knowledge and taught him attentively, and in a short period of time, these Taoist inheritances were crammed into his mind. Anyway, the old man was very worried about Su Fan. I don't know how much effort the great Tuoshin Immortal Venerable had spent on him, a poor student. Although he was not talented, he had to force him to learn. As for whether he could make achievements in the Dao of formation in the future, it depended on himself. Fortunately, Su Fan had a game panel, which was a heaven-defying bug. Otherwise, no matter how hard he tried, he would only be a mediocre person in the Dao of formation in this life. Next, Rufang Immortal Venerable told him a lot about the inheritance of the Dao, which opened Su Fan's eyes, just like opening a door for him. He also had a new understanding of the inheritance of the Dao for the first time. He had thought it was a bit simple before. Su Fan couldn't be blamed, as no one had told him about these things. These things were accumulated slowly over the years by the disciples of the sect after they entered the sect and were influenced by their masters. Unfortunately, Su Fan had never received any formal teachings in this regard, and all the things he cultivated were learned by himself. Rufang Xianzhen talked for more than an hour, and his mouth was dry. He took a sip of the teacup, and then waved at Su Fan. Okay, get out of here, and you must not slack off when you go back. Su Fan quickly stood up from the ground after hearing this, and then bowed deeply and respectfully left the master's abode. He also knew that it was almost time for the day, and it was really difficult for him to let the old man talk about foreign things for so long. Su Fan returned to his cave in the mountain gate. He sat cross-legged in the hall of the thatched cottage, frowning and closing his eyes to think hard. Sister Zhen floated in from outside. Seeing that the master was thinking, she did not go up to disturb him. Instead, she quietly brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him and carefully placed it in front of the master. Recently, Su Fan was either thinking about imitating the incarnation witch doll or studying the formation, so this situation occurred almost every day. Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the teapot in front of him, then poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, picked it up and took a sip. He still needs a master, or someone can tell him these. Poor Su Fan, he has been wandering around in this world of cultivation for so long, and he didn't even get a proper Taoist inheritance. It was not until he drifted to Chixishan that he began to pay attention to the issue of Taoist tradition. What did Su Fan practice before? It was so messy that it was unbearable to look at. If it weren't for the heavenly demon saint body art to train a good body, I don't know where it would have been buried. But even Su Fan's best body Tao seems to be missing a lot of things. Looking back at myself now, I was just a reckless man. Now I will learn the secret hall inheritance of Biqiang Xianzhuang first, and then see if I can find a way to get a complete set of physical inheritance. The physical inheritance I bought from Zhang Zhuan last time was from a small sect, and it was not complete. The only thing that was useful to him was the few physical attack secrets from Buddhism. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out the communication array from the demon house from the ring. He had hardly contacted Zhang Zhuan in the past 2 years, but the other party sent him a lot of messages. Su Fan activated the communication array and sent a message to Zhang Zhuan. I want a complete set of physical inheritance. After a long while, the other party replied with a message. Physical inheritance, I have a few here, but they are not very complete. If even the Tao is not complete, what's the use of getting it? If it's an incomplete inheritance, I'm afraid it won't work. Then I have to ask for you. No matter what the Taoist tradition is, it's hard to get a complete set. Su Fan couldn't help but frown after hearing this. It seems that it's really not easy to get a complete set. Then get a few sets first, and then bring them back to see if you can apply it to other situations. Incomplete ones are fine, but it's better to come from those super immortal sects, such as this Henshin Dao Palace. Brother, who do you think I am? It's okay. It doesn't matter if you can't get it. Just do your best. I'll give you news in a few days. After ending the contact with Zhang Zhuan, Su Fan put away the communication array. Ever since he heard what the ancestor of Chen Qing's family said, he felt like a weed growing in his heart. According to the words of the big man in the refining void realm, Su Fan's current strength, if according to the standard of physical cultivation, he can now match the early stage of the spiritualization realm cultivator. According to the heavenly demon saint body art, the physical cultivation method of the demon sect, the 6th level is the spiritualization realm. Moreover, he not only broke through the 6th level of the heavenly demon holy body art, but also devoured the blood and energy of the foreign demon. His physical strength is much stronger than that of the ordinary 6th level. Chapter 714, I didn't expect to return to the pre-liberation era overnight. Time passed like flowing water, and in the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed. Su Fan still hardly left his house every day, living a comfortable life in Biqiang Xianzhuang in a low-key manner. A few months ago, under the cramming teaching method of Rufang Xianzhen, he finally taught Su Fan the inheritance of the secret hall of Biqiang Xianzhuang. Now Su Fan goes to the master's cave every month, and the main homework has changed from theory to practical homework. The master leads the way, and the practice is up to the individual. After entering this stage, it all depends on Su Fan himself. To be honest, if there is no bug in the game panel, with his array qualifications, he will have no future in the attainments of array in this life. However, since the array entered the practical stage, the experience value of the game panel has also begun to soar. In the past year or so, the data of the entry stage of array has exceeded half, which is indeed a surprise to Su Fan. And through many attempts, he has also found some tricks to improve the data. For example, the entry array in the inheritance of the secret hall of the elite disciples of Biqiang Xianzhuang is a 6th level array called 9 Palaces Phantom Trace Array. That's right, this is the entry-level formation inherited by the sect's elite disciples in the secret hall. It is extremely difficult to refine this formation. Not only is the array pattern of the 6th level immortal array extremely complex, but the process of refining the 99 and 81 array flags required for the formation is also extremely cumbersome. Especially in the process of refining the array, even if there is a slight mistake, the expensive array material will be scrapped. The same is true for refining the array flags. If there is a mistake in one array flag, the entire array cannot be activated. Moreover, the materials required for the 6th level array are extremely rare. The materials of the array are added together, and the required spiritual crystals are absolutely an astronomical number. Su Fan spent an unknown amount of energy and resources to successfully refine this array. Seeing a large amount of spiritual crystals just gone, his heart was bleeding. The array is really not something that ordinary people can afford. Fortunately, with the help of junior sister Chen Qing and the careful teaching of the master, Su Fan didn't know how many times he failed, and he finally refined this set of 9 palaces phantom trace array. Because the success rate was too low, less than 10%, Su Fan also spent a huge amount of spirit crystals for this. He could only sell this set of formations to a store in Biqiang Xiansheng to alleviate the urgent need. Although the price is quite high, it is still a huge loss after cost accounting. It is only because he is worth a lot that he has persisted until now, but if he continues to toss like this, he will not be able to bear it even if he has a strong foundation. He has sold all the spoils in his hands, but it didn't last long. He wanted to sell some things that he was reluctant to sell in exchange for spirit crystals. Fortunately, Su Fan is an elite disciple of Biqiang Xianzong, and he can enjoy great discounts when buying various materials in the sect. If he was a casual cultivator, he would probably have given up long ago. Moreover, the 9 palaces phantom trace formation is only the most basic entry-level formation. Next are the Taiyi Kimen concealing heaven fairy formation, Lianga Yuanxi Shenguang photovoltaic demon fairy formation and 7-star Fogxi mirage phantom fairy formation. The materials required for these entry-level formations are even more frighteningly expensive. Su Fan went to inquire about it, but after hearing the prices of these array materials, he almost fainted. So Su Fan had no choice but to put all his energy into the 9 palaces phantom trace array. He thought that if he repeatedly refined a set of arrays, the experience value would not increase. Who knew that after some attempts, the experience value on the game panel was still rising? Su Fan was immediately excited. He stayed in the cave every day to brush the data. Every time he successfully made a set of 9 palaces phantom trace array, he would take it to Biqiang Immortal City to sell it. After more than a year of hard work, his experience value for the entry-level array on the game panel finally exceeded half. Su Fan has always been puzzled. When he played the talisman, when he successfully drew a low-level talisman, the talisman appeared in the skill column of the game panel. The instrument is similar, but why when he came to the array, he successfully made a primary array, but the array did not appear in the skill column of the game panel? This doubt has troubled him for a long time, and he has no way to find someone to ask about it. Su Fan guessed that it was because of his realm. After all, when he first came into contact with the way of talismans and the way of weapons, he was only a minor cultivator of key training. Now he has reached the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, so the game panel will also be adjusted accordingly. In the early morning, Su Fan looked at the array plate in his hand with satisfaction, and felt that his array-making skills had improved a little. He put down the array plate and stretched his body. In order to make this 6th level 9 palaces phantom trace array, he stayed up for several nights. Su Fan stood up from the ground and walked out of the thatched cottage. Sister Jen was busy making breakfast in front of the stove. "Master, the meal will be ready soon, no hurry, I'll go out for a while and be back soon." After Su Fan finished speaking, he came to the mountains and forests of the portable secret realm, and then floated above a valley. He reached out and took out a pole of array flags from the ring, and waved the flags out according to the nearby mountains and rivers and the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The flags disappeared into the ground, as if they had never appeared. After the 99 and 81 formation flags were arranged, Su Fan took out the formation plate and threw it into the valley, then pinched a few magic formulas with his right hand. He shouted softly, and a spiritual light shield flashed and disappeared. Then, the scene on the ground changed. The valley below had disappeared, replaced by a dense primitive forest. Moreover, this dense forest has been integrated with the surrounding mountains, and there is no trace of disobedience, as if it was formed naturally. Su Fan smiled with satisfaction. The 6th level mysterious fairy formation is indeed extraordinary. If this formation was not set up by himself, if he did not deliberately investigate, he might not be able to find it. Su Fan jumped outside the formation, took out a formation talisman from the ring, walked to the dense forest, and gently drew it with the formation talisman. A passage suddenly appeared in the dense forest. He stepped into the formation, and his eyes suddenly became clear, and the valley appeared in front of him. Su Fan nodded. This 6th level 9 palaces phantom trace array was considered a success. He casually dispersed the array, put the array plate and the 9981 array flags into his ring, and then turned and left. At noon, Su Fan changed his appearance and body shape, went out of the mountain gate, and performed the close-up, worldwide void escape method to come to Baekhyang Xiancheng. Now Baekhyang Xiancheng is no longer as depressed as it was a few years ago. The streets are very lively, with pedestrians shoulder to shoulder, and all the streets are crowded with people. Although it cannot be compared with the fairy city before the migration, it is estimated that it will be able to restore its former glory in a few years. Su Fan came to the outside of a store, looked up at the plaque, and then walked in. In the shops in Baekhyang Xiancheng, 8 or 9 out of 10 sell goods related to the way of formation. This shop called Xiangguanglao is the same. It is also considered a first-class store of the way of formation in the city. A pretty female cultivator in the store saw him coming and hurriedly came up to greet him with a big smile. "Welcome, senior, to Xiangguang building." Su Fan followed the girl to the private room on the second floor. After a while, the shopkeeper of Xiangguang building came over in person. The other party was a late Yuanying cultivator, but he had a kind face and a businessman's demeanor. "Fellow Taoist, I am Luo Song, the shopkeeper of our store. Come, try my spiritual Luo Zisa before the rain." Su Fan took the teacup handed to him by the girl, picked it up and took a sip. "Fellow Taoist, I wonder if your store accepts formations." Luo Song saw the several formations he was going to sell, and he immediately became excited. "Yes, fellow Taoist, don't worry, our store has always been honest and fair, and the price will definitely satisfy you." Su Fan took out several sets of 9 palaces phantom trace formation from the ring and placed them in front of the shopkeeper. Seeing the several arrays in front of him, Luo Song's expression did not change at all, but his heart was stirred. Before the Baekhyang Immortal sect migrated to the Loan Mountains, the Xiangguang building was in the former Baekhyang Immortal city, which sold array materials and various arrays. Luo Song was also very familiar with the Baekhyang Immortal sect, and of course he knew the origin of the 9 palaces phantom trace array. His eyes changed when he looked at Su Fan, knowing that even if the man in front of him was not an elite disciple who had inherited the secret hall of the Baekhyang Immortal city, he had a close relationship with the other party. The 9 palaces phantom trace array is rare and has always been in short supply. The next step was simple. In order to win over Su Fan, Luo Song directly offered a high price and gave him a top-level VIP talisman. In the future, with this VIP talisman, he can enjoy a big discount when purchasing array materials in the Xiangguang building. After the transaction was completed, Luo Song personally sent Su Fan to the door of the store with a very respectful attitude. He watched Su Fan leave from behind, then returned to the secret room on the top floor of the store, took out the communication array disk, and sent a message. A shop of this level like Xiangguanglao must have its own connections in Baekhyang Xianzong. There are not many disciples in the sect who are qualified to receive the inheritance of the secret hall. There are only a few in recent years, so Luo Song easily found out some information. According to the information he got, there is only one elite disciple in Baekhyang Xianzong who has received the inheritance of the secret hall. The name of this disciple is Fan Su. When he heard this name, his face turned pale with fear. Intuition told Luo Song that the person he just faced was most likely the big devil. Although Luo Song is already a late Yuanying great monk, he knows very well that his ability is nothing in front of him. That was a killing god who killed 4 old monsters in the transformation realm alone. It is said that this gentleman is cruel and violent. If you provoke him, he will kill the whole family at the least, and the whole clan at the worst. Moreover, he has long heard that because of the cultivation method of the demon sect monks, their mental state is not normal and their thinking is very extreme. Thinking of this, Luo Song's back was soaked with cold sweat. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, secretly glad that he didn't treat the other party badly and gave a high enough price. If this gentleman comes next time, he must serve him carefully and the price may be raised a little. In any case, he can't provoke this big devil who kills without blinking an eye. Otherwise, the shop of Xiangguanglao might be taken over by this gentleman. It's no wonder that Luo Song is so nervous, because the rumors outside are really outrageous. Although the heat of Su Fan killing 4 Xianli Valley divine transformation monks has long been reduced, various rumors are spreading more and more mysterious. In addition, he is too low-key. Even many disciples of Baekhyang Xianzong don't know his true appearance, so he seems more and more mysterious. Su Fan's image has also been distorted by various rumors outside. Now his reputation has spread throughout the whole Chixishan. Let alone Luo Song, the shopkeeper in the city, Even the disciples of Baekhyun Xianzong have to tremble when they hear his name. According to accurate information from the law enforcement hall inside the sect, hundreds of people have died at his hands since Su Fan joined the law enforcement hall of the Baekhyun Xianzong. And they are all Yuanying realm cultivators, and 4 old monsters in the Huishan realm. Among them are more than 100 evil cultivators, and more than 200 casual cultivators from the Xianli Valley of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, not to mention dozens of people whose cultivation was abolished by him. For a cultivator, having his cultivation abolished is more cruel than killing him. After all, Chixishan is a pure Xianzong plane, and it is rare for so many people to die at once. And the dead are all Yuanying realm cultivators and old monsters in the Huishan realm. Even those who have been to the Star Domain battlefield have not seen such a tragic death. Su Fan knew nothing about the various rumors in the outside world. Because he stayed in the mountain gate in the past few years, he hardly left the house, and studied the formation with one mind, and had no idea about the outside world. Su Fan had no idea that he would be vilified like this, just like a murderous demon. In fact, Luo Song was overthinking. He would definitely not sell the 9 Palaces Phantom Trace Array to shop. These shops in Baekhyun Xianchang have been attached to Baekhyun Xianzong for many years. How could there be no spies in the sect? In the past year or so, every time Su Fan made a few sets of 9 Palaces Phantom Trace Array, he sold them to different shops. As for how many people could guess his identity, he didn't know. Su Fan didn't care if others guessed who he was, but what he didn't expect was that those shops that bought the 9 Palaces Phantom Trace Array were scared. He wandered aimlessly on the street. Although his success rate has improved a lot now, he still lost money after cost accounting. Although the elite disciples in the sect enjoy some benefits every year, and the purchase of array materials is much cheaper than outside. But in the face of huge consumption, it is still a drop in the bucket. In fact, every elite disciple of Baekhyun Xianzong is either from a noble family or recruited by a family in the sect. But Su Fan didn't have this treatment, especially after his identity as a demon cultivator was exposed. The noble families in the sect would stay away from him. So he could only rely on himself, and the spiritual crystals in his hand were obviously a little stretched. Su Fan now regretted that when the sect compensated him for the income from the Sky Rift Valley, he should have chosen the first method. At least it could temporarily alleviate his predicament. Thinking of this, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh secretly. He is still so poor. He has been financially free for many years, but he didn't expect to return to the pre-liberation era overnight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715. What is going on with these people? Su Fan, who was worried about the spirit crystals, strolled around Baekhyun Immortal City for a long time, but didn't come up with any good ideas. The spirit crystals needed to play the formation are not a small number. Just refining the 6th level 9 Palaces Phantom Trace formation almost consumed all his spirit crystals. The spirit crystals needed for the formation can be imagined. You have to know that Su Fan just killed more than 200 infant realm cultivators and 4 old monsters in the transformation realm. The spoil seized from them alone, if converted into spirit crystals, would be an astronomical figure. But it has only been more than a year, and most of them have been consumed. It seems that it is unlikely to obtain spirit crystals through formal channels, and you can only think of some other ways. However, as long as he survives the initial stage, when he becomes a real formation cultivator, it will not be a problem to make money. Su Fan took a deep breath and didn't think about it. He took off the communication plate from his waist and sent a message to Shen Fang. "What are you doing?" As soon as his message was sent, Shen Fang replied. "Brother, senior sister Chen Qing and I are in Baekhyun Immortal City." He had been working hard for several days to refine the 9 Palaces Phantom Trace Array. Today, he had nothing to do, so he thought of meeting them for a while to relax. "I'm also in Baekhyun Immortal City. Where are you?" "I'll go find you." After a long while, Su Fan's communication array disk vibrated slightly. He picked it up and found that it was a message from Chen Qing. "Senior brother, I'm Chen Qing. I'm in Xianhe Pavilion. Come over quickly. I'm waiting for you." Shen Fang has now become Chen Qing's follower, following Chen Qing's buttocks every day as a younger brother. Although this kid is heartless, he is not lacking in mind. He also knows how to find a big thigh to hug. Now he is doing better in the sect than his sister. Well, I'll go over now. After replying a message, Su Fan put away the communication array disk, and then turned and walked towards the Asian pavilion. At this moment, Chen Qing and Shen Fang were in a luxurious private room with more than 10 other cultivators. She threw the communication array to Shen Fang, and then laughed. Brother Qiao Liang, today I will introduce you to someone. After hearing Chen Qing's words, a middle-aged cultivator sitting in the main seat was stunned for a moment. Is the person that junior sister introduced to me also a disciple of your Biqiang Xianzong? Chen Qing laughed and said, you will know when the time comes. This senior brother Qiao Liang is an elite disciple of this Henshin Dao Palace. Today he followed his master to visit Biqiang Xianzong. The master was meeting with the high-level officials of Biqiang Xianzong, and he had a small gathering with several elite disciples of Biqiang Xianzong who he was familiar with. Junior sister, who is it? Yes, junior sister, which senior brother are you talking about? Several elite disciples of the sect in the room also asked one after another. Facing the questions of everyone, Chen Qing just smiled and kept silent no matter what. When Su Fan arrived outside the Xianhe pavilion, it had already returned to its original appearance. He looked around and found that the decoration here was extremely luxurious. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary hotel. Su Fan frowned immediately and regretted coming here. Chen Qing and Shen Fang should be with other people, so why did he come here? But he had already agreed, so he could only step in. As soon as Su Fan entered the hotel, a pretty female giant and cultivator came up to him and bowed to him with a smile. Senior, have you booked a private room? Su Fan was stunned for a moment. It seemed that this was really not an ordinary place. Although the girl was polite, she actually meant to tell him that not everyone could come here. Brother, at this time, Shen Fang came out trotting. The female giant and cultivator saw Shen Fang and quickly stepped aside, bowing her head respectfully. Su Fan followed Shen Fang into the hotel, came to the inner courtyard, and walked into the depths of the courtyard along a quiet corridor. There are waterside pavilions and singing stages everywhere, and the heavy pavilions are decorated with carved beams and painted buildings, which is extraordinary. The two came to the outside of an exquisite pavilion, and saw more than 10 disciples of the sect standing outside. They were probably followers of those elite disciples like Shen Fang. At this time, someone saw Su Fan's appearance, his face suddenly changed, and he bowed in a hurry. Bye, senior brother. Su Fan glanced at the other person and was a little confused. If you want to pay homage, then pay homage. Why are you trembling? Su Fan nodded, waved to the other person as a greeting, and then followed Shen Fang into the pavilion. The disciple didn't raise his head until Su Fan's figure disappeared. He let out a long breath, and his face was a little pale. The others were all confused, and they all came to him and asked, Ziohe, what do you think of this senior brother? Who is this senior brother? Why haven't I seen him before? He Kui, who is that senior brother just now? He Kui turned his head and looked into the pavilion, then waved to everyone to come over. He whispered, he is senior brother Fan Su. After hearing what He Kui said, everyone was stunned and started to talk. What? He is the big devil. He Kui, did you see it clearly? I think he is quite kind, not like what people say outside. He Kui waved his hands at them and said anxiously, keep your voices down. That day I followed senior brother Lu Hu to the city and saw him defeat several sword cultivators of Xianai sword sect with my own eyes. Hearing him say this, everyone immediately shut up and felt a chill on their backs. Now the rumors outside are getting more and more weird. Su Fan's image has been distorted beyond recognition. He is simply a big devil who kills without blinking an eye. It's no wonder they were afraid. The 4 old monsters in the heavenly rift valley of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, as well as more than 200 nascent soul cultivators, were all slaughtered by this gentleman. Now that the heavenly rift valley no longer exists, this is already considered a butcher who wiped out the entire family. Just based on this incident, it is not an exaggeration to say that he was cruel and violent. Su Fan asked as soon as he followed Shen Fang into the pavilion. Who else is here today? Shen Fang came over and whispered, senior sister Chen Qing is welcoming a senior brother from this Henshin Dao Palace today. Why didn't you tell me? Shen Fang immediately made a bitter face after hearing this, and said, I was with senior sister Chen Qing just now. When she asked who it was, I told her it was you. Su Fan glared at him and cursed him inwardly as a lackey. They came to the outside of a monastery. Shen Fang pushed open the door, then turned around and looked at Su Fan. This guy is destined to be a lackey, and now he doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the house and sit at the table. In fact, Su Fan thought that Shen Feng's choice was quite good. At least Shen Qing was a righteous girl. It was better to follow her than to follow others. He didn't want to pay attention to this guy, and walked into the private room. Chen Qing helped him a lot, and Su Fan couldn't ignore her face. He thought about staying in there for a while and then leaving. As soon as he entered the private room, an elite disciple of Biqiang Xianzong in the room recognized him. Bang! This guy stood up subconsciously, and because he stood up too quickly, he even knocked over his chair. Greetings, Senior Brother Fan Su, he bowed respectfully, his head almost touching the table. The other people in the room didn't react at first, but then they knew who was coming, and they all stood up and followed respectfully. Su Fan frowned immediately. What's wrong with these people? Chen Qing wanted to give everyone a surprise, but who would have thought that Su Fan had been recognized before he was introduced? She also stood up and stretched out her hand to introduce the monk in the main seat to Su Fan. Brother, let me introduce you. This is Brother Qiao Liang from this Henshin Taoist palace. The only person still sitting in the room was this elite disciple of this Henshin Taoist palace. In fact, when he heard the name Fan Su, he was also surprised. He didn't expect to see this person in this occasion today. But after all, he is a disciple of the 10 super immortal sects, and he has all the necessary demeanor. Brother Qiao Liang stood up and bowed to Su Fan. Qiao Liang from this Henshin Taoist palace, I have heard of you for a long time. I am Fan Su, I have heard of you for a long time. Su Fan smiled and then bowed to him. Shen Feng had already called several young female cultivators outside the private room to come over and arranged bowls, chopsticks and chairs for Su Fan. Su Fan sat next to Chen Qing, then glanced at the more than 10 fellow disciples at the table, and nodded to them with a smile, as a greeting. Seeing that everyone looked flattered, Su Fan felt more and more that something was wrong. Do you really need to do this? Am I that scary? In the past, when he was in the law enforcement hall, the disciples of the law enforcement hall were quite respectful to him, but now when these people saw him, they were like encountering evil spirits. The atmosphere in the private room was extremely depressing. Only Chen Qing was talking at the table, and Su Fan and Qiao Liang occasionally interrupted. As for the others, they were like decorations, not even daring to fart. Although Su Fan was always smiling and looked calm. But for some reason, the elite disciples of the Biqiang Xianzong in the room always felt like a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on their chests, making them breathless. Even Brother Qiao Liang of this Henshin Dao Palace was the same. Although it seemed nothing, his body was actually tense all the time, and cold sweat was pouring out of his body. There was no way, the guy opposite made him feel an unprecedented threat. In fact, they were all scaring themselves. At this time, Su Fan did not even reveal a trace of breath. It can only be said that Su Fan's fierce reputation has been deeply rooted in people's hearts after some malicious spread. Chen Qing sneered secretly. Now she was so happy. This elite disciple of his Henshin Dao Palace was not like this just now. This elite disciple of his Henshin Dao Palace always had an inexplicable sense of superiority in his eyes in front of her. That behavior made her very unhappy. You were so awesome just now. A barbarian who practices physical cultivation, why are you pretending to be so powerful? Chen Qing raised her wine glass and said with a smile, Brother Qiao Liang, I'll toast you a glass. When Fan Su and I arrive at your Henshin Dao Palace in the future, don't pretend that you don't know us. Qiao Liang shuddered in his heart when he heard it. What are you doing bringing this devil to our sect? If this guy appears near Henshin Dao Palace, the sect will definitely be in chaos, and it is estimated that the mountain gate will have to be closed. Although he thought so in his heart, he certainly couldn't say it. Don't worry, if you come to my Henshin Dao Palace, I will definitely welcome you. After Brother Qiao Liang finished speaking, he picked up the wine glass and drank it all. He put down the wine glass, and then smiled and said, Brother Fan Su, you too, if you pass by my Henshin Dao Palace in the future, you must come and sit down. Su Fan smiled and nodded, saying, okay, I don't know why, although his smile was very sincere, it was so evil in the eyes of others. Anyway, Su Fan's bad reputation as a demon can never be washed away. Since he came, the atmosphere in the private room has become gloomy and extremely depressing. After eating this meal, it was like a year for Brother Qiao Liang and others. Finally, Su Fan didn't want to stay any longer. He picked up the wine glass and stood up. More than a dozen people in the private room quickly followed him and stood up. Su Fan smiled and said, "Everyone, I have something to do at the sect, so I'll leave first. I'll toast you with the last glass." After he finished speaking, he drank it all in one gulp, and then showed the empty glass to others. Brother Kiao Liang and others also quickly drank the wine in their glasses, and then turned the empty wine glasses over like him. "It's really boring." Chen Qing rolled her eyes. She hadn't had enough fun yet. But since Su Fan had already said so, it was not good for him to stay any longer. She had to raise her head and drink the wine in the cup. "I'll leave first, too. Junior brother Wen Tong, accompany senior brother Kiao Liang for me." Su Fan glanced at her, then turned and walked out of the private room. Chen Qing followed him and left. As soon as his figure left, senior brother Kiao Liang and others in the room suddenly felt relieved, and felt that the air in the room became much fresher. "Greetings, senior brother Fan Su." As soon as Su Fan walked out of the pavilion, a group of followers outside saw him coming out and hurriedly paid their respects. He frowned and responded, then turned and left. "What's wrong with these guys? Why do they all look like they are possessed by evil spirits?" Seeing Chen Qing and Shen Fang following him, he turned his head and looked at them. "What's the matter with these people?" After hearing what Su Fan said, Chen Qing and Shen Fang looked at each other, not knowing what he meant. "I mean, how come these people are like seeing a ghost when they see me?" Chen Qing burst into laughter after hearing this, and Shen Fang couldn't help laughing too. "What's wrong with you two? Why are you laughing so much?" Only when Chen Qing had laughed enough did she tell Su Fan about the various rumors outside. "What the hell? I'm so easygoing. When did I become a big devil who kills people without blinking an eye? This is a complete slander. Brother, it's okay here in the sect. The disciples in the sect are just in awe of you. The rumors outside are even more evil. This is fucking." Chen Qing laughed and said, "Isn't this good? Look how scared Kiao Liang was just now." Haha. Su Fan took a deep breath. He was not going to go out in the future. His notoriety as a devil would probably never be washed away in the future. Thinking of this, Su Fan turned around and wanted to leave, but he had just taken a few steps when he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Kiao Liang from Zhenshan Taoist Palace, why did he come to the sect?" Chen Qing shook her head and said, "I don't know. I heard that he came with his master." After she finished speaking, she took off the communication array disc from her waist and said, "I'll ask your family for you." Chen Qing took the communication array disc and walked to the side, and began to send a message to the elders at home. Su Fan glanced at her, and for some reason, he always felt as if something was wrong. The people from Zhenshan Taoist Palace came to the sect, which should be related to him. Chapter 716. Isn't it just to see if he can fight? Su Fan's guess was correct. Chen Qing came over after contacting the elders at home. The girl looked at him deeply, and her mood obviously became a little bad, with a look of loss in her eyes. "I heard from my third uncle that the Zhenshan Dao Palace came for you this time. What the hell? Could it be that the Zhenshan Dao Palace wanted to summon him into the mountain gate? It doesn't make sense." Su Fan knows his current situation too well. It is not easy to clear the identity of a demon cultivator. Moreover, in a place like Chixishan, there is no good impression of demon cultivators. "Brother, if the Zhenshan Dao Palace summons you to join, will you leave the Biqiang Xianzong?" After hearing Shen Fang's question, Su Fan shook his head. "Of course I won't go to that Zhenshan Dao Palace. I live very comfortably here." Seeing Su Fan say this, Chen Qing's face looked better, but then she thought of something and became worried again. She knew that the Zhenshan Dao Palace was one of the top 10 super immortal sects. If they really made up their minds to get Su Fan away, Biqiang Xianzong would definitely not be able to stop them. Moreover, the gap between the two sects is too big. If there is such an opportunity, anyone would have the idea. Seeing that Chen Qing's face was not very good, Su Fan smiled. "In Biqiang Xianzong, you two still have nothing to do to accompany me for a drink. If I go to Zhenshan Dao Palace, I, a demon cultivator, probably won't even have anyone to drink with me." After hearing Su Fan say this, Chen Qing's face was a little better. Shen Fang laughed and said, "Brother, I didn't eat well at Xianhe Pavilion just now. Let's go to your cave to have a good drink." "You are so embarrassed to say that. Did you sit at the table just now?" But Su Fan saw that Chen Qing also had expectations on his face, so he nodded. "Okay, then go to my place." After he said that, he glanced at Shen Fang and said, Yushianhe Pavilion go to prepare a table of good spiritual feasts. Okay, Xin Fang turned around and left excitedly. He was used to being a lackey during this period of time, and his movements were extremely smooth. A few days later in the morning, Su Fan changed his body shape, appearance and aura, and pretended to be a monk who had just arrived from another place. Today, his hair was tied up with a golden crown, and it was casually scattered behind his head. In the middle of the crown was a beautiful jade as thick as a thumb, shining brightly. He wore a moon-white 6th-level robe embroidered with a cloud river pattern, a white ribbon tied around his waist, and a valuable Taoist jade pendant. This outfit alone was worth a lot of money, exuding a sense of wealth and looked extremely showy. Su Fan entered the city and kept going in and out of various shops on the street. He stayed in the shop for a long time each time, and it was obvious that he was doing transactions. It was not until the evening that he finished his busy work and rented a luxurious cave outside the city. Such a fat sheep, not long after entering the city, was already targeted by several evil cultivators. A few days later, Su Fan left Biqiang Immortal City. As soon as he walked out of the city gate, several cultivators followed him quietly. These days he found many traces of evil cultivators in the city, so he had the idea of killing them. This evil cultivator group thought they had encountered a fat sheep, but who knew that they saw a killing god? Su Fan suppressed several evil cultivators who ambushed him without much effort, and then used the magic gate soul secret method to search their souls. These small fish and shrimps are not profitable, and they are not his real target. Su Fan locked several places where demon cultivators gathered through the memories of these evil cultivators. He disguised himself as an evil cultivator and sneaked in, and killed them all. Although these evil cultivators did not have many spirit crystals, they had been robbing in groups for many years, and each of them had a large number of cultivation materials. These stolen goods included a large number of talismans, elixirs, Taoist instruments, formations, and various types of alchemy herbs, instrument-making materials and formation materials. To Su Fan's surprise, he seized a large number of high-level formation materials from the rings of several late-stage Yuanying masters. These wealthy late-stage nascent soul cultivators are probably the owners of the long-term collection of stolen goods near Biqiang Immortal City. He robbed several gathering places of evil cultivators in succession, and the spoils of hundreds of evil cultivators were considered to have solved his urgent needs. But even so, after selling these seized spoils, the spiritual crystals obtained were only enough for his consumption for 1 year. Fortunately, when refining the 9 Palaces Phantom Trace Array, the experience value of the array will also increase. Su Fan is confident that in 1 year, he can use the game panel to brush the array to the mastery level, and the success rate of refining the array will also be greatly increased. After temporarily solving the problem of spiritual crystals, he began to stay in the cave at the mountain gate and brush the array experience day and night. In addition to going to the master's cave once a month, he occasionally went to the city to sell the successfully refined 9 Palaces Phantom Trace Array. With a continuous improvement of the array experience, the success rate of the 9 Palaces Phantom Trace Array also slowly increased. It was not until a year later that Su Fan finally reached the realm of mastery through his unremitting efforts. Moreover, his success rate in refining the 9 Palaces Phantom Mystery Array was barely enough to break even. Even so, Su Fan still did not try to refine other 6th-level arrays, but continued to refine the 9 Palaces Phantom Mystery Array tirelessly. There was no way. The next set of entry-level Taikimen concealing the Heavenly Immortal Array was twice as difficult to refine, and the array materials required were also more rare, and the value of the array materials suddenly increased several times. With the spiritual crystals in Su Fan's hands, it was not enough to support the attempt of Taikimen concealing the Heavenly Immortal Array. The elite disciples of the Biqiang Immortal sect were either born in high-level cultivator families or recruited by major families. The foundation of the major families in the sect was very deep, and various high-level array materials were piled up like mountains. How could it be like Su Fan, who had to use spiritual crystals to buy array materials himself? In the early morning, Su Fan once again came to the master's cave. Immortal Rufang took the 9 Palaces Phantom Trace formation he had refined, and kept looking at it in his hands, with a hint of satisfaction on his face. Well, this formation you refined has made great progress. How could it not be great? In order to refine the 9 Palaces Phantom Trace formation, he had emptied out all his old money. Immortal Rufang returned the formation to Su Fan, and then looked at him with a smile. Now it seems that your talent in formation is not that bad, but if it weren't for the help of the game panel, his talent in formation would be a piece of shit. This is all because of the master's good teaching. Immortal Rufang laughed and pointed at him with his finger. You kid, you finally got it. After he said that, he picked up the teacup and took a sip, and a hint of solemnity appeared on his face. What do you think of this Henshin Dao Palace? After hearing what his master said, Su Fan's heart sank immediately. Could it be that the sect leaders in this Henshin Dao Palace had reached some compromise? He had heard that many people in the sect had always been prejudiced against his identity as a demon cultivator, so he took this opportunity to throw this hot potato to Henshin Dao Palace. Master, I don't know much about Henshin Dao Palace. Henshin Dao Palace is one of the 10 super immortal sects in Cultivation. The sect mainly practices formations, which is quite suitable for you. Su Fan couldn't help but sneer secretly after hearing this. There is no free lunch in this world. At this time, Henshin Dao Palace called him in. If there was no trick inside, he would twist his head off. Master, do you think that if I go to Henshin Taoist Palace, I can still meet a master who teaches me as carefully as you do? Immortal Rufang sighed and said with a wry smile, the inheritance of the sect's secret hall has been passed on to you, and there is nothing left to teach. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Su Fan and continued, although your physical body is unmatched, you don't have a complete physical cultivation tradition. Going to Henshin Taoist Palace is just right for them to help you sort it out. What the master said was not wrong. What he lacked now was a complete physical cultivation tradition. In addition to heavenly demon saint body art, he had nothing else. Su Fan had also thought about this problem, so he had always wanted to get a complete physical inheritance. But his intuition told him that Henshin Taoist Palace summoned him to join at this time, and he must have used him to do something. As for what he was asked to do, Su Fan could not guess. But he knew the simplest truth, that there was no such thing as a pie in the sky in this world. Master, the Henshin Taoist Palace has a profound foundation and a long-standing tradition of physical cultivation. The disciples are all trained according to their own system since childhood. I don't quite understand why they want to recruit disciples. It's true that the disciples have strong bodies, but they are practicing magic skills and taking shortcuts. They have to risk their lives every time they take a step forward. It's completely different from this Henshin Taoist Palace. It's true that joining this Henshin Taoist Palace is beneficial to the disciples, but what good will it do for them? Immortal Rufang frowned when he heard this. What Su Fan said was absolutely right. For a disciple like him, who entered the sect halfway through his art and was also a magic cultivator, what on earth did this Henshin Taoist Palace want to recruit him? In this world of cultivation, no matter whether it is the immortal sect or the demon sect, no one does good deeds. Thinking of this, Immortal Rufang thought for a while, and then looked at Su Fan with a serious look. You mean, the Henshin Dao Palace summoned you to join for some purpose? Su Fan smiled and said, it may not be a purpose, it should be to let the disciples help them do things. After hearing his words, Rufang Xianzhen thought for a while, then took off the communication array from his waist and activated it, and a phantom appeared in front of him instantly. Brother Chu Ling, tell me the truth, what is your intention in summoning my disciple to join? The other party wanted to explain at first, but in the end he smiled bitterly and told the reason for this matter. What you said? Well, it's not a secret. Isn't the Centennial Dao Conference of the Chaoguang Star Domain about to start? After hearing what Chu Ling Xianzhen said, Rufang Xianzhen immediately understood. For such a once-in-a-century human race event, the top 10 super immortal sects each sent their elite disciples to attend. Biqiang Xianzong was not qualified to participate in such a Taoist conference, so Rufang Xianzhen had never thought of this. It's a bit troublesome now. My disciple doesn't want to go to your Henshin Taoist Palace. What should I do? How about this? I'll go to your place tomorrow and let me talk to him. Okay, come tomorrow. After saying this, Rufang Xianzhen cut off the communication array disk and looked at Su Fan. Did you hear that? They don't want to plot against you. Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing what the other party said. As long as you know the purpose of Henshin Taoist Palace, there is nothing to worry about. Isn't it just to see if he can fight? Of course, everything has a price. As long as you give enough spirit crystals, it's not a big deal. It just so happens that I'm poor now, so it's not a bad idea to get some money from Henshin Taoist Palace. Anyway, the inheritance of the array of the secret hall of Biqiang Xianzong has been passed on to him by my master, so there is no point for him to stay here any longer. Su Fan thought so in his heart, but his face had a different expression. He got up from the ground and knelt in front of Rufang Xianzhen, and kowtowed respectfully. Master, I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to stay in Biqiang Xianzong. If the sect doesn't want me, then expel me from the sect. Immortal Venerable Rufang smiled bitterly and said, Silly child, what's wrong with the Henshin Dao Palace? What can you do in Biqiang Xianzong? After he finished speaking, he sighed and said, When Lao Chu comes tomorrow, I will take this opportunity to have a good talk with him. The Henshin Dao Palace will have to pay a little. At noon the next day, Su Fan came to the master's cave again. When he walked into the thatched cottage of Immortal Venerable Rufang, he saw a middle-aged cultivator sitting cross-legged beside the master. He should be the Immortal Venerable Chu Ling from Henshin Dao Palace. The other party was very burly, with strong muscles that were about to burst through the robe. Sitting cross-legged there, he was 2 heads taller than the master. In this world of cultivation, physical cultivators usually become stronger as they practice, otherwise why are they called barbarians? Only Su Fan became shorter and shorter as he practiced. Compared with ordinary physical cultivators, he looked extremely thin. So no matter where he went, few people would think he was a physical cultivator. Su Fan walked over, knelt down, and kowtowed respectfully. Disciple greets master, get up, Immortal Rufang said, and pointed to Immortal Chu next to him. This is Uncle Chu of Henshin Dao Palace. Disciple greets Uncle Chu. Immortal Chu laughed and said, Get up, you have been amazing in the past few years. He took out a jade box from his ring and threw it to Su Fan. This is the first time we meet, Uncle has not prepared anything, take this to play with. Su Fan took the wooden box, put it in his ring, and then thanked Immortal Chu. If you don't want it, who would want it? Immortal Rufang laughed and said, Brother Chu, my disciple knelt here for most of the night yesterday and refused to go to your Henshin Dao Palace. Su Fan almost laughed out loud when he heard it. Old man, you are too ridiculous. You even knelt for most of the night. Chapter 717 What's the use of you being a good fighter? After hearing what the old man said, Killing Immortal Venerable immediately smiled bitterly. In the entire Chiksha heaven, if a physical cultivator heard that Henshin Dao Palace wanted to accept him as a disciple, he would have cried and shouted to agree. After all, Henshin Dao Palace is one of the 10 super immortal sects and is also the holy land of all physical cultivators in Chiksha heaven. But at this time, this kid actually brought it up. However, genius is another matter. As soon as Su Fan entered the room, Killing Immortal Venerable used his spiritual sense to see him inside and out. If we only talk about the strength of the physical body, even some of the cultivators in this Henshin Dao Palace who are in the God transformation realm can probably catch up with him. If he is asked to perform the blood fusion secret method of the demon sect and activate the demon body, I am afraid that even I dare not fight this kid head on. What moved Killing Immortal Venerable even more was that this kid's spiritual sense was actually not bad at all, at least reaching the level of the early stage of the God transformation realm. Moreover, his soul is extremely condensed, without a trace of emptiness, and it is obvious at a glance that he is not the kind of person who relies on shortcuts to forcibly improve himself. What surprised Dao Zun Chu Ling the most was that the fundamental method that this kid mainly cultivated was actually the immortal sex method. I heard that this kid was born as a casual cultivator, which means that he must have joined the demon sect halfway. In fact, for his Henshin Dao Palace, the biggest pressure of summoning Su Fan to join is his identity as a demon cultivator. Of course, it is not a big deal in Cultivation. This is the territory of the top 10 super immortal sects. Not to mention a demon cultivator, even an evil cultivator can be cleared. But if it comes to the Centennial Dao Conference, it will be difficult to clear. Of course, other immortal sects will not say anything, but after all, it is about face, which will make people feel that Henshin Dao Palace is too shameless. But this kid's fundamental method is the inheritance of the immortal sect, so this problem is easily solved. If Henshin Dao Palace takes him to the Centennial Dao Conference, facing the Yuanying realm disciples from other planes, with his strength, he can break into the top 100 even if he does not activate the demonized body. When this kid is brought back to Henshin Dao Palace and taught some of the sect's body secrets, wouldn't he be a proper immortal sect body cultivator? Chixishin's performance in the Centennial Taoist conferences in Chaoguang Star Domain was simply terrible. The disciples of the 10 super immortal sects were the kings of Chixishin, but when they faced the elite disciples of the super planes at the Taoist conferences, they had no ability to resist. Anyway, In the past tens of thousands of years, Chixishan's monks would celebrate if they ranked in the top 100, let alone the top 100, at the Centennial Taoist conferences in Chaoguang Star Domain. Thinking of this, killing Immortal Venerable had made up his mind to bring this kid back to the mountain gate no matter what. Fan Su, right? You majored in physical Taoism. It is certainly more appropriate for you to come to our Xianshan Taoist palace than to stay in Biqiang Immortal sect. After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan said, I am deeply humbled by your favor from my uncle. After he finished speaking, he kowtowed to Rufang Immortal Venerable again. But I have no way to repay the master's kindness in teaching me. I only wish to serve the master till the end of my life. Although he was acting, Su Fan said this sincerely and from the bottom of his heart. He has been wandering in this world of cultivation for so many years, and Rufang Xianzhen is definitely the only master who has taught him. This is the way of formation, the most precious profession in the entire world of cultivation. The old man can teach him the secret hall inheritance of his sect hand in hand. This great favor is greater than the sky for Su Fan. Even Rufang Xianzhen's face changed. He has taught several disciples, but this is the first time he has been so moved. Because he can clearly feel the gratitude in this kid's words. For the disciples of the sect, the grace of teaching between the master and the apprentice is far less cherished than Su Fan, and the gratitude is even less. When Killing Xianzhen saw Su Fan kneeling for a long time, he was not dissatisfied, but a little relieved. From this point, it can be seen that at least this kid is not an ungrateful person, but a person who knows how to be grateful and nostalgic. Haha. Even if you change your sect and join our Xianshan Dao Palace, junior brother Rufang is still your master, and you will not be delayed from fulfilling your filial duties in the future. At this point, he thought for a while. Don't worry, as long as you join our Xianshan Dao Palace, the sect will never treat you unfairly. Su Fan's heart moved when he heard this, but his head was still deeply pressed on the ground. What are the conditions? You can tell me. It's definitely not okay to just talk and talk big. Anyway, if you don't tell me the conditions today, I won't get up. Do you believe it or not, I will kneel here and die. Seeing that Su Fan was still unmoved, Qileng Xianzhen was also very uncomfortable. He glanced at Rufang Xianzhen, and couldn't help but envy this old guy in his heart. He really accepted a good apprentice. You stinky boy, how can this Henshin Dao Palace treat you unfairly? Do you want to piss me off to death? At this time, the old man was also a good supporting role. Although the father and son were acting here, they acted very well, and even Qileng Xianzhen was involved. He thought about it and decided to come up with something practical. As long as you join my Henshin Dao Palace, you will be promoted to an elite disciple and rewarded with 50,000 merits. Su Fan sneered secretly after hearing this. 50,000 merits were not bad. However, with his current strength, it is normal for him to join Xianshan Dao Palace and be promoted to an elite disciple. You are so embarrassed to bring this up. As an elite disciple, you can choose a body cultivation secret method from the sect's secret hall. This is possible. Su Fan is lacking this now. He has a perverted body but can never find the right method. When fighting, he relies on great strength to create miracles. After joining the mountain gate, you will be allowed to enter the sect's secret hall and choose 3 treasures. Fuck. This is possible, too good. The reason why Su Fan was so excited was that Xianshan Dao Palace was a physical sect. The treasures in the secret hall must be closely related to physical cultivation. This is very important. Although the secret halls of other immortal sects are also full of treasures, they are far less suitable for him than Xianshan Dao Palace. Since Su Fan traveled to this world of cultivation, he has been able to reach this point today, all thanks to this abnormal body. All other means are auxiliary in the battle, and the final solution to the battle is to rely on the physical way. But until today, he has found a lot of other magic weapons. But the treasures needed by the physical way cultivators, except for a demon-slaying sword, are nothing. When Rufang Xianzhen saw that the conditions were almost there, what else did he want? So the old man was immediately possessed by Yujin and spoke at the right time. He stood up from the ground with a whoosh and kicked Su Fan to the ground. Get up, don't you listen to me? If you still insist on your own way, I will expel you from the house. Su Fan crawled over again, choking and kneeling in front of the master. Master, you can't leave me. The father and son also fought hard to play this play. The two tore for a while, and under the threat of the master, Su Fan could only reluctantly agree. Brother Chu, I'll leave this child to you. He was born as a casual cultivator, But later he mistakenly entered the demon sect and didn't get any complete inheritance. When he goes to this Henshin Taoist palace, you have to help him sort it out. Brother, don't worry, your disciple is my disciple. The sect called him to join the sect just to let him participate in the Centennial Taoist Conference. We will definitely cultivate him carefully. Immortal Rufang heard it, then looked at Su Fan kneeling on the ground and couldn't help sighing. When you go to this Henshin Taoist palace, you must become a disciple of Brother Chu. If you dare to disobey, I will never recognize you as my disciple again. The old man was also very cruel and said all these words directly. It has come to this point. Even if Taoist Chu didn't want to accept Su Fan now, he couldn't. Su Fan buried his head deeply in the ground. After a long time, he said a sentence with difficulty. Brother, disciple, I will obey the master's order. When Immortal Chu saw Su Fan nodded, he didn't want to stay any longer, and hurriedly said goodbye and left to return to the sect because he saw that the boy was still unwilling. So he wanted to implement this matter as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. After Chu Lingxianzhen left, Su Fan knelt in front of his master again and kowtowed respectfully. Master, once a teacher, always a father, I will always be your disciple. Ru Fengxianzhen took a deep breath and waved at him. Get up. Su Fan got up from the ground and sat cross-legged opposite his master. Master, I really don't want to join Zhenshin Dao Palace. You are here to protect me. I still think Biqiang Xianzhuang is more comfortable. Ru Fengxianzhen listened and smiled bitterly. Don't think about it. The sect and Zhenshin Dao Palace have reached a compromise. You have received such a big benefit and promise from them. Even if you want to stay in the mountain gate, I'm afraid it won't work. Damn it, I knew it. Let alone there are benefits, even if there is no benefit at all, many people in the high level of Biqiang Xianzhuang are eager to throw away this hot potato. Alright, it doesn't matter where you go. Besides, Biqiang Immortal Sect is worthy of him. He has fleeced a lot of people, so he should be content. The only thing that makes him a little reluctant to give up is his master. The old man is really good to him. Master, after I leave, no matter what happens, you must tell me. I only have you as my master in my heart. Immortal Rufang got angry when he heard it, and pointed at his nose and scolded him. You have become a disciple of senior brother Chu Ling, so you have to be his disciple and treat him the same as you treat me. Do you know, he knew the old man's thoughts? He was just afraid that he would suffer losses if he entered Henshin Taoist Palace without anyone to protect him. This is too normal in the sect. Although those people can't beat him, they have many ways to squeeze him. Master, disciple knows. Hearing Su Fan's tone of response, Immortal Rufang glared at him fiercely. This kid is good in everything, but he is too unsociable. Even though he can fight, if he still looks like this after arriving at this Henshin Taoist Palace, it will be difficult for him to make a name for himself in the sect in the future. The Immortal Sect is different from the Demon Sect. There are all kinds of complicated connections. If there is no support, it will be difficult to enter the realm of transformation in the future. What's the use of you being a good fighter? Rufang Immortal Venerable didn't know that Su Fan was just a cheater and didn't care about these trivial things at all. Su Fan stayed in the master's cave for a while and was driven out by the old man. He flew to his own cave with a flying magic weapon, admiring the beautiful scenery inside the mountain gate, and was filled with emotion for a while. I wanted to stay here for a few more years, but before I could even sit still, I changed places again. Since Su Fan traveled to this world of cultivation, he has been running around. He has changed several sects alone, not to mention that he has experienced so many star fields and plains. Anyway, there is no one else. Can't he just stay in one place quietly? It was as if God was playing tricks on him. He finally had a home in this strange world, but before he could experience the affection of his family, he was thrown to the distant Chixiskai. Su Fan had had enough of this constant torment. But there was nothing he could do. No matter how capable he was, he couldn't beat this thief god. When Su Fan returned to his cave, he saw a person wandering in front of his cave. When he got closer, he found that it was his junior sister Chen Qing. Seeing him come back, Chen Qing was obviously embarrassed. At this time, the sister's face was not very good, and her eyes were dull with a hint of resentment. Today, she heard from the elders at home that Su Fan was leaving, so she couldn't sit still anymore. Chen Qing wanted to contact Su Fan, but she didn't know how to say it, so she came to the outside of his cave. She has been here for a long time, almost 2 hours. Master. Senior brother, you're back. Su Fan smiled at the girl and said, Junior sister, why didn't you contact me before you came? He took out a formation talisman from his ring and drew a line on the formation outside the cave. Junior sister, let's go in. The two entered the cave and came to the thatched cottage at the end of the valley, then sat down cross-legged. Su Fan brewed a pot of spiritual tea and poured a cup for Chen Qing. Junior sister, try this Curculian perilla before the rain. Chen Qing glanced at Su Fan, then took the teacup and took a sip. Senior brother, are you leaving? Su Fan nodded and sighed. I don't want to leave, but it's a pity that the sect can't accommodate me. After hearing Su Fan's words, Chen Qing, who had a little expectation, completely gave up. Her cheeks became paler, her eyes were a little red, and her gloomy eyes made Su Fan feel a little pity. Junior sister, during my time in Beqiang Xianzong, besides master, you are the one who treats me the best. No matter where you are in the future, as long as you need me, I will do my best. Su Fan rarely promised anyone anything, but he would take his words seriously. Without the help of junior sister Chen Qing, he would never have been able to learn the secret hall inheritance of the sect so quickly. This favor was too big. Su Fan knew what the sister was thinking from the beginning, but he always pretended not to understand. In order to get Chen Qing's help, he took advantage of the sister's admiration, which was quite a scumbag to be honest. But Su Fan would have to return to his family sooner or later, and he could only disappoint the sister's favor. And who is Chen Qing? The daughter of a powerful family. Not to mention him, even in the entire Chixishan, there are not many people who are worthy of her. Su Fan is still a rootless demon cultivator. Even if he wants to marry into the family, few families in Chixishan dare to agree. Chapter 718, Humans are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? Chen Qing stayed for a while, then left disappointed. Before leaving, he took out a ring from his arms and threw it in front of Su Fan, then ran out of the cave as if escaping. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, and when he picked up the ring and chased after her, it was a pity that Chen Qing had already run away. His eyes condensed, and his consciousness scanned the ring, and then he sighed. It is the most difficult to accept the favor of a beauty. Chen Qing's ring is full of various materials needed for high-level formations. They must have been secretly taken out by the girl from the family recently. Over the past year or so, he has spent countless spirit crystals to brush up the data of the formation, and he knows the market of high-level formation materials too well. These materials in the ring are enough for him to use for a year. No, these things must not be accepted. I already owe such a big favor, and it would be wrong to accept these things again. Thinking of this, Su Fan took off the communication array disk from his waist and sent a message to Chen Qing, but there was no reply after a long time. He smiled bitterly, then put away the communication array disk, and decided to go to her in person tomorrow. The next morning, Su Fan left the cave after breakfast. He changed his appearance and came to the sect hall. But until he came to the sect hall of Beqiang Xianzong, he came to the door of the hall, and then he remembered that he didn't know where Chen Qing was. He just heard her say once before that she went to the sect hall to work as a deacon after leaving the law enforcement hall. There was no way. Su Fan could only enter the sect hall to ask, and was told that Chen Qing had left the sect for business, and they didn't know where she went. He came out of the sect hall, took off the communication array plate on his waist, and sent a message to junior sister Chen Qing. After a long time, the other party didn't reply. Su Fan contacted Xian Fang again. This guy is Chen Qing's lackey, and he must know Chen Qing's news. Where are you? As soon as his message was sent, this guy replied instantly. Brother, I left the mountain gate to go out on business. After hearing what this guy said, Su Fan frowned immediately. You left with junior sister Chen Qing, right? Yes, do you have something to ask her? I'll let her contact you. This guy probably doesn't know that he's leaving yet. How could Chen Qing contact him at this time? No, I'm just asking. Su Fan thought for a while after he finished speaking, and then said, where are you going? When will you come back? Then I don't know. Senior sister Chen Qing didn't tell me, not only her, but also other disciples of the sect. There are hundreds of people. It seems that there is nothing to be learned from Shen Fang. He is just a follower. Su Fan contacted senior brother Li Feng in the sect again, and only then did he know where junior sister Chen Qing went. It turned out that the sect sent a group of disciples, led by several uncles in the sect, to other planes for exchanges, and they would not be able to come back until a few years later. Chen Qing joined in temporarily last night, so many people in the sect didn't know yet. Su Fan was stunned for a long time after hearing this, and then he reacted. He had a bad premonition that it would be difficult to meet junior sister Chen Qing again after she left. For some reason, he felt empty at the moment. The two had been together for several years, but Chen Qing suddenly disappeared from his world, which still made him feel a little uneasy. Forget it, let it go. If the two are destined to be together, they will definitely meet again in the future. Su Fan returned to his cave, then entered the portable secret realm, and sat cross-legged in the hall of the thatched cottage. Sister Zhen floated in from outside, and saw that Su Fan looked a little bad, so she didn't dare to say anything, but came over to make a pot of spiritual tea for him. Master, have a cup of tea. Su Fan took the teacup handed over by Sister Zhen, picked it up and took a sip gently. Zixi, that guy hasn't woken up yet. No, this guy has been sleeping for several years. Sister Zhen floated behind Su Fan and gently massaged his shoulders. Su Fan closed his eyes and enjoyed it for a while, then patted her hands. Okay, let me be alone. Sister Zhen curled her lips behind Su Fan, then lit a tranquilizing incense stick for him in the incense burner next to her, and then floated out of the thatched cottage. Su Fan took out a bottle of spirit wine from his ring and poured himself a glass. He didn't prepare any snacks, and just drank one glass after another. He was about to leave Biqiang Xianzong. Even though he had been wandering outside for many years and was used to partying, he still felt a little uncomfortable. At this time, Su Fan especially wanted to have a drink with Shen Fang, the funny guy. Junior sister Chen Qing was really something. If you want to leave, just leave. Why do you want to take this guy with you? He is so miserable now, and there is no one to talk to around him. In fact, even he didn't know whether his feeling of loss and sadness at this time was because he was about to leave the sect or because Chen Qing disappeared. People are not plants, who can be heartless? Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that he, a big devil, would be so literary. At this time, Sister Zhen floated in from outside, holding a tray in her hand, on which were several braised dishes and cold dishes for drinking. She didn't leave after leaving the thatched cottage, and kept hiding outside to pay attention to the owner's every move. Seeing Su Fan drinking by himself, he went to get some side dishes and brought them in. Master, don't just drink, have some dishes. Su Fan glanced at Sister Zhen, then picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Our Sister Zhen is still the best. Sister Zhen smiled and said, Master, I'll make you another soup. Su Fan nodded with a smile and said, well, go make it. Looking at Sister Zhen's back, Su Fan picked up the wine glass and drank the spiritual wine in the glass. Suddenly, he remembered something. Su Fan put down the wine glass and took out a ring from his arms. He didn't know what the gift from Chuling Xianzhen was. His eyes condensed and his consciousness scanned the ring. After all, he was a physical cultivation barbarian, and the gift was so real. There were a lot of spiritual crystals in the ring. If it was more than a year ago, Su Fan would definitely sneer at this gift. But now seeing the spiritual crystals in the ring, it's like seeing a relative, even closer than a relative. There is no way. Su Fan is too poor now. He is so poor that he almost has to sell blood. In the following days, everything was calm. Most of the disciples of the sect did not know that Su Fan was about to leave the sect. So no one paid attention to this matter. However, the top leaders of Biqiang Xianzong and Henshin Dao Palace have basically completed the consultation, and he will not have many days left in the sect. Su Fan's mentality changed a little except for the day when junior sister Chen Qing disappeared, but after drinking a lot of wine, his mood has calmed down. Now he stays in the cave every day to think about the formation, and has begun to try to refine the more advanced 6th level Taiyi Kimen, concealing the heavenly immortal formation. What surprised him was that the formation has been brushed to the mastery level on the game panel. Trying to refine the more difficult 6th level Taiyi Kimen concealing the heavenly immortal formation is much easier than refining the 9 palaces phantom mystery formation. And the success rate is also quite high, reaching 30%, and the experience value is rising. This also made Su Fan breathe a sigh of relief. If he had to follow the consumption of the 9 palaces phantom trace array, with his little wealth, he would not be able to play it. Of course, even so, the pressure is still not small. So the most urgent thing is to find a way to make money. Without spiritual crystals, nothing can be done. This morning, Su Fan was eating breakfast in the portable secret realm, and the communication plate on his waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from his master. Come to my cave later, Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It should be someone from this Henshin Taoist palace. It's time to leave. Master, I'll go there right away. Su Fan put away the communication array plate. He didn't want to eat anymore, and left the portable secret realm directly. When he came to the master's cave, he saw Chu Lingxianzhen from this Henshin Taoist palace had already arrived and was sitting cross-legged next to the master. Su Fan walked over, knelt down, and kowtowed respectfully. Disciple, I pay my respects to master. Immortal Rufang waved his hand and said, get up. After he finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with Immortal Killing, then turned to look at Su Fan. This morning, the sect has expelled you. You will leave with senior brother Killing in a while. Su Fan's face turned a little bad after hearing this, and he kowtowed to his master again. Master, Immortal Rufang smiled bitterly and said, go, don't embarrass me when you get to Henshin Taoist Palace. After he finished speaking, he took out a storage ring from his arms and placed it in front of Su Fan. You and I are master and disciple, take this storage ring. Su Fan took a deep breath, put the storage ring in his arms, and kowtowed to Immortal Rufang a few more times. Master, I'm leaving. After he finished speaking, he got up from the ground, turned around and walked out of the master's cave. I'm not in a good state today, so I'll write this much. I'll try to write more tomorrow to make up for it. Chapter 719, no matter how good the purchase is, it is not as good as the sale. With a flash of dazzling light, Su Fan appeared in an extremely luxurious hall. What are you still standing there for? We should leave. Just when Su Fan was stunned, the immortal Master Chu Ling next to him reminded him and then stepped out of the teleportation formation. He hurriedly followed him and left the teleportation hall with him. This is the territory of the Lingxiao Fairy Palace. Don't reveal your identity for the time being, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. At this time, he heard a voice in his ears. It was the immortal Master Chu who was transmitting the message to him. Su Fan couldn't help but frown when he heard it. Could it be that there are also all kinds of dirty things among the 10 super immortal sects? Seeing his face full of doubts, the immortal Master Chu explained to him again with his mind. In our Chixishan, the Lingxiao Fairy Palace has always claimed to be the leader of the immortal way, and even the 10 super immortal sects have to listen to their orders. Even though the immortal Master Chu transmitted the message with his mind, he could still clearly feel the other party's deep resentment. Of course, these things have nothing to do with him, and he doesn't want to know the reason. Su Fan followed the immortal Master Chu Ling out of the teleportation hall and was stunned by the scene in front of him. At this time, he was on a high platform in the center of a square, standing here to overlook the city below. The city in front of him was extremely vast, more than 10 times the size of Biqiang Immortal City. The square under Su Fan's feet was in the center of the city. The two main streets that crossed each other were the boundaries, dividing the entire immortal city into 4 areas. The wide roads in the city led in all directions, and tall buildings were lined up one after another. Although the houses were densely packed, it did not seem crowded, and the environment was unusually clean. The buildings on both sides of the street were extremely luxurious, with flying eaves and brackets everywhere, carved railings and jade bricks, which looked extremely magnificent. This is the Lingxiao Immortal City, known as the Central City of Chixishan. From here you can lead to any immortal city in Chixishan. After listening to the words of the immortal Master Chu Ling, and looking at this magnificent immortal city, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems that this Lingxiao Immortal Palace is not simple. And from what immortal Master Chu said, this old monster is quite dissatisfied with Lingxiao Palace. Why don't we go back to Henshin Palace directly? I have to go to the city to do something. We will return to the mountain gate tomorrow. Su Fan followed immortal Master Chu to a courtyard in the city. This is the property of Henshin Palace, where the disciples of the sect usually stay. As soon as they entered the courtyard, several Yuanying realm disciples on duty here hurried over to pay their respects. Disciple greets Uncle Master Chu. Immortal Master Chu waved at them and said, help him find a place to stay. The old man left after he finished speaking. Several disciples of his Henshin Palace came over and looked at Su Fan curiously. Although these people were curious about Su Fan's identity, they didn't dare to ask because he was brought by immortal Master Chu. The other party was looking at him, and Su Fan was also looking at these disciples of his Henshin Palace. After all, they were disciples of the physical sect, and they were all big and strong. No wonder the cultivators in the world of cultivation called physical cultivators barbarians. Junior brother, I'm Ho Changjin from the sect's internal affairs hall. Come with me. The leader, a late nascent soul cultivator, greeted Su Fan with a smile, and then took him to a room. Junior brother, settle down here first. If you need anything, just come to me. Su Fan nodded to him and said with a smile, thank you, senior brother Changjin. He bowed his hand and left. Su Fan glanced at Ho Changjin's back, then pushed the door and walked into the room. He sat cross-legged in the hall, took out a small red clay stove and tea sets, and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for himself. Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip, then took out a storage ring from his arms. His eyes condensed, his consciousness scanned the storage ring, and then he couldn't help but sigh. The storage ring was filled with various high-level formation materials needed for the formation, which were enough for him to consume for several years. The master was really good to him. This must have been taken from the family by the old man. Because Rufang Xianzhen is a master-disciple relationship, the family behind him has a general foundation in the sect. It must not be so easy to give him so many rare array materials. Su Fan knows more and more. Although he is a cold person, he has one good thing, that is, he knows how to repay his master's kindness. Su Fan doesn't know how to repay his master's kindness in teaching him. He also gave him so many rare high-level array materials. How can he repay him in the future? No matter what, too many lice don't bite, and too many debts don't worry. The old man still has hundreds of years of life, and there will always be a chance to repay his kindness in the future. The conditions here are not bad. He walked around the house and left the abode, ready to go shopping in the city. Su Fan came to the city and wandered around the street aimlessly. He went into a few shops at will, but soon came out. The prices in Linxiao Xiancheng are simply too expensive. Su Fan always thought that the prices in Biqiang Xiancheng were extremely expensive, but compared with here, it was nothing. Now he was poor, and seeing the outrageous prices in the city, he had no intention of continuing to shop. Just when Su Fan wanted to return, he suddenly remembered that he still had a few sets of 9 Palaces Phantom Trace Array and Tai Kimen Concealing Heavenly Immortal Array, so he decided to find a shop in Linxiao Immortal City to sell them. He found a few more luxurious shops, went in to ask, and found that the Immortal Array here was several times more expensive than that of Biqiang Immortal City. Su Fan was immediately excited. This deal was worth it. He excitedly entered a shop, but when he asked inside, the purchase price given by the shopkeeper directly gave him a comminuted fracture. Although the purchase price was several % more expensive than that of Biqiang Immortal City, it was completely incomparable with their sales price. Su Fan left the shop in a rage, but unfortunately he went to several shops in succession, and they all had the same price, and you could sell it or not. No matter in which time and space, no matter how good the buyer is, the seller is better. Each immortal city in Chuxishan has a complete business system, and it will not allow people to break the rules and take advantage of loopholes. Although the immortal formation of Biqiang Xianzhuang is cheap, if you count the cost of long-distance transmission of the formation back and forth, plus the extremely low purchase price of local shops, the cost is not enough. If you want to scramble for cultivation materials in scattered places, there is no profit at all. Su Fan sold several sets of 9 Palaces Phantom Trace Formation and Tai Kimen Concealing the Heaven Immortal Formation in his hands to several shops with tears in his eyes. Of course, if the success rate of the formation cultivators in refining the immortal formation is high, the profit is still very high. Especially the works of the formation masters, the value is often multiplied by dozens of times, and they are not found on the market at all. They rarely appear in auction houses and only circulate privately. In order to sell several sets of 9 Palaces Phantom Trace Formation and Tai Kimen Concealing the Heaven Immortal Formation, it took a long time to sell the several sets of 9 Palaces Phantom Trace Formation and Tai Kimen Concealing the Heaven Immortal Formation. It was not until the evening that Su Fan sold the last set of the 6th level Immortal Formation. He found a restaurant on the street and walked in. It was lunchtime, and there were many diners in the restaurant, and the hall was almost full. Su Fan finally found a place, ordered some spiritual food and spiritual wine, and then started to eat by himself. While he was drinking and eating, he listened to the chats of the monks around him. There were many people in the hotel lobby, and it was as messy as a group of flies buzzing, and the content of their chats was all kinds of strange, and there was nothing valuable. Until he was about to finish his meal and get up to pay the bill and leave, he suddenly heard something about himself. Why is the demon cultivator accepted by Baekhyun Xianzong not making any moves now? I heard from my fellow countrymen in Xianai Jianzong that Baekhyun Xianzong is too small and can't keep this demon. Why don't I understand what you said? What do you mean? Are you stupid? Don't you understand that this demon was favored by the 10 super immortal sects? It's impossible for them to favor him. He is a demon who kills without blinking an eye. Whether he is a demon or not, it's not up to those people in the 10 super immortal sects to decide. Hearing the chat between the two monks, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. It is estimated that the bad reputation of his was deliberately spread by the people of the 10 super immortal sects, with the purpose of recruiting him as their disciple. Now Su Fan has decided to join the Henshin Dao Palace. If his guess is correct, it will not take long for public opinion to reverse. Unexpectedly, the 10 super immortal sects are quite good at hype. At least in Chixishan, the 10 super immortal sects occupy the commanding heights of public opinion, and they have the final say on right and wrong. Su Fan stayed in the lobby for a while, but unfortunately he didn't hear any more useful information. He stood up, paid the bill, left the hotel, and returned to the courtyard of this Henshin Dao Palace in the city. The next morning, Su Fan followed Chu Ling Xianzan on the long-distance transmission array and came to the mountain gate of this Henshin Dao Palace. The 10 super immortal sects have a special status in Chixishan and enjoy privileges that other immortal sects do not have. Take the long-distance transmission array for example. If the cultivators of other immortal sects want to teleport across domains, they must change several transmission arrays to reach their destination. The disciples of the 10 super immortal sects are much more convenient. No matter which area of Chixishan they want to go to, they can reach their destination directly through the sect's long-distance teleportation array. Moreover, the cost of riding the teleportation array for the disciples of this sect is much cheaper than that of the disciples of other immortal sects. Of course, the most domineering one is Linxidao Immortal Palace, which occupies the central city of Chixishan. Even if the disciples of the 10 super immortal sects come to the central region of Chixishan, they can only transfer in Linxidao Immortal City no matter where they go. Su Fan thought that the mountain gate of Henshin Dao Palace was also in the central region of Chixishan. When he arrived, he found that the sect was located on the edge of the western region. Moreover, the spiritual energy resources of the mountain gate of Henshin Dao Palace are far less abundant than those in the central region. Not to mention the environment around the sect, there are no green mountains and clear waters at all, and there are deserts and gobi everywhere. Fortunately, the environment inside the mountain gate is acceptable, but it is just good, not even as good as Baekhyun Immortal Sect. Su Fan didn't care much. Anyway, he had a secret realm with him, and any kind of cave was just a cover for him. He followed Immortal Master Chu Ling into the mountain gate and came to the sect affairs hall on the main peak of the sect. The buildings inside the mountain gate of Henshin Dao Palace are relatively rough and simple, with almost no fancy decorations. Places like the sect affairs hall are the face of the sect generally. No matter how poor the immortal sect is, it will make it look like something. But the sect affairs hall of Henshin Dao Palace is much simpler. Not to mention compared with Baekhyun Xianzong, even the sects he had in King Kwang Star region were much more luxurious than here. From the architectural style inside the mountain gate, it can be seen that Henshin Dao Palace belongs to the more pragmatic immortal sect. No wonder other immortal sects in Chixishan call them body cultivation barbarians. At this moment, many sect disciples gathered in the square of the sect affairs hall. When they saw Immortal Master Chu Ling, they all bowed respectfully. Immortal Master Chu Ling led Su Fan directly into the interior of the sect affairs hall, and his entry procedures were also handled by a transformation Immortal Master. Basically, special matters were handled with a green light all the way, and it was completed in less than a quarter of an hour. The disciples of this Henshin Dao Palace had no idea that the notorious demon of Chixishan had already joined the sect. After completing the procedures for joining the sect, Su Fan followed the Immortal Master Chu Ling to a cave deep in the mountain gate. The Henshin Dao Palace was indeed not very particular, and even the cave of the Immortal Master Hushan was very simple. Some of the caves of the Yuanying realm in the Baekhyun Immortal Sect were much more luxurious than this one. Su Fan followed the Immortal Master Chu Ling into a thatched cottage, and the two sat opposite each other in the hall of the thatched cottage. Although you have joined the Henshin Dao Palace, the sect will not publicize it for the time being, and most of the disciples in the sect don't know about this. You should keep a low profile in the mountain gate. Su Fan understood what the Immortal Master Chu meant. It would take some time for the sect to whitewash him. I have already told this sect that now that you have become my disciple, are you willing to become my disciple? Su Fan hesitated for a moment and said, then I want to talk to my master first. Hearing Su Fan say this, the immortal master Chu Ling was not angry, but rather very relieved. This kid is not only nostalgic, but also grateful. There is nothing wrong with this. No one wants to accept an ungrateful person. Immortal Master Chu took off the communication array from his waist and contacted Immortal Master Rufin. As a result, Su Fan was scolded by the old man and told him to become a disciple of Immortal Master Chu, or he would never see him again. Since the master agreed, Su Fan stopped pretending and knelt down in front of Immortal Master Chu and kowtowed respectfully. Disciple Fan Su, I pay my respects to the master. Immortal Master Chu smiled and nodded, then took out a store drink from his arms and placed it in front of Su Fan. This is your apprenticeship gift. I am not as rich as senior brother Rufin. Please don't think that the master is shabby. The style of Zhenshin Taoist palace is indeed simple enough, and the process of apprenticeship is so simple. Immortal Master Chu picked up the communication array and sent a message. After a while, a Yuanying realm cultivator walked in from outside. This cultivator was more than 2 meters tall, and had a mighty appearance, with well-developed muscles, and the aura he exuded was like a blazing earth fire. When he entered the cave, he was stunned for a moment when he saw Su Fan, and then smiled at Chu Lingxianzhen. Master, why are you looking for me? Su Fan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard it. Are the disciples of his Henshin Dao Palace, and the relationship between master and apprentice so bold? Compared with other immortal sects, there are simply no rules at all. However, Su Fan likes this way of getting along. The disciples of other immortal sects seem to be respectful, but the relationship between master and apprentice may not be as harmonious as theirs. Chu Lingxianzhen didn't care much about the disrespect of his disciples. He introduced Su Fan. This is your senior brother Su Hongda, you will be brothers from now on. Su Fan quickly stood up from the ground and bowed to Su Hongda. Greetings, senior brother Hongda. Su Hongda laughed loudly and said, Master, you finally found a junior brother for me. He patted Su Fan on the shoulder and said generously, Junior brother, if you have any problems in the sect in the future, just come to me, okay? You brothers don't have to exchange feelings with me. There will be plenty of time in the future. Su Hongda chuckled and said, Master, I will help my junior brother find a cave so that he can settle down. We can have a good drink in the evening. Chapter 720, Just a Bunch of Drunkards. Su Hongda has a good network of contacts in this Henshin Taoist palace. After leaving the cave of Killing Immortal Venerable, he took out the communication array and contacted a familiar senior brother. With just a few words, he had already confirmed Su Fan's cave. Junior brother, I asked a senior brother in the sect to arrange a cave for you that they have kept in the Internal Affairs Hall. It seems that no matter where you are, it is easy to be an official if you have someone in the palace. Thank you, senior brother. After hearing Su Fan's words, Su Hongda laughed. Junior brother, why are you being polite? We are from the same sect. Although Su Fan and the senior brother had just met not long ago, he could see the other's character, which was very generous and open-minded. He followed Su Hongda to a cave deep in the mountain gate, where the senior brother from the Internal Affairs Hall had already been waiting. The two sides conducted a simple handover, and the property rights of this cave belonged to Su Fan from now on. After seeing off the senior brother from the Internal Affairs Hall, Su Fan and Su Hongda entered the cave. To be honest, this cave is quite ordinary in terms of spiritual energy and environment. Compared with his two caves in Biqiangxianzong, it is completely different. The environment inside the mountain gate of his Henshin Dao Palace is full of steep mountains and cliffs, but there is little vegetation. There are large expanses of granite exposed everywhere. In general, the mountain gates of immortal sects are full of lush trees, exotic flowers and plants can be seen everywhere, mountain springs and waterfalls, and clear streams are reflected in between. That kind of fairyland-like scenery is completely different from Henshin Dao Palace. And although Henshin Dao Palace is one of the top 10 super immortal sects, it is not very rich and cannot be compared with the wealthy Biqiangxianzong. It may be because of the body Taoist sect, the sect disciples' requirements for spiritual energy are not as high as those of other immortal sects. And the style of the sect is also relatively rough, just like the temperament of the body cultivators. Anyway, whether it is the architecture inside the gate or the style of the cultivators, they are a bit rough. The cave house that Su Fan was assigned was the same. It was a valley squeezed out by two cliffs. There were no exotic flowers and plants, pools and waterfalls, and even few plants. The cave house was a hole dug on the mountain wall, connected to the cave in the mountain. There were luminous stones hanging on the cave wall, and the environment in the cave was very dark. However, there was a natural spiritual spring pool deep in the cave, bubbling with water. How to say it, it was just okay. Su Fan didn't care much. After all, he had a secret realm with him, and the cave house was just a decoration for him. Brother, how about this cave house? If you are not satisfied, I will ask them to change it for you. The cave house is not bad, thank you, brother. Su Hongda laughed and said, as long as you are satisfied, this cave house has been kept in the hands of the Internal Affairs Hall. Even if I ask for it, no one else will give it to me. After he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, junior brother, I don't know your name yet. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to answer. But old Su had just done him a big favor, so it would be bad to hide it from him. Junior brother's surname is Fan and his given name is Su. This name is good, it sounds easy to remember. Wait, it was not until this time that Su Hongda realized what was going on. Junior brother, you are. Before he could finish, Su Fan hurriedly said, same name, haha. You almost scared me. I was saying, how could junior brother look like that demon? In the eyes of Su Hongda, a physical cultivator, that big demon practiced a physical way of the demon sect. How could junior brother be so thin and dry? Su Fan was sweating, and it was only when he met someone like old Su, it would be hard to fool someone else. In fact, Su Hongda was not stupid, but he was usually careless, and with his personality, he was usually unwilling to use his brain. Junior brother, let's put it back tomorrow. Let's go to Master's place to have a drink. I remember the old man still has a few bottles of top-grade spirit wine. The two returned to the cave of Killing Immortal Venerable, and the old man had prepared a few simple side dishes, so the three of them sat cross-legged on the ground and drank. The appetizers were very shabby, a boiled peanut, a pig head, a roast chicken and a plate of cold dishes. Moreover, the ingredients of the pig head and roast chicken were not spiritual materials, but poultry and livestock in the mortal world. A few jars of spiritual wine were good, but the wine was drunk in a large bowl. Su Hongda broke the mud seal of the wine jar and poured a full bowl for Su Fan. Don't play dumb, boy, drink it. After hearing what a senior brother said, Su Fan was stunned at the time. He felt like he had met a northeastern friend in his previous life. At this time, he did not hesitate, picked up the wine glass and drank the spiritual wine in the bowl in one breath. Pa! Su Hongda slapped Su Fan on the shoulder and laughed. Good boy, not bad, a man. After he said that, he also picked up the large bowl and drank it up. Master, the junior brother you found for me is good, really. After this meal, Su Fan saw the generosity of the physical cultivators. These barbarians are just a bunch of drunkards. Even Chuling Xianzhen, an old monster in the transformation realm, was so drunk after drinking a few bowls of wine. He was seen hugging Su Hongda's neck and pouring bowl after bowl into his mouth. There was no trace of the appearance of a spiritual cultivator. However, Su Fan liked the atmosphere of Zhenshin Taoist Palace. At least there were not so many intrigues. And compared with those nerds of Biqiang Xianzong, he was more willing to get along with the rough guys in Zhenshin Taoist Palace. At this time, Chuling Xianzhen picked up the wine bowl and clinked it with Su Fan. Hongda, tomorrow you take your junior brother to the secret hall of the mountain gate and help him choose a sex inheritance. After hearing what the master said, Su Hongda was confused. He never thought that his junior brother would have the opportunity to accept the inheritance of the secret hall of the sect as soon as he entered the sect. Could this kid be the flesh and blood of the master who was left outside? No, even the flesh and blood of the master can't enjoy such treatment. This kid should have some connection with a certain master of Liang Su, or even a fusion master in the sect. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the immortal sect. No problem. I will go with my junior brother. At this time, Killing Immortal Venerable glanced at Su Fan. Although he didn't say anything, there was a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Su Fan understood instantly and shook his head slightly. He understood what the old man meant. In fact, he just wanted to know whether his identity had been told to his senior brother Su Hongda. Killing Immortal Venerable nodded slightly, and then looked at Su Hongda again. His disciple has a pure heart, a tough temperament, and is dedicated to cultivation. Anyway, everything is good, but he is too nervous. This is not bad. At least his Tao heart is transparent and he is not stained by anything. This kid's future achievements will definitely be far beyond his own. The next morning, Su Fan followed Su Hongda to an underground cave deep in the mountain gate. As soon as he entered the cave, the cold and chilly air that hid him made him shudder, and all the pores on his body trembled. This is the geomagnetic energy. He had seen this kind of thing in books before. This kind of environment is definitely a treasure land for body training. Su Hongda next to him laughed and said, "Junior brother, what do you think? The reason why our ancient Taoist palace was built here is because of the geomagnetic force here." After he finished speaking, he pointed to the ground and said, "One day you have time to experience it underground. Not only is the geomagnetic energy there strong, but you have to bear hundreds of times the pressure at the deepest point." After hearing what the eldest brother said, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this ancient Taoist palace built a mountain gate in this desolate and dilapidated place. The sect was able to rank among the top 10 super immortal sects in Cultivation, probably relying on the geomagnetic force under the mountain gate. The two entered the cave entrance and followed a man-made passage all the way to a huge cave. Su Hongda walked up a few steps and bowed respectfully. "Disciple Su Hongda, I pay my respects to Master Kun Long." After a while, a voice came out from the dark cave. "Why are you here?" Su Hongda hurriedly said respectfully, "I brought my junior brother here to choose a secret hall inheritance of the sect." "Oh, I know, let him in." After hearing what the other party said, Su Hongda hurriedly pushed Su Fan, and then sent a message to him with his mind. "Hurry up and go in. Master Kun Long has a strange temper, you must be more respectful." Su Fan nodded, and then stepped into the dark cave. There was a narrow passage at the end of the cave. After walking in and turning around, you can see a little light. The further you go inside, the brighter the beam-like light in the darkness becomes. It is not until you get closer that you can see the situation inside clearly. Through the dim light, you can see a gray-haired old man, slumped on the stone platform, holding a wine gourd in one hand, and looking up to pour the wine into his mouth. The old man was a burly man with disheveled hair and a wrinkled robe on his body. He exuded an extremely sturdy aura. Seeing that Master Kun Long was drinking, Su Fan's heart moved. He took out 2 jars of top-grade spirit wine from his ring and respectfully placed them on the stone table of the old man. "Disciple Fan Su, I pay my respects to Master Kun Long." The old man snorted coldly, picked up a wine jar, broke the mud seal, and then smelled it. "You are thoughtful." After he said that, his eyes swept over, and Su Fan felt that the old man had seen through his whole body. "Huh?" Master Kun Long frowned and said, "The foundation of your physical body." At this point, he thought for a while and said, "What method are you practicing?" Su Fan did not hide anything. "Anyway, whoever likes the broken method of heavenly demon saint body art can take it if he is not afraid of death." And judging from the meaning of this old guy, he should be doing some research on him for the sect. "I was born as a casual cultivator, and I accidentally got a copy of the heavenly demon saint body art, and since then I have embarked on the path of physical cultivation." After hearing Su Fan's words, Uncle Kun Long smiled bitterly. This family-losing technique is very famous in the entire world of cultivation. Countless cultivators tried to ascend to heaven in one step, but in the end they could not survive the baptism of the thunder and died. "You are so brave, how did you survive?" Su Fan sighed and said, "My aptitude is poor, and I was stuck in the second level of key training. I have not made any progress in 10 years, so I can only take risks and risk my life." Uncle Kun Long laughed and pointed his finger above. "You are also a person with great luck, but don't be happy too soon. Anyone with great luck is often involved with those old guys above." Su Fan immediately became energetic after hearing this, and this problem has troubled him for many years. Originally, he hoped to get some useful information from Uncle Kun Long, but who knew that this old guy would stop talking after he started. "Then you joined the demon sect, right? Although your ki and blood are condensed, I can smell a trace of the blood of the great demon." Su Fan suddenly became nervous and said quickly, "My disciple went astray and practiced a blood fusion secret method of the demon sect's blood sect." Seeing Su Fan's nervous face, Uncle Kun Long laughed. "It's okay. We are physical cultivators, not like those hypocrites of the immortal sect. However, why do you practice the immortal sect's orthodox method in your fundamental method? This is all a mess. Why else? Poor. The poor people who were born as casual cultivators don't need to explain. My disciple was born as a casual cultivator. I accidentally got an opportunity. How can I choose any method? It's good to have one, haha." Uncle Kun Long laughed after hearing this. "You are interesting, You have the fearless spirit of the demon cultivator, but the method you practice is obviously a mess, and he guessed away correctly. Su Fan also felt emotional after hearing this. It's not good at all. What have I been practicing these years? I've been practicing here and there. Now when I think about it, it's really embarrassing. It's okay. I'll ask your master to sort it out for you. With your physical body, your combat power can at least double. In fact, Kunlong Immortal Venerable didn't tell the truth. He was afraid that Su Fan would be proud. This kid has no systematic Taoist inheritance. He can sweep and crush all the cultivators below the transformation realm in Chixishan after practicing until today. Even many transformation realm cultivators may not be able to escape unscathed when they meet him. If this kid is trained well, it will be a big deal if he is released in the future. As for his identity as a demon cultivator, if it were other immortal sects, they might still have concerns, but for this Henshin Taoist palace, it's nothing. When have they, the barbarians of physical cultivation, ever cared about these things? Seeing that Uncle Kunlong was in a good mood, Su Fan quickly took the opportunity to make his request. It must not be that simple for this old guy to guard the sect's secret hall all year round. At least he was very familiar with the physical cultivation traditions passed down in the secret hall of Henshin Taoist palace. It would be right to ask him which tradition to choose. Disciple has a favor to ask, Uncle Master. Kunlong Immortal Venerable laughed after hearing his words. Let's talk about the choice of the tradition later. I like you, kid. Come, let's have a drink. What the hell? These physical cultivation barbarians in Henshin Taoist palace are really a bunch of drunkards. Su Fan thought so in his heart, but he didn't dare to disobey Uncle Kunlong's wishes, so he ran over in a hurry. He took out a few food boxes from his ring, which were filled with various foods that he asked Sister Zhen to prepare for him on weekdays, in case of emergency. Today, they came in handy at Uncle Kunlong's place. The old man opened a few food boxes and was immediately attracted by the aroma that came to his face. Several food boxes were filled with braised beef and cold tripe strips made from the tendons and stomach of the unicorn, and pig head meat and pig ears made from the heads of black-thorned wild boars. In addition, there were pickled egg tofu and smashed cucumbers, plus some pickles and kimchi, which was extremely rich. Uncle Kunlong took the chopsticks handed over by Su Fan, tasted each food box one by one, and his eyes lit up immediately. You are good, you made all this. Su Fan was so smart, and when he heard the old man ask this, he quickly climbed up. This was all prepared for you before I came here, and I heard that you like to drink it. Uncle Kunlong laughed and said, you are so petty, but I like it. After he said that, he picked up the big bowl, tilted his head and poured it into his mouth, and then wiped his mouth. The Taoist traditions passed down in the secret hall of our sect have been passed down for a total of 12 years. I just took a look and there is one that is quite suitable for you. Chapter 721. It's free anyway. Kunlong Immortal Venerable took a sip of the spiritual wine from the big bowl, wiped his mouth, and then told the story of the secret hall inheritance of Henshin Taoist Palace. The 12 inheritances of the secret hall of Henshin Taoist Palace are immortal muscle and jade bone body, dragon elephant iron wood stake, Hunan Zuanji body, geomagnetic body forging technique, horizontal training golden body technique, iron chain crossing river technique, great power Vajra strength, great sun body refining technique, Hunan body protection strength, great power bull strength, Kingang body refining method, Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharma body. Each inheritance includes fundamental skills, training methods and fighting methods, as well as various body Taoist secrets and methods. The more Su Fan listened, the more disappointed he became. Although there are many secret classics in Henshin Taoist Palace, it seems that they are not comparable to the Heavenly Demon Holy Body technique. In fact, with your current physical foundation, most of the inherited skills in the secret hall of our Henshin Taoist Palace are useless to you. For the fundamental skills of the physical body, you should practice your magic skills. The only inheritance suitable for you is the Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharma body that was improved by Buddhism. Hearing this, Su Fan hurriedly asked, this should be the inheritance of the physical body of Buddhism. What you need now is not a skill, but a complete Taoist tradition. Although this inheritance comes from Buddhism, it has been improved and integrated by the predecessors of the sect for generations, and now there is no problem. After Kunlong Xianzhen finished speaking, he glanced at Su Fan. The physical body of our physical cultivation is only the foundation. How to give full play to the advantages of the physical body in the battle is the most critical. After listening to Kunlong Xianzhen's words, Su Fan had to admit that what the other party said made sense. Although the Vajrabodhi Buddha Dharma body came from Buddhism, he had a few secret techniques of Buddhism in his hands, and the attack power was very powerful. Okay, this is it. It's not possible to come to the secret hall of the sect for nothing. Regarding the sect's secret hall tradition, I will listen to my uncle. Hearing Su Fan say this, Kunlong Immortal Venerable smiled and waved his hand gently. Su Fan felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and a lot of things suddenly flooded into his mind, making him fall into a state of absent-mindedness for a while. His eyes fixed, and then he recovered from his confusion. I have passed on the sect's secret hall's Vajrabodhi Buddha Dharmakaya tradition to you. This inheritance has been blessed with the seal of the Tao. Even if you leak out a little bit of the Tao, you will die. In each sect in this world of cultivation, the secret hall inheritance is passed down orally from generation to generation by the elders in the sect, and there are ways to prevent the inheritance from being leaked. Su Fan stood up from the stone platform and bowed to Kunlong Immortal Venerable. Uncle Master, I am grateful for your kindness. Go. If you don't understand something in the future, just come to me, and remember to bring me some good wine, Kunlong Immortal Venerable said, and sent Su Fan out of the cave with a wave of his hand. Su Fan felt the scenery in front of him change, and found himself outside the cave. Junior brother, which inheritance did you choose? Su Hongda, who was standing next to him, saw Su Fan coming out, and hurried to him to ask, Uncle Kunlong, you helped me choose the Vajrabodhi Buddha Dharmakaya. After hearing Su Fan's words, old Su was stunned. Junior brother, that is the Taoist tradition from Buddhism. How did Uncle Master do it? Before Su Hongda finished speaking, there was a bang, and his huge body flew up. Boom, his body flew dozens of feet away, and then fell heavily to the ground. Get out of here. Looking at Su Hongda's grinning face, Su Fan almost laughed out loud. This is only in the T-Dao sect. If it were in other immortal sects and demon sects, speaking wildly in front of the immortal Master Huishan, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Su Fan ran over and helped old Su out of the ground. Ah! It hurts so much. This old guy is too cruel. Big brother, can we go out and talk first? Don't anger immortal Kunlong anymore, even I will have to suffer with you. The two came out of the cave of the secret hall and drove the magic weapon directly to the master's cave, and informed the master about Su Fan's choice of the secret hall's Taoist tradition. When Immortal Chu heard that Su Fan chose the Vajrabodhi Buddha Dharmakaya, he didn't think there was anything wrong. Don't worry, senior brother Kunlong won't hurt you. The Vajrabodhi Buddha Dharmakaya is indeed suitable for you, since the two immortals of the transformation of gods asked him to choose the Vajrabodhi Buddha Dharmakaya. It means that this inheritance must have its merits. Of course, it may also be that this set of Taoist traditions derived from Buddhism is a chicken rib in this Henshin Taoist palace, so it was passed on to him so generously. It doesn't matter, it's something for free anyway. After Immortal Chu finished speaking, he glanced at Su Hongda next to him. Tomorrow you take your junior brother to the Buddha cave under the mountain gate to see if you can find a chance. Buddha cave. Seeing Su Fan's puzzled face, Qileng Xianzhen chuckled. There is a cave with Buddha statues placed under the sect. It is said that this Buddha statue was obtained from a Buddhist country tens of thousands of years ago, when the sect participated in the expedition to the Chaoguang Star region. The Vajrabodhi Buddha Dharma body in the secret hall of this Henshin Taoist palace also came from that Buddhist country. It seems that the few Buddhist bodybuilding secrets in his hand probably came from this. Master, why can't we see Buddhism now? Qileng Xianzhen heard it and sneered. Buddhism is our Taoist mortal enemy. If you meet a Buddhist monk in the future, just kill him. Although Su Fan didn't know the things behind the two sects, he could hear from the tone of his master that there was definitely a blood feud between the two sects. Okay, go ahead, go back and think about this inheritance carefully. Su Fan came out of his master's cave, made an appointment with Su Hongda to go to the underground of the mountain gate tomorrow, and then returned to his own cave. He entered the portable secret realm and sat cross-legged in the hall of the thatched cottage. Sister Zhen floated in from outside, brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him, and then poured a cup in front of him. Master, what do you want to eat for dinner? Su Fan took the spiritual tea handed over by Sister Zhen and took a sip. Whatever, you can do it as you see fit. Sister Zhen nodded, took out a stick of quiet incense, lit it and inserted it in the incense burner next to her, and then floated out of the thatched cottage silently. As the green smoke and mist lingered, the whole thatched cottage was slowly filled with elegant fragrance, making Su Fan's mind clearer and clearer. Su Fan's eyes condensed, then he closed his eyes and thought about the Vajrabodhi Buddha Dharmakaya in his mind. I don't know how long it took before he slowly opened his eyes. After all, it is the secret hall inheritance of the super-immortal sect that Taoism is very complete. The whole set of inheritance covers all the cultivation methods from the key training stage to the transformation of the spirit, including the fundamental method, training method and fighting method, as well as various physical secrets. Su Fan also had to marvel. The disciples of the sect are good. The casual cultivators are a group of poor people without a home, a job, and a mother. He couldn't help but sigh and look at what he practiced. The physical sect like Zhenshin Dao Palace is different from other immortal sects in Chixishan. The disciples of the sect are summoned to the mountain gate and carefully cultivated from a few years old. All the disciples of the sect will choose a heritage to practice according to their own characteristics to lay a solid foundation for the physical body. Of course, the disciples of Zhenshin Dao Palace will also be eliminated in waves, and only the most talented disciples can accept the real secret whole Taoism inheritance. In fact, the disciples of the sect are like raising dew. The probability of an elite disciple coming out of tens of thousands of people is already very high. The only flaw in this inheritance is that many of the secrets in this inheritance need to communicate with a Buddha statue to obtain the inheritance. Anyway, the Buddhist sect in this world of cultivation is quite evil, and is somewhat similar to the paths of evil ways and witches. This is a bit fucked up. If Su Fan wants to obtain the inheritance of this Buddhist tradition, it seems that he can only go with the flow. Despite this complete Taoist inheritance still has extraordinary significance for him, and can greatly make up for his own shortcomings. Because the inheritance contains a systematic path for physical cultivation, as well as various methods of physical cultivation attacks, it seems to have opened a door for Su Fan, allowing him to gain a lot from his understanding of physical cultivation. It was not until dawn that Su Fan realized that he had actually sat in the thatched cottage for a whole night. Last night, he was so busy trying to figure out this inheritance that he had forgotten the time. Su Fan stretched his waist, then stood up from the ground, walked out of the thatched cottage and came to the yard outside. Sister Jen was busy in front of the stove, and when she saw Su Fan coming out, she quickly floated to his side. "Master, the porridge is ready. Please sit there and wait." Su Fan sat down at the dining table, watching Sister Jen walking back and forth in the yard. After a while, he put breakfast on the table. After breakfast, he came to the place agreed with the eldest brother, and followed Lao Su to the cave under the main peak of the sect. It was early in the morning, and a large number of sect disciples gathered outside the underground cave, going in and out of the cave, which seemed very lively. No wonder there are so few disciples in the mountain gate at ordinary times. It turns out that they are all practicing hard in the underground cave. Su Fan was also constantly observing the disciples of his Henshin Taoist palace, all of whom were strong and muscular men. Moreover, he found that there were very few female cultivators in Henshin Taoist palace. Even if he occasionally saw one or two, they were all big and strong female men. There was no way. Very few female cultivators were willing to do physical cultivation. Not only was the cultivation hard, but the body was also trained to be as strong as an ox. "Junior brother, this is the underground cave of the sect, let's go in." After Su Hongda finished speaking, he walked into the cave first, and Su Fan followed him. Following the dense crowd, they followed a wide artificially excavated passage directly to the underground. The cave walls on both sides of the passage were inlaid with countless night-shining stones, which illuminated the dark cave like daylight. When they reached the end of the passage, the view suddenly opened up, and the first thing that caught their eyes was a vast underground square. The square was surrounded by cave entrances and passages, connecting all parts of the underground cave. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh that he was afraid that the underground of the entire mountain gate of his Henshin Taoist palace had been hollowed out. The first layer of the underground cave is the training ground for the cultivators who practice key training and build foundation. The deeper you go, the stronger the geomagnetic forces, and the greater the pressure of the bearing weight is. Su Fan followed Su Hongda to a man-made hall and took a micro-transmission array to a cave in the deepest part of the ground. This is already the deepest part of the underground cave. The cold breath hits you in the face, and the strong geomagnetic force is attached to your body, just like ants crawling all over your body biting your skin. Moreover, staying here, you have to bear hundreds of times the pressure. Even if a giant in realm body cultivator comes here, he will be crushed into meat paste in an instant. This is the Buddha cave. Junior brother, you go in. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you." After Su Hongda finished speaking, he patted Su Fan on the shoulder, then turned and left. Su Fan glanced at the back of his senior brother, then walked into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. This is an extremely huge cave, with a huge Buddha statue hundreds of feet high placed inside, which shows the scale of the cave. This Buddha cave is very square and regular, and the ground and the cave wall are very smooth. It can be seen that it was artificially excavated. The top of the Buddha cave is inlaid with densely packed night shining stones, but this cave is too large, so the light inside is slightly dim. But Su Fan still saw various runes and Taoist seals engraved on the stone walls of the cave, through the dim light. He lowered his head and looked at his feet, and found that various runes were also arranged in a very regular pattern on the ground of the cave. It seems that this cave is not simple. There are arrays everywhere, which is like an extremely complicated high-level immortal array. Moreover, Su Fan also saw a glue from the various runes on the surrounding stone walls and under his feet. Although he could not recognize this immortal array, he knew that the entire cave was an immortal array used to seal the town. Su Fan walked to the huge Buddha statue and looked up at the huge Buddha statue. This Buddha statue is quite different from the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas he saw in the temple in his previous life. They are even completely two species. The Buddha statue looks extremely fierce, staring with a pair of eyes, revealing a cruel and violent look. Even though he knows that it is just a statue, it can still exude an overwhelming breath. It was draped in the fur of a demon beast, and the exposed half of its body was covered with dense patterns of magic, and the base was made up of layers of bones. This was not a Buddha statue, and some people believed it was a demon statue. Although this Buddha statue was extremely large, the carving was extremely exquisite and delicate, like a work of God, and the Buddha statue was lifelike, as if it could come alive at any time. What shocked Su Fan the most was that this Buddha statue was actually carved from a whole piece of black chalk stone. Although black chalk stone is not rare in the world of cultivation, such a large piece is extremely difficult to find. Su Fan looked up at the Buddha statue for a while, and then sat cross-legged on the ground opposite the Buddha statue. He slowly closed his eyes, and the inheritance of the Vajrabodhi Buddha Dharmakaya appeared in his mind again. Su Fan did not practice the Taoist exercises, but concentrated all his consciousness, muttering obscure spells in his mouth, trying to communicate with the Buddha statue. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722 This is too good a deal. Su Fan sat cross-legged in front of the huge Buddha statue, muttering to himself according to the mantra of communicating with the Buddha statue in the Vajrabodhi Buddha Dharmakaya exercise. But he sat in front of the Buddha statue and chanted for more than an hour, but he didn't feel any response from the Buddha statue. Seeing that there was no effect at all, Su Fan simply stopped. He got up from the ground, walked back and forth in the cave with his hands behind his back, and looked up at the huge Buddha statue from time to time. The Buddha statue stood there quietly and motionless, as if it had never moved for tens of millions of years. He strolled in the cave for a long time, but still had no clue. Suddenly, Su Fan's heart moved, and he thought of the devout Buddhist believers in the temple in his previous life. Could it be that communicating with this Buddha statue is also a matter of sincerity? Su Fan has lived for 2 lifetimes and has never believed in anything. He suddenly became pious and didn't know what to do. Anyway, he had to give it a try. Thinking of this, Su Fan sat cross-legged in front of the Buddha statue again, concentrating his mind and trying to make himself more pious. He muttered the mantra to himself, trying to be as sincere as possible, and muttered silently in his mind. Buddha bless you. Buddha bless you. To be honest, Su Fan felt that this was not pious at all, but more like making a wish. Just like those utilitarian old ladies in the previous life, they went to the temple to pray for wealth, children, and marriage, and to bless their children and grandchildren with safety, and preferably to pass the imperial examination. Anyway, if it works, I will come to fulfill my wish, and if it doesn't work, I won't come again. Su Fan kept muttering in his mind for a long time, but there was no response from the Buddha statue. He couldn't help but sighed. It seems that this is useless. Just when he was about to stop, some changes suddenly appeared in his mind. At this moment, his mind fell into darkness. An ray of light lit up in the darkness, slowly turning into a beam of light that illuminated his entire sea of consciousness. Next, the changes in Su Fan's sea of consciousness stunned him. The beam-like light in the darkness became brighter and brighter, and slowly bloomed with the golden light. In a short while, the golden light had occupied his entire mind, brilliant as the light of God. In the golden light, a huge and vague golden Buddha appeared. There was a faint sound of Buddhist chanting, coming from far and near, solemn and solemn. It was as if a supreme breath passed through the void, and a magnificent will descended. The power of Buddha was vast, like a brilliant and vast golden river. In an instant, the Buddha's light shone everywhere. The momentum was arrogant, like a god inspecting the world. The golden flames became more and more vast and turbulent, rolling towards him, slowly submerging him in it. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be painted with a layer of gold paint, as if he had become a golden body of Arhat. The dazzling gold paint slowly penetrated into his body, and finally even his blood turned into drops of golden liquid. Su Fan shuddered, opened his eyes suddenly, and instantly recovered from his trance. He saw a pair of evil eyes, exuding a terrifying breath that captivated people, staring at him with a strong hostility. What the hell? The original golden Buddha statue has now turned into a black Buddha statue filled with evil. The black Buddha statue is filled with an ancient and vast will, and his eyes are full of malice and resentment. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his consciousness was completely released. With a bang, everything in front of him was shattered. Su Fan opened his eyes, raised his head and looked at the huge Buddha statue hundreds of feet high opposite, and then took a deep breath. Although it was only a few breaths, he almost indulged in it. It seems that the Buddhist sect in this world is not simple, and the way to attract believers is even more simple and crude. It's really evil. This is an evil Buddha. I'd better not communicate with it in the future. Hey. Su Fan found that he didn't know when there was an extra message in his mind. He closed his eyes, concentrated all his consciousness, and pondered the message in his mind. After a while, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. He bent his left middle finger, ring finger and little finger, and twisted his thumb on the middle section of his thumb, forming a complex hand seal. Hey, he suddenly shouted, his words were like thunder, and his whole body was boiling with Buddha's energy. A golden Buddha appeared behind him in an instant. With a magnificent Buddhist Zen sound, it suddenly sounded in the Buddha cave like thunder, and the dazzling golden Buddha light exploded horribly. The explosion was louder than thunder. The wind rolled and the clouds moved, shaking the earth. In an instant, it turned into a terrifying storm. The terrible Buddha light ripples that burst out in the cave were like a hurricane sweeping across, sweeping up the dust in the Buddha cave. The Buddha light dissipated, the hurricane subsided, and the dust floating in the Buddha cave slowly fell down. Su Fan looked at the huge Buddha statue opposite with a confused face, and for a moment he was a little confused about what was going on. The sound of Buddha for salvation, could it be that in just a short time, I have realized a magical power of Buddhism called the sound of Buddha for salvation? The Buddha's teachings are vast and can save all sins. This magical power is extraordinary. Su Fan burst out with such a terrifying momentum when he used it for the first time. If I spend more time in the future and use the game panel to update the data, the power will definitely increase by more than 10 times. My buddy only communicated with this Buddha statue for a few breaths and realized a magical power. This is too cost-effective. If I communicate with this Buddha every day in the future, how many magical powers will I realize? Although this idea is full of temptation, Su Fan still suppressed his inner impulse and felt that this was a trap set by the evil Buddha. There is no such thing as a pie in the sky in this world. Since ancient times, most people who have been deceived have been trying to take advantage of it. This Buddha statue must not be a good bird. It throws out such a tempting bait just to hope that it will bite the hook. No, let's stop here today. If I stay any longer, Su Fan is afraid that he can't control himself. Thinking of this, he got up from the ground, raised his head and looked at the huge Buddha statue opposite, then turned and left the Buddhist cave. Su Fan came out of the underground cave and went straight to the master's cave, thinking of asking the old man for advice. He came to the outside of the master's thatched cottage and bowed respectfully. "Disciple, I pay my respects to the master, come in." Su Fan walked into the thatched cottage and saw the old man sitting cross-legged there drinking. The master's side dishes were still quite shabby, with only some broad beans, peanuts, and some thickly cut pork head meat. Didn't you go to the Buddhist cave? You're back so early. Su Fan chuckled, then took out a few food boxes from the ring and placed them in front of the master. These are some dishes that the disciple made last night. I thought I would send them to you today to go with the wine. Xianzhen opened the food boxes one by one and looked at them, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Well, you are thoughtful, much better than your senior brother. He grabbed a piece of beef from the shank of a one-horned quinea from the food box, stuffed it into his mouth and started eating. It tastes good. This is made by you. Su Fan chuckled and said, I don't have any other hobbies. When I have nothing to do, I like to think about food. He took out a jar of top-quality spirit wine from the ring, then broke the mud seal and poured a bowl for the master. Master, try my spirit wine. Is it suitable for your taste? Xianzhen took the wine bowl handed over by Su Fan, raised his head and poured it into his mouth, then wiped his mouth. It's delicious. This wine is strong. He put down the wine bowl, and then looked at Su Fan with a smile. What's the matter? Did you encounter something in the Buddha cave? This old guy is really not simple. He probably guessed his situation in the Buddha cave a long time ago. Su Fan did not hide anything, so he simply recounted to his master how he was almost bewitched when communicating with the Buddha statue in the Buddhist cave. I didn't expect that you have good comprehension and can communicate with a Buddha statue the first time you go there. After hearing what his master said, Su Fan hurriedly said, Master, I almost fell into the trap of that Buddha demon. Haha. Xianzhen pointed at Su Fan and laughed. You are afraid of nothing. The ancestors of the sect took this Buddha statue back to the sect and suppressed it in the underground cave together. How could they let it cause trouble in the sect? Su Fan was stunned when he heard it, thinking that his worries were a bit unnecessary. Master, you mean that the Buddha statue is just trying to scare me, right? Xianzhen chuckled and said, the Buddha all just loves to scare our disciples. He doesn't dare to do anything to you. That's good, that's good. But it scared the baby to death. Master, you don't know, I just comprehended a Buddhist magical power. What did you say? After hearing Su Fan's words, he was interrupted by the old man before he could finish. Seeing the master staring at him with his eyes wide open, he was also a little confused. What happened to the old man? You said you comprehended a Buddhist magical power. Seeing Su Fan nod with a confused look on his face, Xianzhen waved his hand and brought him into his own incarnation domain. He only felt that his eyes went dark, and he was already in a field full of fog. Use the magical power you just comprehended. Seeing the serious look on the master's face, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he shouted loudly. And used the Buddhist magical power Transcendence Buddha sound that he had just comprehended. The golden Buddha light that exploded was like a hurricane that raged wildly in the domain. It was not until the storm subsided that Xianzhen took back the domain. He looked at Su Fan with a serious face and said in a deep voice, How did you communicate with that Buddha statue? Su Fan was stunned, but he had nothing to hide, so he told the story of how he communicated with a Buddha statue. After hearing his words, Xianzhen chuckled. You are so lucky. There are many cultivators in the sect who have accepted this inheritance. You are the first one who has realized the supernatural power after communicating with a Buddha statue for the first time. No way. Master, how long will it take for the disciples who have accepted this inheritance to realize the supernatural power? That's not certain. The Buddha you saw today is not so easy to serve. As for how much you can realize, it all depends on fate. After hearing the master's words, Su Fan frowned immediately. For some reason, his intuition told him that this time's realization of supernatural power should have nothing to do with luck. Of course, he would definitely not tell this to the master. You should go to the Buddha cave to communicate with a Buddha statue in the next few days. After you have mastered the Vajrabodhi Buddha Dharmakaya, I will help you to straighten out your physical path. Su Fan came out of his master's cave, and then he didn't want to go to the underground Buddha cave anymore, so he went back to his own cave. He entered the portable secret realm and sat cross-legged in the hall of the thatched cottage. Although the master told him about the situation of the Buddha statue, he didn't know why he always felt something was wrong. Su Fan thought about it, but he didn't understand the reason. No matter what, let it be. Go to the Buddha cave again tomorrow and communicate with the evil Buddha to see what's going on. Anyway, this evil demon has been sealed in the underground cave by the big boss of the sect, and he'd dare not have any bad thoughts. Master the Vajrabodhi Buddha Dharmakaya as soon as possible, and then teach the master about his physical path. While Su Fan was thinking about it, The communication array on his waist vibrated slightly. He took the communication array plate off his waist, picked it up and saw that it was a message from Shen Fang. Brother, what are you doing? It seems that the two sects have tacitly concealed the news of his departure, and now this guy doesn't know that he has joined this Henshin Taoist palace. It's okay, I'm staying in the cave. Brother, let me ask you something. Say, did you offend senior sister Chen Qing? These days, whenever I mention you, she gets angry with me. You deserve it. Who made you so naughty? Why do you mention me for no reason? No way, I didn't provoke her. Brother, you didn't sleep with her, did you? What kind of brain circuit is this guy? Is his head full of shit? Such an obvious thing, but he can't see it. Don't talk nonsense. He changed the subject immediately after he said it, and didn't want to talk to him about this matter anymore. Where on earth did you go? Don't mention it. I followed senior sister Chen Qing and a group of people from the sect to another plane to participate in a Dao meeting of the Dao of Array. When will you come back? How would I know? I heard that you have to stay here for at least a year. Okay, we'll get together when you come back. Su Fam cut off the contact, put away the communication array disk, and then sighed. It seems that Chen Qing has a deep grudge against him. Fortunately, he left the Biqiang Xianzong, otherwise the two of them would often get together and something would happen sooner or later. If that really happened, it would be difficult to deal with. Chapter 723. I like this sect more and more. The next morning, Su Fang left the cave and flew to the underground cave with his flying magic weapon. Before he arrived, the communication array on his waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from his senior brother. Junior brother, what are you doing? Senior brother, I'm going to the underground Buddhist cave. Don't go. Come to the main peak square right away. I'll wait for you there. Su Hongda didn't tell him what he was going to do, but he couldn't refuse, so he had to change direction and fly to the main peak of the mountain gate. Su Fan arrived at the square of the main peak and saw that his senior brother was already waiting there. Junior brother, follow me. Before he landed, old Su jumped up, waved at him, and flew out of the mountain gate first. Senior brother, where are we going? Old Su laughed and said, today, a senior brother is inviting you to a banquet. Senior brother will take you to a meal. After hearing what his senior brother said, Su Fan stumbled and almost fell from the air. Big brother, is it that serious? It's just a meal, but he made it seem like he had never eaten before. But he couldn't say anything. After all, the eldest brother treated him well, and he always thought about him. The two of them left the mountain gate and flew all the way to the Zhenshin Fairy City dozens of miles away. Zhenshin Fairy City was as shabby as the mountain gate. The city was not small in size, and the architectural style in the city was also very rough, but it was a bit stupid and rough. Su Fan followed Su Hongda into the city and walked all the way into the city. The streets of Zhenshin Fairy City were extremely wide, and there were many shops on both sides of the street, but the management of the city construction was much worse. There were actually many people setting up stalls on the main street just after entering the city gate. Although the main street in the city was more than 100 feet wide, it looked messy and disorderly. In front of the famous elixir shop Akeoksun throughout Chixishan, someone actually set up a stove to sell barbecue. Can you believe it? Su Fan saw that old Su looked like he was not surprised, so he didn't say anything. However, although the city was noisy everywhere, the atmosphere in the city was still pretty good. How should I put it? It was very down to earth, and everywhere was filled with the atmosphere of the urban-rural junction in the previous life. The two came to a courtyard in the city, entered it and came to a monastery. Just then, a man came out. He was more than 2 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, which made his robe bulge. He saw Su Hongda laughing and walking over a few steps, and punched old Su hard. This punch was really fierce. If it was someone else, they might not be able to withstand it. The way of greeting of the physical cultivators was also so simple and rough. Haha, why did you come just now? You stayed in the Star Domain battlefield and didn't come back. I thought you died there. It's almost the Centennial Dao Conference, and Master called me back. Not only me, but Qin Lai, Zhou and the others are back. Really, you guys have been gone for several years. I almost miss you to death. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and the other party looked at Su Fan. Old Su finally reacted, and then called him over and introduced him to the other party. This is the little junior brother that Master just accepted. After he finished speaking, he patted Su Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, Junior brother, this is senior brother Fenba. the elite disciple of the sect, Su Fan hurriedly bowed to the other party and said, "Greetings, Senior Brother Fengba." After listening to Su Hongda's introduction, Fengba was obviously stunned for a moment, perhaps because Su Fan's figure did not look like a physical cultivator at all. But he didn't say anything, and politely bowed his hand. "Everyone is here, you are the only one missing, let's go in." Fengba walked into the room first and shouted, "Old Su is here." The elite disciples in the several sects in the room were all tall and strong, and their physiques were all big and muscular, just like entering the gym in the previous life. What shocked Su Fan the most was that there was a female cultivator among them, who was nearly 2 meters tall, and her big body could fit 2 Su Fans. Seeing old Su, they all stood up and gathered around to greet each other. Standing next to a group of muscular men, Su Fan was like a small transparent person, and no one paid any attention to him. He was happy with this and looked around the furnishings in the room. The furnishings in this house also inherited the style of this ancient Taoist palace, simple and rough, and there was no unnecessary decoration in the whole room. "Junior brother, come here." Just as he was looking around, he heard Su Hongda's greeting. Su Fan hurried over, and old Su hugged Su Fan and introduced him to everyone. "This is my junior fellow disciple. You guys have to help me take care of him in the sect." He laughed and said, "By the way, my junior fellow disciple has the same name as that notorious demon, haha." After hearing what old Su said, the people in the room all laughed. Su Fan also laughed, and then bowed to everyone. "Fan Su, hello to all the senior brothers." At this time, Fengba next to him patted his shoulder. "Junior brother, old Su and I are friends who have lived together for life. If you have any problems in the sect in the future, just come to me." Others also came over to greet Su Fan. Although some made fun of his name, they all had no ill intentions. "Let's go over. The black blood dragon eating loach I brought back has been roasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It should be almost done." After hearing what Fengba said, everyone followed him out of the room. Black-blooded dragon loach, Su Fan was stunned. He had seen the 7th level beast in an ancient book before. It was said that the flesh and blood of this beast could enhance the strength of the cultivator's body. He followed the crowd out of the abode, passed through 2 rooms, and came to a huge courtyard. As soon as Su Fan walked into the yard, a hot breath hit him. He saw that there was a pile of spiritual charcoal several feet high in the yard, burning with flames that reached the sky, roasting a several-foot-long black flesh. There were more than a dozen strong men in the yard, constantly filing the flames with spiritual charcoal. There were also people standing on high wooden racks on both sides, constantly turning huge wheels to flip the black flesh. The flames of so much spiritual charcoal were even hotter than the coke used in steel making in the previous life. If it were an ordinary monster, it would be roasted in a short time. But this piece of black flesh several feet long actually took 3 days and 3 nights to be cooked. It was making a sizzling sound at this time, and drops of grease kept dripping into the flames below. A low table had been set up in the corner of the yard, and a group of pretty female cultivators were busy going back and forth there. Su Fan followed everyone to the corner of the yard and sat cross-legged in front of the low table. At this time, a few simple side dishes in a large bowl had been placed on the low table. A young female cultivator came over with a wine jar and poured him a full bowl of spirit wine. Today, all the elite disciples of his ancient Dao Palace were present. It was definitely the highest level banquet of the sect, but it was also simple and rough. It was not that it was not particular, but that was the style of the sect. Seeing that everyone was seated, Fengba raised the large bowl on the table and drank 3 bowls of spirit wine in a row. The cultivators of the Dao sect were so domineering, and there was no so much nonsense at all. Just drink it. It was not until more than a dozen bowls of wine were drunk that the main course of today came up. On the table-sized plate, there were pieces of black roasted meat, sizzling with oil and emitting an alluring aroma. Even Su Fan, a big foodie, began to drool. "Junior brother, the black blood dragon loach is a 7th level exotic beast, don't eat it too fast." At this time, the voice of the eldest senior brother came to his ears. He was afraid that he would make a fool of himself, so he reminded him. Su Fan nodded. He wanted to see if this legendary black blood dragon loach could really improve his physical strength. He looked at the others and found that everyone had already started eating. Even Fengba, who had the strongest physical body, only ate a piece and then closed his eyes to practice Kigen to digest the energy of the black blood dragon loach. At this time, More than a dozen elite disciples of this ancient Dao palace had red faces and were filled with steaming heat. Su Fan also picked up a piece of roasted meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He only felt a hot breath bursting in his body, but it was immediately absorbed by his body. That's it. To be honest, the taste of the barbecue is not bad. It's just that it tastes good, but for Su Fan's current body, this little energy is not enough. If he eats the several-foot-long black blood dragon loach meat on the grill in the yard, it will grow his body a little bit. But now is obviously not the time for Su Fan to show off, so he can only close his eyes and pretend to absorb it like others. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes after the group of people next to him finished absorbing it. Then they drank a few bowls of spiritual wine, and then they continued to eat a piece of barbecue, and then continued to close their eyes and absorb energy. This process was really boring, and he had no choice but to use his consciousness to figure out the Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharma body technique in his mind. After this process was repeated several times, Su Fan said goodbye to everyone. As for the reason for his departure, he said that he had eaten too much and his body could no longer bear it, so he had to go back to retreat for a few days to thoroughly absorb the energy of the black blood-eating dragon loach. This reason was very powerful. And he left the yard in a panic amid the laughter of the crowd. As soon as he walked out of the yard, Feng Ba caught up with him and stuffed a storage ring into his hand, which contained a piece of black blood-eating dragon loach several feet long. For ordinary disciples, this is a big favor. If Su Fan took this large piece of black blood-eating dragon loach to any auction house, he would be able to earn a lot of spiritual crystals. Seeing Feng Ba's figure walking into the yard, Su Fan weighed the storage ring in his hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly. In order to eat this thing, he wasted half a day. With his time, he could do something else. But he still had to remember the favors of the eldest brother and Feng Ba in his heart, which was also a helpless thing. The more than 10 elite disciples of this ancient Taoist palace in the yard, most of them should be the candidates who went with him to participate in the Chaoguang Star Domain Centennial Taoist Conference. But from what he just sensed, even senior brother Feng Ba, who has the strongest physical body, is just that. Anyway, compared to him, there is no limit. Even if all these people were tied together, they would not be enough for Su Fan to kill. But these people represent the highest level of all physical cultivators in the entire Cultivation. I just don't know what the level of physical cultivators in other planes is like in this Centennial Taoist Conference in Chaoguang Star region. However, the character of the disciples in Henshin Taoist Palace is good. At least it is not tiring to get along with them, and there is no need to think about those shitty things. Su Fan left the courtyard and walked around in the fairy city again. After only a while, he found that the price level in the city was very low. Anyway, compared with those fairy cities in the middle area of Cultivation, it was simply too conscientious. There are also many delicious flavor restaurants in the city, not only affordable, but also super large portions. Moreover, the styles of various cuisines are similar to those in the north of his previous life, so he walked into more than a dozen restaurants in succession and ate happily. After coming out of Zhenshin Xiancheng, Su Fan found that he liked this sect more and more. After returning to the mountain gate, he did not return to the cave, but went directly to the underground cave. There were still many disciples of the sect in the underground cave. Although Su Fan was a stranger, he was not noticeable in the dense crowd. Standing in the huge Buddhist cave again, he looked up at the Buddha statue that was hundreds of feet high. Today, no matter what, we must find out what this evil Buddha is. Su Fan sat cross-legged opposite the Buddha statue, then slowly closed his eyes and practiced, muttering to himself. This time, he didn't have to wait long to communicate with the Buddha statue before he got a response. Of course, there was no longer the Buddha's light shining everywhere, the momentum was overwhelming, and it was like a god inspecting the world. The dark evil Buddha appeared directly in his sea of consciousness, looking at him with an evil look on his face and smiling. You are so direct, you don't even have to pretend. At this time, several thoughts appeared in his mind. How did you, a demon cultivator, sneak into the immortal sect? No, you are carrying a demon seed, boy, what are you? Tell the Buddha, what the hell? You dare to call yourself the Buddha to me, who gives you such a big face? I just practiced a physical cultivation method of the demon sect, and the basic method is the orthodox method of the immortal sect. After receiving Su Fan's thoughts, the smile on the face of the evil Buddha became more intense. Don't fool me, just look at the murderous aura all over your body. The number of people who died in your hands is at least 1 million, Damn, this evil Buddha must be not simple. Just a wisp of residual soul can tell his background. Can't the immortal sect cultivators kill people? What a joke. Which immortal sect disciple would devour the flesh and blood of the other person after killing him? Do you dare to say that your cultivation is obtained by your own cultivation? This is fucking. This guy can even see this. What realm was he in before? Chapter 724 I can't treat you yet. Facing such an unfathomable old guy, Su Fan was also a little frightened. No matter who it is, if others can see his true identity at once, they will be a little panicked. Fortunately, Su Fan has experienced countless life and death dangers. Although he was flustered, at least he did not show any sign of abnormality on the surface. My true identity has long been known to the sect, and you can't control me. Now you are just a remnant soul of the evil Buddha, so you'd better stay quiet. After receiving Su Fan's thoughts, the evil Buddha in his mind couldn't help but sigh. Let's make a deal. Forget about the deal. Facing this old thing who has lived for an unknown period of time, even if the other party is just a remnant soul, he dare not take it lightly. He never knows when he will dig a pit for himself, and he doesn't even know how he fell into it. Forget about the deal. You've become such a mess. What bargaining chips do you have to trade with me? The evil Buddha laughed and said, although the inheritance of the Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharmakaya in the secret hall of this Henshin Taoist palace originated from Buddhism, it has not been truly passed down at all. Nonsense. If you don't burn incense and worship Buddha, and believe in it devoutly, how can you get the true inheritance of Buddhism? You'd better put away those thoughts. I mainly practice the bodybuilding skills of the demon sect, which is no worse than the Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharmakaya. The evil Buddha was anxious when he heard it, and said, if you practice the Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharmakaya to the great success, wherever your thoughts go, it will be the Buddha's kingdom. You can't even talk nonsense. It may take a long time to reach that level. I might as well practice the heavenly demon saint body Ju down to earth. If I practice it to the great success, I can also achieve the immortal heavenly demon saint body. Just give up this idea. I don't want to burn incense and worship Buddha every day. After receiving Su Fan's thoughts, the evil Buddha was stunned. After a while, he suddenly realized what was going on. Do you think that to practice Buddhism, one must be a devout Buddhist believer? What else? The evil Buddha sneered and sent another thought. I have never believed in Buddhism for a day, but in the end, didn't I? At this point, he almost let it slip. I am the guardian of Buddhism, and I only subdue demons and monsters. What the hell? Su Fan stared at the evil Buddha with a face full of surprise. He never thought that Buddhism could be played like this. Then where did your Dharma come from? That's easy. I asked for it from the Buddha above. Su Fan was dumbfounded after receiving the evil Buddha's thought. He also understood a little bit that Buddhism in this world was not a serious thing at first glance. Well, Su Fan was completely speechless. The evil Buddha chuckled and sent another thought to Su Fan. As long as you agree to one condition of mine, I will pass on the real Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharmakaya to you. After receiving the other party's thought, Su Fan thought about it. Tell me your conditions first. Seeing that Su Fan finally gave in, the evil Buddha suddenly became excited. As long as you agree to take a trace of my soul to place, I will teach you this set of Buddhist traditions. You won't let me go to the Buddhist realm, will you? With my current state, how can I survive there? I'm not talking about now. That's after you break through the fusion state. You are so generous. With my poor qualifications, I'm not sure if I can break through the spirit transformation state in the future. Don't worry about it, just treat it as a gamble. This condition seems simple, but Su Fan didn't feel that he had taken advantage of anything. Because he didn't believe a single punctuation mark in what this evil Buddha said. Forget it, I'd better practice the magic sect's physical training. Alice. Why are you like this? Are you afraid that I will set a trap for you? That's right, I don't believe you. How about this? I can swear a Buddhist oath. Forget it, you don't even believe in Buddhism. What kind of Buddhist oath are you making? Boy, you are really ignorant. What does this have to do with whether you believe in Buddhism or not? You just need to understand that if I violate the Buddhist oath, the Buddha will die without a burial place, and will be condemned to hell after death, and will never be reborn. Actually, it's not impossible. In addition to letting this evil Buddha swear a Buddhist oath, and then signing a contract with him with harsh conditions, it will be foolproof. Okay, but I have a condition, you say. Your soul fragment must be handled by me. The evil Buddha got scared when he heard it. If he really handed his soul fragment to this boy, wouldn't he be controlled by others? No, I can't give you my soul fragment. Su Fan sneered and said no. Forget it, I don't want to trade anyway. Seeing that Su Fan's consciousness was about to withdraw, the evil Buddha suddenly became anxious. Wait, okay, I promise you, but you have to swear an oath not to do anything that is disadvantageous to me. You think too much. I have no interest in your soul fragment at all. I just want to seal your soul fragment to prevent you from making trouble. In fact, Su Fan had already thought about it, using a secret method of the demon sex soul Dao to seal the evil Buddha's soul fragment in a ghost weapon. Although this evil Buddha has a great background and his previous realm is unfathomable, it is just a soul fragment and can be easily killed. In fact, he is very clear about the purpose of this evil Buddha. As long as this soul fragment is sent to the Buddha country where he was born, a high-level old monster like him, even if there is only a trace of soul left, there are still ways to reshape the golden body. This transaction is definitely not a loss for Su Fan at least. After all, it was at zero down payment, the repayment time was damn long, and there was almost no interest. As for why this evil demon didn't look for other disciples of this ancient Taoist palace, but specifically came to me. Su Fan guessed that he was a demon cultivator, and the most important reason was that he had a demon seed. So before the transaction, he wanted to ask this evil demon about the demon seed. Thinking of this, Su Fan sent another thought to the evil Buddha. Before the transaction, I want to ask you something. The evil Buddha received Su Fan's thought and laughed. You want to know about the demon seed? I'm not sure about this. After all, it's the secret of your Taoism. This guy is not honest. He must know about the demon seed, but he clearly doesn't want to tell me. If you don't tell me about the demon seed, don't even think about trading with me. How can you go back on your word? Kid? I'm just a Buddhist guardian. How can I know the secret of your Taoism? Forget it. Don't even think about trading. It's just a remnant soul. I can't cure you. I'll tell you. Isn't it okay if I tell you? Go ahead. I'm listening. Actually, I don't know much. Legend has it that this is a method used by some powerful demon cultivators in the Taoist sect. As for the purpose, I don't know. As for the Buddha, I only know that everyone with a Taoist seed is a disaster star, and no matter where they go, they will never be at peace. That's it. It's the same as not saying anything. I can guess all this, so why do I need you to tell me? I guess only a few people with the top cultivation in the Taoist sect really understand the matter of the demon seed. Anyway, it's not a good thing. However, I'm really a disaster like this guy said. Then when I came to the Chaoguang Star region, would I bring some disasters to this place that has been peaceful for many years? Forget it, don't think about these things. Su Fan no longer made things difficult for this guy, and then the two began the negotiations before the transaction. Both sides were haggling and refused to give in. The two spent several days in a row before they reached the final terms of the transaction. In the next few months, Su Fan stayed in the underground Buddhist cave of Xiantian Taoist Palace, accepting the Taoist inheritance of the Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharmakaya taught by this evil demon. After the two had been in contact for a long time, Su Fan also understood the details of this evil Buddha. The other party was named Wangda. He was originally a notorious evil cultivator in the fusion realm. Later, he provoked a great Buddhist and was almost saved by him. But in the end, he spared his life and took him as a Dharma protector. Put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot. The Buddhist sect in this world of cultivation does not have so many rules, and the way of preaching is also very overbearing. The Dharma protector is just a skin of Buddhism, and is actually a thug. Let alone Wangda, the evil cultivator. Like monsters, demons and alien beasts, even foreign demons, Buddhism teaches everyone. No matter what kind of monsters and demons you are, as long as you have received the precepts and put on the skin of Buddhism, you are a Buddhist. And once you enter Buddhism, it is as deep as the sea. In this life, he was born as a Buddhist, and died as a Buddhist ghost. Even after death, he could not escape the 6 reincarnations of Buddhism. Later, the Taoist world and the Buddhist world had a great war, and the Buddhist country where Wangda was located was destroyed. By chance, his only remaining soul hid in this Buddha statue. Originally, he thought that this would allow him to escape the Taoist purge, but who knew that the Buddha statue where his soul was placed was discovered by several old monsters in the combination realm of Xiantian Taoist Palace, who were cleaning up the battlefield in the rear. If he had not made a deal with several old monsters in the combination realm of Xiantian Taoist Palace, and added a legacy to the secret hall of the sect, he would not even be able to keep this remaining soul. In the end, not only was this Buddha statue moved back to the sect, But his remaining soul was also suppressed in the underground Buddhist cave inside the sect. After learning about Wang Da's experience, even Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. This guy's fate is really unfortunate. This ups and downs of the plot can write a cruel article of millions of words. In fact, it is very difficult for a cultivator to die when he reaches the fusion state. Even if there is only a remnant soul left, there are countless ways to be reborn. It just takes more time. It's a pity that Wang Da entered Buddhism, which is tragic. If he wants to reshape his golden body, he must return to the Buddha kingdom to do it. There is no way to do it in other places. The tyranny of Buddhism in this world can be seen. In the early morning, Su Fan sat at the dining table and ate breakfast. On the table was an ancient and simple bronze lamp. The lamp, support column, and tray were all covered with various runes. The light in the bronze lamp was as small as a bean, flickering with a dim halo. Then a shadow of an evil Buddha about an inch in size was seen, lazily lying on the bronze tray. This is a top-grade Taoist weapon that Su Fan seized from a Yuanying cultivator, called the 9-yin soul calming lamp. As for who it was seized from, he had long forgotten it. Wang Da's soul was sealed in this 9-yin soul calming lamp. Not only that, he also arranged several sealed immortal formations outside the bronze lamp to ensure that it was foolproof. Although the evil Buddha Wang Da was a soul of the residual soul of a great power in the fusion realm, it was just that. Being sealed in the bronze lamp meant that he had no tricks at all. In order to avoid the investigation of several great powers in the fusion realm of Zhenshin Taoist Palace, Wang Da spent tens of thousands of years to transform this soul bit by bit. Not to mention in Su Fan's hands, even a small foundation-building cultivator could strangle him to death. In fact, he usually threw this 9-yin soul calming lamp into the Yin Qi secret realm, out of sight and out of mind. But Wang Da's residual soul had been suppressed in the underground Buddhist cave for countless years. He was almost suffocated and had always wanted to come out and stay outside. How could Su Fan indulge him in this bad habit? He never paid any attention to him. Later, Wang Da could only make another deal with him, using some of the secrets he knew in exchange for conditions outside. Su Fan was happy with this. After all, an old monster who had lived for countless years, whether it was his knowledge or the secrets he possessed, were extraordinary. So he agreed to the deal, and from time to time he took out the 9-yin soul calming lamp to let Wang Da out for some fresh air. "Boy, your ghost slave is pretty good. You didn't think of taking him into the room?" Su Fan just took a bite of the bun, and received a thought from Wang Da in his mind. This guy was born as an evil cultivator, not only cruel and violent, but also very lustful, and many of the secrets he practiced were not very serious. Maybe because he was suppressed for countless years, this guy was still a chatterbox, and he kept nagging every day. Seeing that Su Fan ignored him, Wang Da sent another thought to Su Fan. "I have a secret method that can make your ghost slave's ghost body materialize. When the time comes, yin and yang will intertwine. The things that this guy has in his bottom box are all these improper things. You still have a moment, stay quiet." "No, I have another secret method. Do you want to learn?" "You can't say anything." This guy, apart from the Buddhist set of Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharma Body, later took out those messy methods of evil ways. Wang Da obviously has something to hide from him. He must be punished and let him understand his situation. Su Fan finished breakfast, picked up the 9-yin soul calming lamp on the table, and was about to throw it into the Yin Qi secret realm he carried with him. "Alice, the time is not up yet, Buddha. I have another shocking secret method. Do you want to learn it?" Su Fan received Wang Da's thoughts in his mind, but he didn't indulge him at all, and threw it directly into the Yin Qi secret realm he carried with him. This time, he must be punished well, and then he wants to go out for a walk, maybe a month later. Chapter 725. This kid is too particular about food. Su Fan finished his breakfast, said something to Sister Zhen, and then left the cave. He had stayed in the underground Buddhist cave for several months. Thanks to Wang Da's teaching, he had now figured out the Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharmakaya. Because of the deal between the two, the inheritance that Su Fan learned was much more authentic than the Taoist tradition of the secret hall of the Zhenshin Taoist Palace. Today, Su Fan was going to the master's cave to let the old man sort out his physical Taoist things. At this time, the master was sitting cross-legged in the cave drinking tea, and was stunned when he saw him coming. "You have mastered that inheritance so quickly, disciple. You have already mastered the inheritance of the secret hall." Qileng Xianzhen was also quite surprised. The evil Buddha in the Buddha statue in the underground Buddhist cave especially loved to tease the disciples in the sect. In the past, the disciples of the sect who chose the secret hall inheritance would take several years at the fastest, and it was not uncommon for the slower ones to take 10 or 8 years. Su Fan sat down opposite his master, then took out 2 jars of spirit wine from his ring and placed them in front of the old man. "Master, this is my disciple's gift to you." Seeing the spirit wine in front of him, Xianzan's old face was wrinkled with smile, and he quickly opened the mud seal of a jar of spirit wine and poured a mouthful into his mouth. "It's strong. Your spirit wine is really good." The old man put down the jar of wine, and then glanced at Su Fan. Su Fan felt that his eyes went dark, and when he recovered, he had appeared in a foggy area. At this time, the fog in front of him slowly condensed and took the shape of a 6th-level alien beast. "You go all out, Awu." As soon as Xianzan finished speaking, the shadow of the 6th-level alien beast roared to the sky and rushed towards Su Fan. Facing the huge alien beast roaring, Su Fan stood there expressionlessly, without moving a muscle. It was not until the shadow of the 6th-level beast roared and rushed to him that he punched it fiercely. Boom! The shadow of the ferocious beast, which was several feet tall, was smashed by him and turned into scattered mist again. "Good boy. I'm afraid that even my old bones can't bear your punch." Boom! At this time, the mist opposite Su Fan boiled up again, and a 7th-level foreign demon dozens of feet tall suddenly appeared. "This time you have to use all your means." Hearing the words of the master, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and black mist filled his whole body. In an instant, he turned into a demon-eyed body of more than 100 feet. This time he took the initiative to attack, and stumped his right foot on the ground, and the huge demonic body rushed over fiercely. Shang Shenkeo, the shadow of a demonized gray bear hundreds of feet tall suddenly rose up, and a vast ancient aura spread out, and even the domain of Xianzan turned into an endless wasteland. Immortal Chu Ling was also stunned. "My domain of law was actually transformed by this kid." Although he had known for a long time that Su Fan had practiced the secret method of blood fusion of the demon sect, he was still amazed when he saw it with his own eyes. Boom boom, with a loud sound that shook the earth, Su Fan's demon-eyed body had already slammed into the body of the 7th-level foreign demon. Just like Mars hitting the earth, the terrifying power generated impacted the 4 fields, like a huge wave that swept the entire domain of law. The domain of Immortal Chu Ling seemed to be reversed and twisted, and the invisible ripples vibrated towards the surroundings. In an instant, it seemed that an unimaginable and terrifying annihilation had occurred. Su Fan's demon-eyed body of more than 100 feet was repelled several miles away, and the 7th-level foreign demon was also knocked back 100 feet away by him. He frowned immediately. The 7th-level foreign demon in the distance was at least 70% to 80% of the power of his master. Just now, Su Fan had tried his best. The demonized Zhengaiquan he displayed was definitely his full-strength attack. The master was now a great cultivator in the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. After all this calculation, he still couldn't shake this old guy with just the physical strength. "This should be your strongest attack. How did you train this physical body? Did you have other opportunities?" After listening to the master's words, Su Fan nodded. "My disciple had the chance to merge some of the blood and ki of the foreign combined demon." Xianzan laughed and said, "No wonder, in the entire Henshin Dao Palace, those junior brothers in the spiritual transformation realm may not have your strength." After he finished speaking, he laughed and said, "Boy, don't think that a physical cultivator can dominate the world with just the strength of his arms. Take it." Boom! Su Fan only heard a roar, and the phantom of the foreign demon that was dozens of feet tall in the mist in the distance exploded. After the mist cleared, Xianzan appeared in front of him. "I already know your background. Next, I will let you see how a real physical cultivator fights. Take it, kid." As soon as Xianzan finished speaking, the old man's figure disappeared from the spot. Su Fan immediately became alert and completely released his spiritual sense, taking in all the movements within a radius of dozens of miles. But before he could search for the figure of his master, he saw a huge hand covering the sky and the earth slamming down. At this moment, in Su Fan's eyes, the whole world seemed to be left with only the terrifying giant hand covering the sky. It roared down with great force, suppressing the sky and the earth. The entire sky was suppressed at this moment, and the boundless fingers and palms seemed to be surrounded by a mysterious chaotic aura. As the giant hand fell, the space collapsed and all things were shattered. Su Fan felt that he had suddenly become an ant that looked up at the sky and was crushed by someone. As soon as he thought of it, a huge black sword over 10 feet long appeared in his hand. Wujizan, Su Fan slashed down with his sword without thinking. This sword did not have the earth-shaking power of the past. It was silent and ordinary. Swish, although it was just a faint sword light that passed through the law domain, it was like the long flow of the long river of time, washing away all the dross. The stars moved, the years changed, and the world changed. It was an endless cycle, endless and endless. The giant palm that covered the sky was like a vast ocean descending into the world, like a tsunami sweeping across the sky, colliding with the silent sword light. Boom, with a loud sound that shook the world. A vast and terrifying explosion shook the sky. The violent collision produced a terrifying aftermath that almost overturned the entire sky, like a tsunami impacting like a mountain and sea, sweeping across a radius of hundreds of miles. The demon-slaying sword in Su Fan's hand flew out of his hand, and he flew backwards like a cannonball, falling several miles away and falling heavily to the ground. Then, in the domain of the immortal Master Chu, thunder resounded through the sky. The violent hurricane formed by the impact of boundless terrifying power raged wildly, as if even tens of millions of tons of seawater were lifted up and then swept into the air and turned into powder. The immortal Master Chu used all kinds of means to torture him to death. Su Fan's eyes were red, and he tried his best, using all his strength to display all the trump cards in his hand. Zingaiquan, 9 extreme chain slash, life-demanding curse, bone-eroding yin wind scroll, 9 nether yellow spring rain, netherworld yin fire domain, yin fire entanglement, etc. were all used. In the end, even the thunder sword was used, but no matter how he attacked, he had no power to fight back in front of the physical cultivation master Chu Xianzhen, who was in the late stage of the god transformation realm. The two of them were not fighting, but rather an adult bullying a child. For so many years, this was the first time that Su Fan felt so aggrieved. Even when he faced a late-stage great cultivator of the heavenly rift valley of the loose cultivator alliance, he had never been so desperate. There was no other way. When facing other cultivators of the god of transformation, Su Fan's physical strength had an absolute advantage. As long as he seized the opportunity to get close to the opponent, even a cultivator of the god of transformation would be a younger brother in front of him. But once Su Fan encountered a monster of the body of the god of transformation, his physical advantage would instantly disappear, and he could only be slaughtered like a fish on a chopping board. Fortunately, the immortal venerable Chu Ling was measured in his attack, but he held back at the last moment and did not let him get hurt. But even so, Su Fan was covered in wounds all over his body. Okay. I almost know your problem. As soon as the immortal venerable Chu finished speaking, with a boom, the law domain was destroyed, and the two returned to the old man's cave. Su Fan's demonized body was instantly removed, and he appeared in front of his master with wounds all over his body. He struggled to prop himself up from the ground with a grin on his face, and forced himself to sit cross-legged in front of the old man. Su Fan took out a jade bottle from his ring, poured out a top-grade healing pill and put it in his mouth, then began to use his internal energy to dissolve the drug. After a long while, he opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Chu Ling Xianzhen smiled and picked up the wine jar and poured him a bowl of spiritual wine. Come, just drink some wine. Su Fan picked up the big bowl in front of him and drank it all up. Huh? He put down the big bowl, and then exhaled a mouthful of strong alcohol, which made him feel much better. Are you still convinced? After listening to the master's words, Su Fan nodded and said, Master, I am convinced. Haha. Chu Ling Xianzhen laughed loudly, then picked up the big bowl and raised his head to drink a big sip. Although you have just reached the nascent soul stage, with your strength, ordinary low-level divine transformation cultivators may not be your opponents. Su Fan did not speak after hearing this. Today, he was severely punished by his master, and the arrogance he had just developed was gone. Seeing his face full of disappointment, Killing Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. You are still not satisfied. There are no more than 30 divine transformation cultivators in the entire Chixishan who can defeat my master. Among these 30 people, they are all sword cultivators and body cultivators. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, and raised his head to look at Killing Immortal Venerable. Unexpectedly, this old guy is so strong. You have a lot of strength, but you can't play the advantages of your physical body. When fighting, you only rely on brute force, and your way of fighting is quite similar to the style of ancient body cultivators. This is not acceptable. Speaking of this, Killing Immortal Venerable thought for a while. How about this? You stay here with me these days, and your master will teach you well." After hearing what killing immortal venerable said, Su Fan was overjoyed. He endured the severe pain all over his body, knelt in front of the old man, and kowtowed respectfully. "Disciple, thank you, master." Xianzhen waved his hand and laughed. "Get up. In fact, with your current strength, even if you go to participate in the Centennial Taoist meeting in Shaoguan Star Domain, you can make a name for yourself." After hearing the words of his master, Su Fan immediately became energetic. "Master, I just arrived in Cultivation and don't know anything. Can you tell me about the Centennial Taoist meeting in Shaoguan Star Domain?" The old man glanced at him and said, "If you didn't tell me, I would have almost forgotten that you are a person who drifted here from the outside world. My disciple was chased by someone and mistakenly entered the virtual world. Fortunately, I came to Cultivation through a space crack." After hearing Su Fan's words, Xianzhen frowned immediately. "Then it will be difficult for you to go back. The cracks in the virtual world are very strange. Even if it is the same space crack, you may not know where it is after a while." Su Fan was stunned when he heard it. What should he do if he wants to go back in the future? He has always thought, well, staying in Cultivation for 100 years, and then entering the space crack in the virtual world, and find a way to return to the Qingquan Star Domain. Now it seems that this idea cannot be realized, and he can only go home in other ways. But the Shaoguan Star Domain must be very far away from the Qingquan Star Domain, and it must not be an easy thing to go home. Don't worry, when you break through to the refining void realm, even if you cross different realms, it won't be a big deal. Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard it. When he breaks through the refining void realm, he may have many great-great-grandchildren. Look at your appearance. Cultivators practice wherever they are, and they don't care about love. Su Fan's face was a little unnatural when his master saw what he was thinking. Disciple thanks master for his teachings. After hearing Su Fan's words, Xianzhen nodded with approval. That's right, he smiled and looked at Su Fan, saying, "You kid, you gave me 2 jars of spirit wine. Why don't you bring some snacks?" What a drunkard. Su Fan suddenly remembered the black blood dragon loach that senior brother Fengbo gave him. "Master, I came in a hurry today and forgot to bring you snacks. How about this? I'll make some barbecue, and we can have a good drink." Xianzhen waved his hand impatiently and said, "Then why don't you go quickly?" Seeing Su Fan running out of the house, the old man chuckled. Ever since he ate the snacks that Su Fan brought him last time, Xianzhen now feels that everything he eats is not delicious. Su Fan came to the yard outside and took out various cooking utensils and kitchen utensils from the ring. He took out a piece of black blood dragon loach meat from the ring, cut a section, and put it on the chopping board to clean it up. After a while, Xianzhen smelled an attractive aroma. The old man quickly got up from the ground and walked out of the house. When he came out, he was stunned. He saw that Su Fan had already set up a grill in the yard, which was full of various meat skewers, and was fanning the fire with a fan. In order to enrich the taste of the ingredients, there were not only black blood dragon loach skewers on the grill. There were also various skewers of meat such as tendons, chest, oil edges, sirloin, ribs and streaky, as well as seafood skewers such as squid, shrimp, fish balls, etc. Not only that, a dining table had been set up in the yard, which was full of various cold dishes, pickles and several kinds of braised meat smoked sauce that had been cut. Xianzhen now looked like a great monk in the late stage of transformation. He was simply a foodie who had never seen the world. He walked to the dining table and sat down. He picked up a piece of cold mixed pig ears with his hand, put it in his mouth and tasted it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This dish of cold mixed pig ears is not only delicious, but the ingredients seem to be spiritual materials from monsters. This kid is too particular about food. Unlike the cultivators of this Henshin Taoist palace, they can just cut some pig heads and have a drink. Master, try this, it's just been grilled. At this time, Su Fan placed a tray in front of the master, which was full of freshly grilled black blood dragon loach skewers. Xianzhen took a skewer and took a bite, and his eyes suddenly widened. What kind of meat is this? This is a piece of black blood dragon loach given to me by senior brother Fengba. Today, I just skewered this piece of meat and grilled it. How about it? Xianzhen laughed and said, haha. It's perfect. Then the two of them sat in the yard and ate and drank a lot. Both of them were physical cultivators, and eating hundreds of pounds of meat in one meal was like playing. Encountering such delicious food, coupled with the wine, Xianzan also let go. He was so excited that he hugged Su Fan's neck and called him brother. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.